Hey guys, and welcome to part 2 of our Edoras, quote-unquote Edoras showcase. Now, before you guys start skipping through the video, there is timestamps in the description below. So if you want to see a specific location, you'll notice on the first video, every location has a label on the bottom left corner. So if you guys want to see a specific location, you can go ahead and reference that from the first video to the video that we are doing currently, and it is in the description with the timestamps. So anyways, I wanted to make a video of a first-person showcase looking through this incredible server. There is so much to be seen, so much detail, so much inspiration, and I understand that for some of you it is just impossible to get on this server, or others you just don't want to go through the hassle of getting the mod downloaded. I know that there's a lot of reasons, and so this video specifically is for those of you that would have a hard time getting on the server. Well, anyways, we're using the Conquest Reforged mod with the Artcraft overlay, which just adds in so many new blocks and new things, and it's just absolutely incredible what you can do with this mod in creating these insanely detailed environments that just make things just so much more enjoyable to explore, and just, you know, you take in the detail. Just look around, just look at this. There is just so much to be seen. So what we're going to be doing is following a route that I have predetermined. We're going to be starting at the far west of Rohan, which is of course here at Isengard, and then we are going to be making our way down south into the east, and that's going to be leading us down towards, of course, Edoras and Aldburg, and then there is quite a few unfinished builds down that way as well, but we're going to be checking out a lot of stuff in this video. So for those of you that want to sit back and enjoy a long-term video with a lot of content, this is a good opportunity for that. But again, you can skip through the video to look for those specific locations that you want to see. Well, before we do more walking around, I just want to take a quick little gander from overhead and look at the build from the sky. Now, don't expect me to be very lore-friendly in these videos, or this video's particular. I'm not Fornad. I'm not a Lord of the Rings. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying not to say nerd, but, you know, I'm not as learned in Lord of the Rings as those that are the administrative and builders of this server. The Tolkien universe fascinates me, and I absolutely love it. But, you know, don't expect me to tell you why things are a certain way. Like, for one question I have is, like, why is Orthanc the way it is? Like, when I think of Gondor, I think of white cities, you know, white stone, marble, or very kind of like pristine, almost like a pseudo-elven style. But, I mean, Orthanc almost feels very evil, but, you know, at the same time, it was built by, from what my understanding, from the Gondorians, from the old days, before any of the movies that we have seen, like, you know, Silmarillion, you know, timeline, which is, you know, pretty deep. I only ever started the Silmarillion. I never really actually read the whole book. I started it, and, you know, it just got way too, crazy for me, so I didn't end up watching the whole thing. So anyways, yeah, we're just like taking a gander around. As you guys can see, the walls of Orthanc are very unique. They have this sort of like melted looking top, which is interesting. Honestly, I would really like to know why that is. Now, one thing that I've noticed in particular, a particular thing I've noticed about this is Isengard is pretty much a town. Of course, you have the centerpiece being Orthanc, but the walls are in fact living spaces for a lot of people. You can see all those, all that smoke. Unfortunately, with this shader, it really doesn't do the smoke justice. Those fog blocks, whenever I look at them through, you know, towards the sky, they become black, and it's really quite frustrating. But that's just the shader I'm using. I'm using the Zeus all versions version of the Zeus shader pack. I really like it, but there are, of course, some inconsistencies, but overall, it's a really good shader pack. So we're going to come back to Isengard in just a second. Before we do that, I want to quickly come over here and showcase this sort of like little hovel village that's over here. It's a very Stone Age, very kind of Celtic style. As you can see, they're kind of like igloos in a way. I mean, I don't really know a better way of defining these, but like you got to actually make your way underground. You know, obviously being underground as this is, it would be, you know, better temperature control. You know, you wouldn't have the temperature of the surface creating, you know, you know, for example, if you have a house above ground, you know, it's more affected by the elements. Whereas if you are inset into the ground, you know, it's like during the heat of the summer, it'd be cooler. And during the cold of the winter, especially if you have a fire going, it would be warmer. Anyways, I do like the overall style of it. You know, obviously from up above, that it really doesn't look like much. But the neat thing about Artecraft in general is the fact that they incorporate so many unique styles throughout. That's really cool. I like that. It's like a little, each house has its own little granary. I mean, what I'm showing you in this video is just small little bits of a much larger whole. Like if you go far north, there's, you know, there's just so much. I mean, again, I'm not the lore master. I can't really tell you guys exactly what, you know, the lore is behind it and the names of all these places. But overall, there's a lot more to be seen and explored on this server. So for those of you that can't, you know, that's what this style of video is going to be specifically for. But for those of you who can, I highly suggest that you come on this server, you check out the warps on their Dine map, and just look around and see all of the incredible builds and things that there are to see. So here we got a place where they would wash their clothes. Now, one thing I want you guys to take a particular interest in, or just look at, is the terrain. You know, the terrain itself is probably the most important part of Artecraft, the most highlighted and most like if you didn't have the terrain as it is, this server would not quite have the effectiveness that it does. Fornad is the head terrain developer. He's the one that's been developing and just bringing this all together and creating this incredible map that we get to explore and that the builders of Artecraft get to build on. But anyways, it's just really cool to see all of this sort of come together. And the terrain is just insane. And we're going to be seeing lots of examples of the terrain throughout this video as we explore Rohan and we look at different places. Because there's custom-made mountains, custom-made rivers, like so much stuff that is just... They pour their heart and soul into doing this project. So it looks like we got a little chicken coop here. We were just in like the chieftain's house over here. So it's really cool just looking at all of the details and all the things that there are to see. Looks like we got a very rudimentary blacksmith here. You know, obviously, even though they are very, you know, very basic. Like it seems like their culture is very basic, very rustic. They're not exactly the most cultured people, but they still have basic tools and an understanding of basic technologies to be able to live in this this climate and this region that they are in. Obviously, with the mountains at their back, it would be very you know, difficult, and also with Isengard there, for them to have any natural predators or enemies. But still, you know, there's always a chance for, like, you know, a bear attack, or, you know, wolves, or, you know, maybe if, you know, for example, you know, orcs coming out of the mountains. Who knows? There's just so many ways that things can go wrong in the world of Middle Earth. Well, Arda in specific, and that's why Artecraft is called Artacraft is the world that Middle Earth is in is called Arda, which is actually an interesting thing. Tolkien was an absolute genius when it comes to lore. I've read through the book, the original trilogy, but you know, the Silmarillion, and there's a lot of like extra stuff as well. But anyways, so we're gonna head into this little mine shaft here, and I really want you guys to kind of like just take in the inspiration. This is a realistic mine shaft. As you can see, it's not overly detailed. There's not too much going on in the you know, it's just very basic. You got some supports to hold up the earth and make it so that it maintains its shape to keep the miners safe. But overall, just something like this is all you need. And notice there's not like, I mean, if it were being currently used, obviously there would be torches in here and stuff. But, you know, you don't always have to make those big epic mine shafts. Just something like this, a little shaft in the middle, or just at the base of the mountain is really all you need. And that's like little details that I'm looking to show off in this video. I'm trying to really kind of take the time to look around and give you guys the inspiration so that you guys can look at how things are done and try to incorporate them into your builds. So one thing is, like, you can tell that this is a creek. There's a lot of, and the neat thing about these creeks is that they are custom made. This is not possible in World Painter. As you can see, they use water layers. So like you'll see that you don't have full blocks of water here. It gets really thin. You'll also notice that there's a lot of rocks and a lot of pebbles and just a lot of things to try to break up the creek and make it feel very, you know, creeks like this are not supposed to be, you know, extremely wide or deep. You know, this is just the beginning of rivers and outlets from, you know, mountain ranges and things. So this would just be, you know, streams keep feeding into it, other creeks feed into it, and eventually becomes a river as it flows down into the ocean. But it's just really cool to explore along these creeks, and just like this road here following along the creek, very, very neat. I really like that overall style and everything. So here we have birch trees, and I'm pretty sure that these, yeah, they're farmed. Some kind of, this is a farming technique. I forget why specifically they do this, but they splice the trunks. Like they will cut away something, and then it'll grow back into multiple shoots, and then they'll cut back those shoots, and I suppose it's just a sustainable way of farming, you know, maybe for firewood or something. It looks like we make our way this way, and yeah, that's where the road ends up here. But I suppose that this is sort of like, you know, like a little logging camp or something. But if we go around here, there's just so much like detail. You got like haystacks in the fields here. So you'll see that it's only partially harvested. Like you'll still see some wheat there, but this is just harvested bundles that they have already, you know, they've gathered, and they are just putting it into bundles there. You got a little apple orchard over there. And now we're starting to see more, you know, we've gone from that sort of Celtic style Stone Age hut, and now we're sort of into a little bit more cultured huts. Obviously, they are still very rudimentary, very basic, but you can see that the style is changing relatively. And also, there's a logging mill up here. Well, I'm supposing this is a logging mill. Let me just... I need to make sure that that's what this is. Okay, it's not a logging mill. It is a grain, what do you call it? It's a grinder, a grinding wheel. So this is where they would place their grain, and then the wheel would be turning, and then it would grind their the wheat into grain so that they can use it. But as you can see, the style of this mill is very unique. So, you know, what I'm thinking is maybe a wealthy merchant found this region and realized that having a technologically advanced mill would be a good idea. And so he hired, you know, more cultured people to build him a more cultured looking a more refined looking structure versus like one of these Stone Age huts down here. So I do really like that. A really neat water wheel design using the barrels, and yeah, I really like it. And you'll see that the buckets where the water would travel are each represented correctly, and you can see that they have the chutes. So say if they don't want to, if they want to do some repairs on the wheel, they'll close this gate and they'll open this gate, and so the water would go through the spillway, and then they could properly do some maintenance work on the wheel itself. So anyways, that's just a little thing there. It's not really I just love that, like this, just that little crossing, just a little wooden bridge, like just little details like that are really cool. We're just going to go up here and just look at this other sort of like Celtic looking village up here at the east side of, I really want to go look up there really quick at the quarry, at the east side of Isengard. Let's head up the mountain here and just kind of look at this. It looks like this is something of a quarry. Maybe they're just getting stone. Something tells me that they're maybe trying to look for something, maybe like gemstones or something. Because, you know, it's quite a small quarry. And, you know, for example, why would they go all the way up there versus, you know, mining down here? So my only assumption is maybe they're looking for a gemstone or maybe a specific type of resource that is beneficial to their society and culture. So anyways, let's see. I'm not going to explore through much. I'm just going to go look through this structure here. This is pretty cool. I like this a lot. Looks like you know, it's a larger kind of communal space. Very basic again. And see, one thing I want you guys to notice is how organic it is. It's not symmetrical, so one side is not the same as the other. Also, you'll notice the roof has a sort of slant, and it you know, it slopes over. So that's really cool. I like that very much. But I really like the overall style and just the details, and it just feels like it exists. Like I can stand here and I feel like people live here, you know? Really cool. So we're gonna make our way back to Isengard now. Isengard is obviously the focus of this part of the video. But I just want to make sure that we touch on most of the details as we are exploring around. But I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything specific because, you know, obviously builders have to kind of follow a relatively basic pattern for how they build and what they build. But obviously there would be some deviations depending on what, you know, the different builders that are involved in certain projects. So I want to take a special look at the outside of the Isengard walls. And you can see that there is plenty of arrow slits. Each one of these are arrow slits. So it is a fairly defensible wall. Obviously it's not that high. Because once you get up here, obviously you can kind of just climb over and then make your way on down. I mean, obviously it would be very difficult. You have to jump, you know, about 20 feet, 30 feet and break a leg, but still, it's just interesting. The shape of Isengard's walls are very unique and very interesting. Obviously, if Fornad were here, he would tell me why, but I don't know the lore enough to be able to answer that question. But perhaps you guys in the comments below can answer that question and give other viewers that are watching a better understanding. So in here we got a kitchen, it would seem. Very, very nice. It looks like we got a pretty large meat platter right here being cooked up. I'm supposing some sort of animal has been flayed and then they're just kind of cooking it there over the stove. Possibly a deer. And then they're cutting up portions of the meat here. So, you know, that's a pretty focal point type thing. You know, you gotta eat, and protein's a good source. So, anyways, for anyone that is, you know, not familiar with Artecraft, you would immediately kind of think that this is kind of Dwarven style, which, you know, it feels Dwarven, but it also is distinctly different from Dwarven. If you go to other Artecraft builds across the server, you know, like Thorns Halls, Buried Ether, there's other dwarven towns and cities throughout. Obviously, Moria. That's a big one that's coming soon. There's a lot of differences to the dwarven style, but anyways, you can definitely tell that it is unique to itself. And I'm still kind of curious as to why the architectural style of Isengard is as it is. It's really a question that I really wish Fornad was here to answer and tell you guys why specifically things are the way they are. So we're going to head into just little parts of this build. I'm not really planning on going through every single bit. I'm honestly kind of curious what all this is. It's like an office, like lawyer's office. Like it seems like you go in and you talk to someone, or like you prepare like a dressing room. Maybe it's a dressing room. I don't know. It definitely looks like a dressing room of some sort. I like these little windows in the walls here. They're very subtle. Like it's just, you barely notice them, but the effect is so cool from the inside. Like you can, see out, and it just has a neat effect there. So let's kind of like look through here a little bit. It looks like this is some sort of medical facility. I'm supposing like where they would do seek medical attention if anyone is hurt or something. Very civilized, honestly. This is a very civilized facility. Very unusual for the what do you call it? The Middle Earth culture overall. I mean, obviously Gondor is very cultured. Elves are very cultured, but Rohan is not known for its high class culture. They're very, as we've learned in the last video, they're Anglo-Saxon style, and the Anglo-Saxons were more known for being not technically barbaric, just a little bit more rustic than one would typically expect. So I think we're going to go into one more interior. This one looks like a good one to explore. We'll go in here, just check around a little bit, and then you guys will probably get a good idea as to what exactly is in here. Then I think we're going to switch to spectator mode and just kind of look around a little bit and get an understanding as to what else there is. Looks like this is another kitchen. Probably, yeah, it looks like an inn or something, some sort of restaurant or tavern or something. I'm supposing that's what this is. We got a well right here. Get some water. Obviously, fresh water is a very good resource to have. Looks like another kitchen over here. Gotta feed the inhabitants. One thing I would like to see is like apartments. So let's just kind of like search around a little bit. So this here is the, if you remember on the outside, there are arrow slits all the way around. It looks like this might have been an avalanche here, maybe. That's what I'm guessing. Looks like this was an avalanche, and then the stone just kind of settled around. I don't know. But anyways, right here you can tell this is like the causeway inside to access all of those arrow slits. So yeah, I'm just kind of gonna go through. So like this is a tailor, not a tavern. You got a weaver's table right here. And then, of course, you got one of those, whatever those things are called. Again, Artcraft is known for their coming up with designs and just, developing ideas and really trying to represent the technical aspects of how things were made in production and an understanding of how it was done. And so, anyways, I really like how they represent it all. So this here looks like a blacksmith, but I don't know where the forge is. Probably not a blacksmith, actually, because there is no forge in here. I'm supposing this is probably a craftsman. Yeah, I'm going to say this is probably a craftsman of some sort. Maybe a Fletcher. You got some bows in here. So yeah, I'm going to say probably a Fletcher there. We got a carpenter here. This is where all the wood supports and things would be made. Looks like we got a scorpion here. I don't know if you guys don't know what a scorpion is. It's like a ballista. But anyways, it's a little bit more versatile. What do we got here? We got it's a barrel maker, but they have a more technical term. Not a cobbler, a cooper. I think it's called a cooper. Come over here. I'm looking for apartments. I'm looking for where people sleep. This is obviously a jail. I'm not going to explore through all of that, but anyways, you guys get the idea. This is a jail area. So this is very dark in here. What is this? This is where they would store all of their mead and beer. You got big old barrels in here, and so that's where they would transport. And obviously you got a cart out here with some grapes, so I'd assume that they would be kind of, yeah, looks like here's a wine press right here, and then they would distill the grape juice into making wine, so that'd be the winemaking process. Right here we got another craftsman, not quite sure what this is representing. Looks like he makes seats and chairs. Okay. So I think that's what that is. And this is sort of like, you know, leather and cloth and cushioning to make pads for the chairs. Come in here and we have a forge. Yep, this is a forge. Okay, so you got a big old forge right here. It has its chimney to the top there. Very nice. But looks like we got, I'm not quite sure what this is supposed to represent. But anyways, there's an anvil over here, pretty far away from the forge. But then again, you know, it doesn't have to be right next to the forge, to be honest. Looks like a place to melt down iron. And then this is where you would heat up your... I'm not quite sure what the process is. But anyways, they did a really good representation of a forge. I really like that. So it looks like, you know, you got the master over there and maybe the apprentice over here. Who knows? Well, this actually looks like more of a smelter, and then I don't know exactly where the forge is. So, anyways, I don't know. Maybe they're glass makers. I don't know. Looks like we finally got some beds. Got a little apartment right here. I like that. Very nice. That's one thing I really want to look for is beds. We got the armory right here. We got a bunch of armor stands and spears and all kinds of neat stuff kind of around there. Obviously accessible from right there. Let's head up here. We got just sort of like a little barrack. Got a bunch of arrows and things and bows, you know, ready to go whenever needed. We got some stalls for some horses. Definitely need that. Looks like you got room for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Looks like about 15 horses. Got some places to store some hay. Obviously got to feed those horses. I know this is kind of quick, but I'm trying to be thorough, but at the same time trying to be considerate of everybody's time. But anyways, yeah, one thing I've noticed is I'm not really seeing any... Okay, here's the apartments, it would seem. So this is sort of like a barracks block. You know, you'd have the bed in the front, and then you got beds in the back. So I'm assuming that's sort of like a little barracks area right here. It looks like these are all the apartments. Okay. That's probably what this all is this is all apartments. Okay. All right, I think we found where everybody sleeps. This is sort of like from this section all the way along this section is where everybody actually lives. And then everything else is pretty much just, you know, functional living. So like right here, it looks like a changing room. And then we make our way back in here and we got a bathhouse. So that's pretty cool. Anyway, so that is the walls of Isengard, which is pretty significant. It has taken a pretty good chunk of time. But now we're going to actually explore around the gardens outside Orthanc. And so there's a lot of these gazebos around the gardens. And they just add such a neat spot, you know, such neat atmosphere as we're exploring around. And there is so much to be seen. So... you know, I'm going to, again, try to represent as much of it as I can, but obviously there's just going to be certain points that I'm going to miss. It's just the fact, you know, I do want to be thorough in this video, but at the same point, I don't want to be so thorough that it just becomes absolutely boring. But anyways, these are really good lion statues. Very, very well done. I like the little curl in the tail back there. You got the iron for the mane, and then you got the patinaed copper as the main body. So that's very, very well done. But you'll notice that they have a lot of very unique designs throughout their garden. Obviously, I mean, it's pretty substantially noticeable that they've definitely taken a lot of inspiration from a lot of different sources to create this unique and very interesting landscaping that we are seeing right now. I'm guessing the main job, like even though there's craftsmen all the way around the walls of Isengard, I'm supposing their main job is to take care of parts of this garden, because obviously this garden would require a lot of trimming and you know, a lot of housekeeping to take care of it. You got like a lot of little garden mazes like this all the way around. This is, you know, stuff like that's really cool. You got this little pond right here with the bridge over it. Really like that. Looks like we got some representations of trees. So these are patina copper trees. Really cool. I like that. But yeah, just look at this pond. It's so pristine. Like, I'm just going to go stand right. You know what? I'm going to stand right here in this gazebo. I mean, just look at that. That's so beautiful. Just amazing. Artcraft just knows their stuff. They are such an incredible team of builders that really come together and create this world. And for those of you that are actually interested in joining Artcraft, there's quite a testing process before you can actually become an experienced builder here. But for sure, it's worth the time. If you are interested in being a part of this project, you know, absolutely come join the Artcraft server and come try out come learn. You know, that's the biggest thing is, you know, come learn and see how things are done. And you know, there is so much inspiration to take from this this project overall. And when I say project, like, I'm not talking about Isengard, I'm not talking about Rohan, I'm talking about Middle Earth. You know, there is so much to be seen. Like, even look at this, like this tree here is just so, it's unique because you got the path around it. You know, there's a skull there. I'm assuming this tree has some sort of significance to it. I don't know, but you know, it's just stuff like that that just adds such a nice flavor. You got all these little paths and things through the woods. It just gives you such an interesting, gives such a good effect. Like, you just want to explore this whole area. I'm sorry for flying around so much, but, you know, again, I'm trying to be conscientious. You know, obviously this is going to be a very long video in the first place, but still, it's worth exploring through. So we got another little neat area here. Again, another interesting garden location, a very decorative and ornamental sort of stoneworking, masonry working there. Got a couple benches here to kind of like maybe have a meeting, just kind of relax and enjoy. A little inset area here, very cool. Got some, I'm guessing oranges or lemons or apricots. I'm not quite sure. Some kind of fruit trees there. So we're going to continue our way this way. And I think we're going to probably just kind of go to the sky now because, you know, there's so much to be seen. There's no way we're going to be able to see all of it. But yeah, I just love stuff like this, like just the little bench there and everything. So anyways, that is the outside of Isengard. We're going to do a quick little tour around the inside gardens. As you can see, there's so much variation. You got paths and different flowers, and you'll see that everything is even though it's natural and it's very organized, it's very it's purposely designed. There is everything is placed where it's supposed to go. Like, you'll even notice that the design at the feet of Orthanc is designed to kind of be like a star shape, to kind of create that sort of like battlement look around the base of Orthanc, which is really quite cool. Very interesting design, and it just adds so much. I really like this, a little arbored area here. Got those vines growing over top. I like that. A little place to read some books here. I can imagine someone's just kind of sitting there enjoying the day. Then let's kind of look around this way and see if there's anything else to see. So that is the outside of of Orthanc, and like we just spent literally 35 minutes just on this part of the video. So actually, I really want to go check out what's this smoke over here. I really want to know what this is over here. Why is there smoke coming out of this area? Okay, so there's something underground. Oh my goodness, I had no idea there was an underground. All right, what is this? Industrial, very industrial. This is a forge? I'm assuming some sort of very... What is it? This is a forge of some sort. But what are they making? What is the purpose of it? What is the design? Is it... This is the stairs to the surface. I'm trying to understand what this is. Maybe... It's kind of like follow it around and just see if there's any indication as to what it is. Okay, so I'm seeing iron being shipped down here. But why is it underground? So yeah, they're bringing iron down from up above. It's kind of in a very random location. So maybe... Okay, my thought is perhaps the orcs are already in Isengard and they're already starting to prep the war machine for the coming events coming soon. I don't quote me on that, but that's the only thing that I can really... That's the only thing that I can really surmise this being, because it's supposed... It feels like it's supposed to be hidden. It feels like it's not supposed to be known to the world. That's all I can think. Maybe it's an Easter egg. Maybe it's purposely placed. Again, in the comments, I'll probably be corrected, and somebody will probably tell me that I'm wrong or something. Yep. Looks like this is where orcs would live. Got a lot of bones in here. A lot of smoke. Let's got some blood. All right, so my suspicions, I think, are true. Let's go over this way. We got another forge. Looks like another place where they would be prepping weapons of war and getting ready for the coming invasion of Rohan as they are developing the Orcai into a fighting... to fighters that they need to be. Interesting. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I never actually realized there was any underground to Isengard, so that's actually really cool. I'm glad we explored that. Again, another neat detail. So yeah, let's get into Orthanc now. Okay, so one thing I want you guys to really kind of take in about Orthanc is how very organic the build is. Now, I know probably with the shaders you can't really see quite what I'm talking about, but you'll notice that there is no one side that is the same. It is not copy pasta. It is not designed to be the same on one side as the other. This thing is completely asymmetrical. There is no one side as the other, and I find that absolutely amazing. Like, just look how much it flows. It feels so organic. It feels like it grew out of the ground, like it's some sort of tree trunk. Obviously, it's not a tree, but obviously it's Orthanc. But still, just the fact that how organic that kind of grows out. You got the sort of like tendrils reaching into the ground, which kind of indicates roots, and then it kind of just reaches up into the sky. So very well done. Let's just take a little bit of a look at the architectural insets throughout the build. You got a little kind of like, this is where Saruman would come out, and obviously in the movie this would be 10,000 Orcai standing in a very devastated landscape with lava coming up and stuff. But anyways, this is where he's addressing his soldiers to march to war. Or maybe it's up here, I don't know. There's a lot of different balconies and things as you go up. But as you can see, there's just so many windows, so many things all the way around. There's just an incredible amount of detail put into this. Again, another balcony right there. I'm assuming balconies on all 4 sides. Yeah, here's another balcony. Lots of cool stuff to be seen. Come around this side. Again, another balcony. So anyways, let's start making our way inside. Now, one thing I want you guys to particularly take note in the entrance is that it's not just a straight up stair. Look how curved that is. It just feels so organic, and it feels really cool. Making your way up into Isengard, you know, it just sort of like flows up, and you feel so natural making your way up into this incredible build. So one thing I want to take particular note of is when we enter in, you'll notice all these candles, and then you'll look down and you'll be like, what? How was that done? So if you guys want to understand how this is done, basically they copy everything that is up here and they flip it downwards, and so it becomes a repeated view of what is above. So basically you get that mirrored effect, and I really like that. You know, obviously in Minecraft you don't have mirrors, so you have to kind of do creative ways of creating a mirror effect. Now, this is also done in Mythland, and I'm sure in other places around, or was it Harland? I don't remember. Anyways, this is done in other places of art as well, but this is a really cool trick, and it just makes such a neat effect. I love that mirrored effect. Again, you just take what's up here, flip it, and then put glass there, maybe a little bit of fog, and it just makes it just very, very unique and cool. So we're going to start heading up the stairs here. Now, there is quite a bit to explore in Orthanc, so this will take just a little bit of time. But our first area to see is obviously the audience chamber, where Saruman would be sitting up here on his very comfy obsidian chair. I'm sure, has quite the lumbar support. But anyways, this is where he would not seek audience, but this is where he would have audience with those that would be seeking him for assistance or to give him messages, and this is where he would sit in order to take those messages. So anyways, very neat. I really like that, and it's actually, that like hole there really adds a neat effect. Plus the lighting effect just really kind of sets it up. Not to mention the window behind, just the contrast of that, really well done. You got the fire, you got the braziers on either side. Again, just such really, just overall, the builders just did an amazing job with this. You got windows looking out. Again, these windows really add really nice contrasting features. I'm assuming this is something of a waiting room. So like if you're seeking audience with Saruman and maybe he's busy at the moment, the assistant would probably put those that are waiting in there. Anyways, we're gonna start making our way upwards and see what else there is to see. Got a bathroom here. Obviously got to do your thing while you're waiting for the great wizard, the great white wizard, to come down and take your petition. So we're gonna start heading up the stairs. Now, one thing I want you guys to take note of is the way up is not the same. It's just different. It's just different. Like the whole way up is just unique and organic. There's no symmetry to it. It's very organic and clean. I love it. I absolutely love the architecture and the time and the thought that's gone into creating this structure. So here we have sort of a round table. I'd imagine important people, those in Saruman's closest council would probably be sitting here and talking about plans, and maybe something important comes up and they have to discuss things. Got some beds in here. I'm supposing like little guest chambers for those that Saruman feels worthy of being able to seek refuge in his great Orthanc. But anyways, that is this level. We got a couple beds in here, and now we're going to start making our way up the stairs a little bit more. Here's a nice little balcony, again, overlooking the great plains of Isengard. And now we're going to start making our way upwards yet again into, I'd say, up into the attic of Isengard, but man, we aren't even halfway up yet. There's still so much to be seen. So again, we got another large table here. I'm supposing this is sort of like a dining room table. Let's look at this, the chandelier. That is actually really well done. Very unique, using the, it looks like the, not elven lanterns, but, you know, using some lanterns there, and you got the large chandelier, and you got the weapon racks and everything. That's a really well done chandelier. Very, very cool. Got a nice little fireplace here. I'm looking for the kitchen. Okay, here we go. We got a kitchen in here. So this is where they would prep the food. Got a baker's oven up here. And then they would be cooking with pots and pans down here. It looks like some bread is cooling off there. And got some garlic and spices. Here we got a wine rack, very important. I'm sure Saruman has some very refined taste, so that would be a pretty expensive larder or wine rack, wine selection. So in here we got some, looks like just a pantry, just got some food kind of lying around. And then over here it looks like another part 2 of the kitchen, larger pots and just a lot of things going on in here. So that's pretty cool. Lots of preparation area. So let's try to make our way up to the next level. I'm pretty sure it's this way. Let's look at the ceiling really quick. Okay. And then we're going to start making our way up to the next level. So I really like the incorporation of these windows. And it's kind of like random. Like, you know, you just expect to see a window every so often. And it just really kind of, it works. Wherever they're put, it works. So here we have a study or a library. Again, Saruman is a very I was going to say educated, but I'm saving that word for Rohan. Saruman is a very educated individual. Obviously, he would have a lot of knowledge of history and understanding of cultures and just the history of the civilization of Middle-earth. And, you know, quite possibly the world in general. So, you know, he has a lot of books in here to be able to back all that up. So, yeah, we just came up here. So now we're going to go up the next flight of stairs. I'm assuming I've explored that area enough, so we're going to keep going up. I do like this. Like, you'll notice that, you know, the shutters are closed here, but now these shutters are open. That's a really neat detail. You know, let a little bit of a breeze in. I do like that. You know, just little details like that go a long way. Again, the shutters open there. Shutters are closed there. So, very, very cool. We make our way in here, and looks like we got sort of like a laboratory level. You got a telescope. I'm assuming this is sort of the observatory area. Obviously, looking at the stars and signs in the sky is probably a pretty significant thing in the wizardly culture. Got a study here. Coming here, looks like a place to make some potions. Over here, we got a spot where, again, probably potions. I don't know, potions. Always fill in the blank. We're going to say potions. Again, more potions. This is where probably he made his bomb to blow up Helm's Deep. But then again, I'm not even sure if that bomb is... I don't remember if that was in the book or not. But anyways, I was going to say this looks like a spot where a mirrored floor could go. But obviously, you can't copy-paste or flip that, you know, because there is a floor underneath this. If we go down underneath, you know, there's only 3 blocks between, so you can't really do that effect here, even though it's designed to be a mirrored floor. Unfortunately, just not capable of doing that. So we're going to keep making our way up the stairs. As you can see, the stairs are becoming narrower and narrower as we continue our way up. So here we have a larger, it looks like a larger laboratory of sorts. Got a lot of neat equipment in here, a lot of stuff going on. Here is some plants and mushrooms and things. Almost kind of scary to think about what a wizard would be growing, but we're not going to ask. We're going to make our way this way and see what else there is to see. Okay, so we got some dark cells, leading me to assume some pretty sketchy experiments are going on here. So anyways, that's very wizardly. And then I do like the shape of this chamber, and I like this sort of this architectural piece there on the wall there. Very, very nice. It's a nice set piece that creates a good backing and really good detail. So we're going to make our way back out and continue our way up the stairs, which is going to lead us to the next level, ideally. So here, looks like a Gondorian king. I'm not going to guess who that might be, but I'm assuming the builder or the king that was in charge of the building of this. Maybe the one that gave him the keys, gave Saruman the keys. So we come in here, and I'm guessing this is probably Saruman's chambers. That's just my guess. I'm guessing this is his chambers. And this is where... You know what? I think we missed something pretty significant. Let me see if I can find it. We'll go back to where we just were, but I remember exploring through here, and there was something very significant. Maybe I just haven't reached it yet. Let's just, because I think I remember it was on this side. Maybe, oh, there it is. Okay, I was right. Yeah, that's the Palantir. Obviously, very significant object in the Middle-earth or Lord of the Rings universe. So once we get there, we'll talk about that a little bit more. Anyways, sorry, guys. But yeah, this here is where Saruman would sleep if a wizard sleeps. And obviously take a bath, but we're not going to think about that. We're going to make our way this way and see what else there is to see. I think we've pretty much explored all of his chambers here, so that's pretty cool. And we're going to make our way up his personal stair, which leads us up to the next level, ideally. So here we are on the next level. So as you can see, it looks like this is something of a treasury. You got like precious gemstones, you got some crystals and things, gold, other types of very, this is probably where the artifacts that Saruman, maybe this is where Skyrim, if you were a Sky, I can just imagine like the Dovahkiin, like this would be the spot where he would want to come and loot and fill his chest full of very unique artifacts. Anyways, so there's the Palantir. Obviously, it's a very powerful item. It's like a bowling ball with it's like a, what do you call it? The Middle-earth version of a telephone, I guess. But it's like you can see through it, and obviously in the movies, Sauron uses it in a very sinister way to look into. Anyways, so here's a rookery. It's not called a rookery. I forget what it's called. But anyways, you got some crows in here. And I'm supposing that's how Saruman would send his messages throughout Rohan and other areas. So we're going to continue our way up if I can find out where the stairs are. Where is the stair? Oh, there it is right there. Oh, wait, no, this doesn't even go up. Okay, where is the stair? Forgive me, guys. I'm trying my best. Okay, this is actually only accessible by Saruman's room. So we'll go back down really quick. And so, like, as you can see, that whole treasury level is only accessible next to Saruman's bed. Okay? And if you want to make it up past that level and go even farther up, you got to go back down the hallway. And then this is the way to get up to the next level. I'm assuming this goes all the way to the roof. So let's go see. Yep, this is the roof. Okay, so this is the highest point that you can get on Orthanc, and as you can see, it's quite a substantial and very iconic kind of shape on the top of Isengard, and you get a really great view of the surroundings. So I really like Isengard. It's such a good build, so very well done, and really congratulations to the builders for making such an incredible and well-designed build. I'm trying to go to the sun side so you guys can actually see what we're looking at. So anyways, very well done. Beautiful build. Beautiful overall. The surroundings, the fields, the villages, everything about this build is just incredible. And even underground, you got the little like orc encampments underground. So pretty cool. So we're going to start making our way actually south, and we're going to go towards Rohan now. But I guess before we do that, let's take a little particular look at the main gate. I don't think we really touched on the main gate that much. So there is a little bit of battlements on the top, especially here at the top of the gatehouse. You got some arrow slits looking down, and I really like the shape Very unique and very interesting. It's quite well done. And of course, the gate itself, that is just epic. That is a heavy gate. You got two massive doors that, when closed, would be very difficult to open, and like a little bit of a postern gate right here in the event that one of like the main gates breached. So anyways, pretty cool. I really like that. So anyways, yeah, so that is Isengard. So we're gonna start making our way south, and I'll see you guys on the next build, which is going to be the Fords of Isen. So enjoy the walk. Okay, so here we are at the Fords of Isen, and the funny thing about the Fords of Isen is something I get a good laugh about is it's pretty much a creek, and you can practically cross it at any point during it. But obviously, being Artcraft, you know, the map, as big as it is, you have to scale certain things in order to fit into the map properly. So anyways, I just find it kind of funny. You know, this is the quote-unquote official crossing, because there's some rocks there, of course. So anyways, here we got a pair of Rohirrim, just some wood forts of Rohan. So this is the far west of Rohan, and these forts are designed to be sort of like a watchtower to oversee these lands. And as you can see, they're very rustic in a motte style. You got basically their stockade forts on top of mounds of dirt, surrounded by a moat. Well, not a moat, but a ditch all the way around. So I really like it. We'll take some particular inspiration from the stockades themselves. As you can see, it's just a mixture of different types of lumber. You got spruce, alder, oak, dark oak, etc. all throughout the walls. And wherever there's these little notches is actually like arrow slits of sorts, where they would be able to walk around on the platforms behind, shoot arrows down, or, you know, maybe like poke spears over to the any enemies that might be coming up and trying to get over the walls. So you can see that this fort in particular has 3 granaries. That one over there has 2. These granaries are obviously, well, grain silos where they would put grain and they'd have a food source. So that's a neat little detail that you can add into your forts, because obviously if there were to be a siege of some kind, obviously a siege against a fort like this would not last all that long, depending on the size of the enemy or the enemy combatants. But still, this is it's a defensive location, and it will definitely defend against brigands and small patrols and, you know, enemies that might be threatening the borders of Rohan. So I'm supposing there would be a small contingent in here, probably, you know, about 20 soldiers for each fort. And so you got a very communal feeling, as we've already learned in the first video. You know, Rohan is a very communal, very Anglo-Saxon kind of culture and environment. I'm trying to figure out how to get up to the next level. Where's the ladder? There it is right there. But anyways, this leads up to the top, and you get a nice little view over the lands. Now, obviously, if I had my view distance turned up to 64 and I really took the time to load all those regions in, it would be a much more epic view. But unfortunately, it's just Minecraft has its limitations, and it just to decrease lag as much as possible, you just got to make do with certain things. So you got a place to, I guess, dry some clothes right there, a little spot to sort of like sit around a fire outside I got a wagon, place to store some firewood right there. Got a couple cabins around. These are some communal halls. And one thing I want you guys to take particular note of is that each one of these homes has one of these. Well, I guess this one doesn't. That's surprising. I guess these windows are the substitute. But basically, these little areas. So if there's a fire on the inside, like in the middle. Like, okay, so this is a storehouse, so it doesn't need one. But you'll notice that if there's ever a structure with a fire pit inside, that fire pit obviously will produce smoke, and that smoke needs to go somewhere. And so that's what these were designed for, was to let that smoke out and keep the interior of the structure relatively, keep the air clean. So anyways, again, a barrack block and then a storehouse. So that's what this pretty much is. Got a couple watchtowers, or not watchtowers, but basically a gate type scenario here. You got the banners of the West Fold, of course, overlooking the entrance leading in. I really like it. I think that the design of these forts is very well done. Really no sense in exploring this fort over here. It's pretty much the same thing, but it's interesting that there's two of them. I guess it's always, if one's taken, they're still able to hold out on the second one, and the longer that they hold out, the more time that Rohan has to conjure up a fighting force in order to repel whatever the attacking force might be. So here we have a stable, I'm assuming. Yep, a stable. This is where they would keep their horses. Probably about 10 horses in here. Well, technically 5. There's room for 5 specifically, but I'm sure that you could probably smush in quite a few more. And then something of a pasture back here. There's no there's the entrance right there, but something of a pasture here, but I'm sure that they would just kind of let their horses roam free and kind of get what food that they need. Kind of curious what this is. Probably a gong pit. Yep, this is a gong pit. So this is where all of the the waste would go, in that pit right there, far away from the inhabitants of these forts. So anyways, so that is sort of like a frontier type environment here, and now we're going to continue our way east and then south yet again, and we're going to go to Grimslade. So here's actually a great detail that you guys can add into your builds is ruins of villages and things. Like, technically, this looks like it was only ruined recently. I'm supposing that maybe it was a small village here that was attacked in the years past. Maybe the inhabitants were all killed, and that those that live around just haven't found the time nor the motivation or need to rebuild this and revitalize it into a thriving hamlet that it once was. But anyways, I just think that's really cool. A good detail, adds ruins in and really adds a neat. So here we're at Grimslade, which is actually right at the foothills of the mountains that Rohan is up against. And as you can see, the shape is actually quite unique. It's set up along the top of the hill. As you can see, the hill sort of dips down, and there's a valley here which leads up into the mountains here, of course. So I actually really like the location of this. It's quite interesting. Also, forgive the FPS drops, is just going to have some issues as there's a lot of leaves in this region. So out front, you got a few pastures. This is where the horses would be. Obviously, there'd probably be stables within Grimslade, but outside it would be a little bit more just open and lots of area for horses to just kind of like make their way around. And anyways, I just really like the overall location of this. Back here we have a logging camp, it would seem. Yep, a logging camp, and this is where they obviously would be producing raw materials for construction. And well, wood is a huge resource in this era. You definitely need a lot of lumber in order to keep things moving in a general direction. You know, all of their structures are made out of wood, so it's a big deal. Gotta have lumber and a good supply of it. So they got a, I guess this is a sawmill. Yep, this is a analog sawmill, so it's not actually powered by anything other than brute strength. I would suppose they probably have some sort of pulley system where, you know, pulling something would create enough force in order to keep that blade turning, and then would give you know, it enough momentum to cut through lumber. So anyways, I'm sure that there is a very practical resource in order to reference for this, but that is actually a really cool design. I find that really cool. Anyways, I got some firewood, of course. This would be from all the branches of the trees that they cut down. And in here, it looks like where the this is where the, not the, I guess the quartermaster is not, he's not called the quartermaster, but the big guy. This is where the big guy would hand out payments and things in there. Whatever he's called. Got a blacksmith back here, because obviously you would need to, well, never mind, not a blacksmith. I saw a fire, thought blacksmith. It's a bakery. Got to have an oven in order to feed the very hungry lumberjacks, as they are, you know, this is hard work. Being a lumberjack is no easy task for sure. And this is, of course, where all of the workers would sleep. So we're going to go ahead and make our way back towards Grimslade, and we're going to just kind of make a quick little kind of looky around. Not really going to go into everywhere or everything, but we're going to just kind of check around certain areas. Like, here's a good detail. You know, maybe they the roof is being freshly put on, and so so that's kind of what this is representing. Maybe they have the roof sort of torn back. Maybe it rotted or something, and they got to rebuild it. Maybe they're building an addition. Who knows? But anyways, that's just a really cool detail that you can add into your builds. I do like the shape of roof right here. You got the two-tiered roof. That's really cool. Having those roof borders sometimes is a really cool effect. Also, I want you guys to take particular note that pretty much every home has a food source. Looks like we got some gong pits back here as well. I would think that they would be out here, but apparently they're right there. Maybe they use it as fertilizer. I don't know. Anyways, you'll notice that each place has a garden or a paddock for animals. So basically, they have their own food source. Looks like you got someone here that is either chopping firewood, or maybe he's a carpenter. I'm assuming he's just chopping firewood. Yeah, maybe he's just providing firewood for everybody. So that's what that is all about. Again, we got more gardens, more just areas for food production, because obviously everybody needs to eat. Everybody needs to have food. And so they kind of have this kind of communal environment where everyone kind of produces their own food, and then obviously they would share and, you know, kind of produce enough where the village could be relatively comfortable. So one thing I want to take particular note of is that there is a centralized part of Grimslade that is actually walled off. So you'll see that this part here with the main longhouse, you'll go all the way around, and there is a stone wall surrounding that sort of centralized section, which I find is really cool, because having those sort of sectioned off areas is a really cool effect in order to kind of produce a somewhat defensive position. So like everyone would probably come into this, like say if the village is under attack, you know, most of the inhabitants would make their way into this area within the stone walls. Even though the stone walls would not hold back any significant attack, they still would be enough to kind of just keep people relatively safe. So that's what that's all about. Anyways, let's just go ahead and check around. We got a well here. Obviously, you need to have some water. Of course, for the most defensible location, definitely need to have a water supply. So we're going to head into the main longhouse now. As you can see, man, I really like this. I really like the detail. It's very well done, very bright. Honestly, I really like the cobble floor. Very, very nice. I like that. A little place up here where the I'm not sure if the Lord and Lady is the right term for nobility of Rohan, but obviously the nobility of Rohan, of this town of Grimslade would be here. This is where they would sit, and then of course all of the inhabitants, the soldiers, you know, the higher ups, and the I'm sure most inhabitants. You know, everyone's very communal and very friendly, I'm supposing. So you know, you wouldn't have like, you know, the low class that wouldn't be invited to feasts and things of that nature. But anyways, we're still in the Westfold, of course, so you got those Westfold banners. So I'm just going to kind of look through a couple more of these. It looks like we got something of an armory here. Make our way into this hall, and it looks like another kind of like tavern type space. Well, no, it's still a home. You got some beds over here. Okay. It's just really cool to see all of these different approaches into how to do these certain areas. Again, we got more beds and a very communal area up here. I think that's pretty cool. But anyways, that is Grimslade. Oh yeah, and these are another style of granary, by the way. You got some kind of food source, I'm guessing grain, in these granaries here. And as you can see, they're all made out of wood, which is an interesting design. You got the thatch roofs, so I like that. We got a little bit of a blacksmith back here. I think that's pretty cool. You know, again, a very basic one. You're not really going to expect really epic forges in Rohan. Maybe at Helm's Deep, but, you know, it's not going to be like a Gondorian forge or a Dwarven forge, like nothing near a Dwarven forge or even an Elven forge. But Rohan, of course, still makes their own weapons. So anyways, that's Grimslade. So now we're going to start making our way down. We're going to go to the next town. So here we're at Aldorstowe. Aldorstowe is a town that is just east, well, just a little bit northeast of our previous location, which was Grimslade. And it is actually a quite a nice town. Again, you have sort of like the centralized location surrounded in a stone wall. And then, you know, like Grimslade had the wooden wall as sort of like a stockade around the rest of the town. But I guess since this is more like less on the frontier, they don't really need such a, significant defenses as what Grimslade has. But as you can see, it's still a pretty significant sized town, and there's a lot of details to check out. So we're going to start, I guess we'll start at the entrance, because that's probably the most, that's probably where we should start. So we got a little bit of a gate. It's more ornamental than anything. Obviously, you got some brushed walls, but, that can be easily broken through. So, you close this gate, it's more of a, it's not really, if you close the gate, it's not like I can't get in. If you close the gate, it's more just like, the town's closed for the day kind of thing. Anyways, we make our way in, and the first thing we notice is this cart here. It's a pretty cool design. I like that. Looks like you got some firewood in there. Probably some supplies to help build this house here. I really like this detail. Construction is a really cool thing to add into your builds to indicate that there is something going on. So I really do like having construction going on throughout my builds. Is something I never really add in is construction. So that's definitely something I would like to do myself. So we'll make our way into whatever this house is here. Just like just a normal house, not really too much going on. Got some beds over here, central fireplace, kitchen kind of thing, and a table, of course. So now this is the gate that if it's closed, it would be more of a defensive reason, because it's surrounded in a stone wall, of course. So it would be more difficult to surpass this gate. So we're going to make our way down through here. I'm not really going to check everything out, but as we're walking through, we'll kind of just point out little things. So we got a little bit of a market area in here. It looks like we got, I'm guessing, someone that's selling, tanned leather. Over here we got pots. Here we got some meat and some game. Over here it looks like some beer and mead. That's a nice little detail. An owl in a cage there. Got a well. Again, got some more drink being sold. Apples. Gotta have your apple stand. Produce, of course. Some firewood. Firewood seems like such a trivial thing to sell, but in this day and age, I'm sure that's probably a big deal. I'm not quite sure what they're selling. Probably baskets and weaved items. Again, some more produce here, and I'm assuming some sort of livestock being sold here. But anyways, that's sort of like the market area. Every little village and town should have a market area. So we're going to make our way into here, and this is the main hall, it looks like. This is where, well, I'm not actually sure, because in Grimslade and most other places, the main hall usually has like a sort of like a main area where the nobility would sit. I'm assuming, no, not really. So I guess it's just a different style. It's a different culture here. They don't quite do the whole like this is the focal point of the structure. So anyways, let's just look around this really quick. I really do like the design. I think that's pretty cool. Very nice. It's a 45-degree angle hall, and it flows very well. I do like the shape of that roof. Very well done. We got some granaries back here, but before we do that, I'm guessing we got some pens. Now, this is probably not for horses. I would assume that's probably for some sort of livestock for those stalls there. Got a place to grind down your blade and sharpen your blade there. Place to practice archery, so that's a good thing to have. Looks like some hops and some different types of crops back here. Again, just like Grimslade, every house should probably have its own gardens. Here we have a couple granaries, well, silos more specifically. These silos would hold, obviously, the grain for the village to give some sort of food supply so that they could have something to eat. They would produce during the spring, summer, and fall, and then they would have something to eat over the winter. So, well, technically not the spring. So summer and fall. Spring is when it's growing. So let's just keep looking around and see if there's anything else of interest. This building here looks like an interesting spot to look through. We'll do a quick little gander around the exterior. I find that quite interesting. Very well done. The builder definitely knew what they were doing. Got some good contrast, shape, and design going on. I'm assuming this is a tavern of sorts. Yep, this is a tavern. You got plenty of spacing to eat. Got a little bit of a kitchen area. So I am going to assume that there would need to be a brewery. I mean, it doesn't have to have a brewery nearby, but I would assume that there would be a brewery. This is a really neat looking building here as well. I really like the roof of this. That's actually really, really interesting. You have a continuation of it right here too. So you'll notice that, that continuation just adds such a good design into the build. So let's go explore in here. Well, there we go. So this here is the distillery where they would produce the mead or beer or whatever they're drinking for their tavern. Obviously, normal water generally would be, they would find in the medieval era, believe it or not, water tended to be very contaminated, and people did not realize that just boiling water would take care of the bacteria. So anyways, their solution for clean drink was mead, because the alcohol content would kill the bacteria, or the process of making the alcohol would kill the bacteria and become safe to drink. So anyways, that's just a nice little tidbit, and I'm sure you guys will be asking for references for that. Anyways, there is just so much to be seen. You got chicken coops, you got wood sheds, you just got gardens, and now this is actually kind of interesting. So generally when you think of like mudlots like this, and you see the trees are so destroyed. Now goats are known for destroying greenery like this, so I am going to assume that this is a goat paddock. You got a little bit of a living space for the animals in there, the livestock, whatever that might be. And then over here, we got another little animal pen. Very basic, very bland. Doesn't have to have any detail in here, to be honest. Just needs to be a spot with a roof over it. Because believe it or not, that quality of life is a huge difference for animals. And the happier your animals are, the better that they will produce the resources that you need in order to survive. So say if you want a fat cow, you got to treat her nicely. Anyways, we're going to continue to look around here. I'm going to assume this is some sort of mill. Okay, this is actually really cool. So it looks like the water wheel would be inside. Okay, so I'm kind of curious how this works. So we have the water gates here. So we're going to go to spectator mode, and we're going to check in what's going on here. We got that. Okay, so this is an interesting water wheel. Okay, so what happens is they would open this gate, and the water would flow in through here. And instead of the water wheel being a vertical style, it's actually horizontal. So while the water is flowing through here, it would push the water wheel to then turn the grinding stone. Excuse me. Also, I want you guys to take particular notice of how this building is lifted up off the ground. That's actually a very realistic thing. The foundation of buildings are generally lifted up off the ground level. So you'll notice that the foundation has quite a substantial amount of space between itself and the ground. So this would be the access way. You come down from the entrance of the building and make your way in. So that's a really cool design by the Artcraft team. And you got your grinding wheel here, and this obviously would grind wheat and would make it into flour so that they could actually use it for bread and other things that they would be able to eat. Looks like we got some beehives here, aka an apiary. This is where they would harvest honey and wax. Wax in particular was a very important resource in this era because before they were using pig's fat for candles, and when burning pig's fat, it would stink very much. So the wax was a fantastic alternative. Plus, it burned longer, cleaner, and it just had a better effect. So anyways, that's an apiary. Again, a very good resource. So here is a horse paddock. I'm assuming this is where they would train horses for the Rohirrim and prep them for war when need be. So you'd have some stalls in here to keep your horses, and then you'd have a sort of training square, and then obviously probably some spaces for the workers to kind of live and just have a space to be where they need to be. Either that, or it's just like a garrison, maybe. I don't know. Probably a place to train horses is my assumption. Got a little bit of a logging camp back here, maybe to cut some firewood and prep for the winter. Obviously, you got these little planning squares every so often. I'm assuming that this is in relation to their updating the map. Apparently, they're going to be redoing the entire nature of Artcraft. Every single bit of it. They're updating it to the 1.15.2 mod, which currently I'm on the 1.12. That's what this map is. But they're updating to the 1.15.2, which is going to have substantially more realistic and interesting trees. So anyways, that is Aldorstowe. And we are going to now make our way. Well, before we do, I want to check out what this is. I'm supposing this is a lavatory. Okay, that's what this is. This is the lavatory. This is where they would do the number 2. And that's where things would happen. And it would be a very, very stinky area here for sure. But that is a very needed thing to have, especially in the town environment. And it's interesting. It's like the town spot. So, say if you're on the far side of town, way down there, you got to go to the bathroom. So you got to, wake up, run all the way down here and do your thing. So anyways, that's Aldorstowe. Very, very well done. Builder is the builder of this town, or village, should I say. I want to make that distinction. This is a village. Towns are like Aldburg, you know, well, Aldburg is like between city and town status, but I would say it's more of a town. And then Edoras for sure is a city. Mithlon's a city. You know, there's a very distinct difference between town and city and village, but this would most certainly be a village. So anyways, let's make our way to our next town, which will be Stipel. So this is not actually Stipel, but it is a small village in between the two main villages. So you got Aldorstowe and you got Stipel going that direction. But this is like a little village in between. It's a really neat little location. There's just some neat things to see around. So I'm just going to kind of like show you guys around this village. I don't even think this village has a name, at least not officially. Pretty much everything that I've been looking through so far, if I say the name, it's a warp. But I don't think this one has a warp. But anyways, it's just a really neat little location. You got little things every so often that you can look through. Like this is like a barn. Let's just go into the main hall of this build really quick, and then we'll continue our way on towards Stipel. But we make our way in here. You got the fire pit. Got a kind of a communal space, and then again more communal space over here. So anyways, just wanted to show you guys this build, and then we're going to make our way to Stipel, which is actually quite a substantial village. And so here we are at Stipel. Again, it's another village on the west side of Rohan. And as you can see, it has a very distinct shape. I really do like the design of this one overall. You can see there's sort of like an outer ring, and then there's an inner ring, and then there's the central like sort of main area where you got, of course, the tower, the sort of motte tower style. It's built on just a little bit of a hill. You got the main hall here. And obviously, one thing that you'll notice about this build in particular is pretty much all of our other locations have a pretty significant main hall. But this one trades off the really massive longhouse for the tower, which is actually pretty significant because this is quite a bit more defensive than what you would, you know, than a longhouse would be. So I do like it. I think that's really neat. Plus, it really makes this build in particular stand out. That sort of sets off sort of like a center point for the build, sort of like a focal point, should I say, not center point. So anyways, I really do like that. Plus, I really like this sort of like outline using brush all the way around the outside of the village. Generally, that's kind of designed as defensive as well, because they'd probably, you know, it'd probably be like prickly bushes, like, you know, briars and whatnot, and it would keep out predators. It would, you know, little, thieves and things like that. It would be difficult to get through. So anyways, it is somewhat of a barrier, even though it would not stop a professional fighting force. But still. Anyways, as we're going around, I'm just like checking out details. Looks like we got a Fletcher right here. He'd probably be cutting down lumber into sticks so that he could make arrows. So that's what that is. Looks like a little bit of a hunting kind of hobby kind of place back here. Not maybe not to sell, but that's just like a little shed he has in the back to you know, skin game that he goes out and hunts for. Looks like we got a little bit of a barn back in here for some horses. And then let's go over here. Got a little bit of a bathhouse. This is very interesting. I like this. I'm supposing there's probably a spring here, and then it would flow, and then obviously this would flow down to a creek or a river, which we will be seeing soon on our way to our next location. So I really do like this house here. This is a very unique and interesting style. It does kind of like separate itself from what we've been seeing everywhere else. This is a very interesting structure. I really like it. There's a lot more of stylization going on with it, which really helps it stand out. So let's see what it is. Honestly, I'd really like to know what this structure is. So we come inside, just kind of looking around. I'm trying to get an idea of what we're looking for. As you can see, it uses more chairs than benches. So whoever uses this structure, it looks like more of an administrative building. It just seems to me that whoever lives here is higher class and maybe sorts out more of the administrative duties of this of Stipel, of this village. I don't know for sure, but my just assumption is, you know, maybe that's not where the earl or the nobility lives, but possibly just like a higher class individual that's in charge of things. My assumption is that the noble or the earl, yeah, this is where the earl lives, is in this right here. But yeah, that's still really cool. So we got some stables in the main area here, but before I want to do this part last. Let's first look at the rest of the build. So we got a granary here, or I'm sorry, a grain silo. That's where they would have the grain, and then this right here is where they would release the grain. So you could bring your wheelbarrow or your cart or your sack up underneath. There would be a lever, and then it would open up it would open it up so that it would pour out. And then you'd obviously close it up, and then you'd have a full sack of flour or grain or whatever. And then you can use that for your cooking needs. Obviously, a town needs to have a food source, which obviously is sourced from the fields surrounding. So this here is the central area for Stipel. You got a gazebo, probably where announcements would be made. Main meetings and things of that nature. And say if there's like a traveling carnival or something of that nature, that would be done in this central circle here. And then I would assume that these homes are all for wealthier individuals that are skilled in one way or another. And you can already tell, like, look at all that color. That's something you typically see in houses in Rohan, but still, what I'm saying is, like, all these houses out here would be less colorful. They can't afford it. Whereas the more colorful a build is, or the more colorful something is, you can generally start making the assumption that there is a little bit more money involved. So yeah, it looks like he's a craftsman as well. He has a bunch of tools, but I'm not quite sure what he is specifically making. But I do like having all of these workshops. Looks like leather. Okay. Let's go in here, see what this is. Pretty much just a house. But anyways, you guys get the idea. These are probably wealthier individuals. And then, again, I really want to kind of point out just the fact that there's so much gardens going on. Here we got an extension of a craftsman area. I do like that. I like this with the sawhorses holding up the whatever the lumber is that he's cutting into. Got a well here. I like that. Got an outhouse here. That's a nice design. These are actually birdhouses. I'm not sure if there's any kind of practical application for it, but my assumption is that maybe they, I don't know. Maybe it's just decorative, and maybe, just birds live in it. But my assumption is that there's some sort of practical bird. Maybe pigeons. Pigeons are good food. Not that I've had pigeon before, but I've heard that pigeons are a good food source for this era. So anyways, that is Stipel. There's a tent over here. Let's see what this is really quick. Oh, a rope maker. That's actually pretty cool. So yeah, if you guys aren't familiar with rope making, what they'll do is they'll take strands of a whole bunch of different, I forget what it's made out of, but they'll take strands and then they'll basically tie it to a bunch of different points on a wheel on each side, and then they'll just kind of roll it, or they'll spin it enough times until you get a tight rope that you can use. But anyways, that's what that is, a rope maker. So yeah, little craftsmen like this are just really cool to look for throughout Rohan. So anyways, let's see, is there anything else in here to be seen? No, this is a nice communal hall. I like this. This is cool. I want to see underneath. Okay, never mind. I was thinking that there would be sort of like a foundation under this wood floor, but there is not. That's what I was expecting to find. But anyways, this is really nice. I like that roof. Pretty cool design. All right, so let's just kind of look through here. We've already checked out the longhouse. let's just kind of look through this tower really quick. Let's see if there's anything interesting to find inside. Got a little bit of a communal area in here. I mean, I say communal a lot, but, you know, that's really no other way to define these areas. You know, maybe this is where the colonel, or not the colonel, the, you know, whoever's interesting. Okay, it's royal and Westfold, so something tells me nobility. Here we have a little bit of a barracks area, and then up here we have more barracks, just a bunch of beds for soldiers, and then the attic space. So we're just going to switch to spectator and continue our way onwards. So I think we're going to follow this road here, and then this is going to lead us to our next location. Oh yeah, a corral. That's a cool idea. This is where people would put their horses before entering the town. They would just throw them in the corral there. So anyways, that is Stipel. So now we're going to make our way to Turfaham, but on the way there's something I want you guys to see. So something I want to particularly show you about this area, we're on our way to Turfaham right now, which is a village just this way. But you'll notice that all of this is actually handmade terrain. This is not made in World Painter, which is absolutely an incredible feat, to be honest. Because if you follow this far enough, you're just going to notice so much work has been done. And like right here, for example, is a spot where they've been digging out some clay, I'm supposing, for bricks and things. This is just a little village. Honestly, I don't even know what the name of this village is, but this is like a little small hamlet kind of built into the very northern edge of Rohan. So my assumption here is that they're actually making charcoal. What they'll do is they'll take firewood, they'll put it into, they'll stack it, and then they'll pat clay all the way over it, and then they'll set it afire, and then all that lumber would become charcoal. And charcoal, of course, is a very important resource to have in this society, so that's actually pretty cool. Charcoal makers, very, very good detail. So these little hills here, obviously they have a very specific purpose to be here. But my assumption is that somehow these are like mounds of peat. Not that I am an expert or anything, but my assumption is because, you know, this dark block here is actually peat. And these mounds of dirt, as you can see, are very kind of unique. And they are in locations throughout. Like, for example, there's one there, there's one there, there's one there. And there's actually some really cool locations as we continue our way on. But I don't quite understand what the purpose of it is, but there is some interesting uses of this terrain. But you'll see that that is not complete, but it's pretty much the idea of what we're going to be expecting to see as we make our way down this sort of wetlands area, which leads us down to Turfaham, which is right, not here. Follow this road. Turfaham should be right on up here a little bit more. But yeah, so here we are, Turfaham. So Turfaham is a village on the very northern side of Rohan. Well, not the very northern side, but the developed locations of Artecraft so far. This is on the very northern edge of that. But yeah, Turfaham, as you can see, is closer to sort of a sod roof style. It's not specifically sod roof, but it looks like at one point all of this used to be thatch, but over time it's decomposed and grass has grown in those locations. But I really like, excuse me, I really like the interior of this longhouse. It's very well done, and it just feels so, like, it feels so homely and rustic. Like, it just feels so comfy. Like, what's that word I'm looking for? It feels so, I don't know. Anyways, really good job with this interior. Whoever did this, I also really like the fire pit design. That really stands out to me, and I really like this room back here. Very, very cool. You got the shields and everything all the way around, and then a painting of, it looks like a boar. Looks like they're killing each other. Anyways, there is just so much detail throughout this world and so many things to see. And I'm really trying to point out specifics as we continue around. So it looks like right here we have someone who is, this is all peat right here. So my assumption is that they're using peat to burn. I do like stuff like this, like little creeks and, or not creeks, but little streams, little trickling brooks going through the town. I think that's really cool. You got these little sort of like trowels going around, and obviously it would eventually trickle down into a stream and then down to the creek, which is right here, and then the wetlands. So that's what all that is. Here's again, looks like someone who is developing this peat into a refinable resource to be used throughout Rohan, to sell it to clients that want it. I like the use of the obsidian rocks to make it look like small little patches of it. Very, very nice. And I do like that these houses are built on stilts. That's a really good touch because obviously this is a wetland style environment, and you'll notice that there's a lot of stilts in this area here because this would probably fill up with water here during a rainy season. So I do like that a lot. This whole village would probably be underwater during a very during flood season, would probably be underwater, so that would be a very challenging time to live here. But I do like this over here. This is a very large mound, and there's this one side over here that looks really neat. I do like this over here. As you can see, there's like a little bit of a like a road that leads down, and my assumption is that they've been harvesting the peat over here, because this all looks like it's been dug out, and that they are maybe transporting it to be used, you know, in the village. But I do find that really cool. I really, really like this kind of location. Plus, like, if you're down here on the ground, like, just look how atmospheric this is. It just feels so right. Like, I feel like it's just so atmospheric. It feels good. Very swampy, very natural. So yeah, it's just really cool to see the Artcraft team develop this over time and then produce these amazing towns and terrain. Because like I was saying before, like, the terrain is just the highlight of this project. You would not have such an incredible build or project without the exceptional terrain that it is on. So anyways, let's move on, and we're going to go to Fulgoldun. Okay, so now we are at Fulgoldun. What a name. But anyways, Fulgoldun is a town, again, it's right to the north of the main settlements of Rohan. Well, I would actually say it's probably pretty centralized, but, I mean, we're still in the Westfold, technically, though. But Fulgoldun is, again, another very nice little village set here, again, on a hill, overlooking, obviously, quite a few farms and fields and pastures and all sorts of detail all surrounding. Now, for some reason, I really want to come over here and check this out. It looks like a functional building. I'm assuming this is probably another one of those mills. So let's go ahead and check out the interior. First of all, one thing that really stands out to me is this walkway that leads up to the front of the building here. Kind of curious what these are. I'm just thinking that that's probably just like piles of grass that they've gathered that it's drying into hay, maybe. I don't know for sure, but I'm kind of curious what exactly these are supposed to be. What are they gathered for? What is the purpose of those? And why are they specifically here by this building? But anyways, let's head on inside. It looks like it's another one of those horizontal water mills. So you can see they got some flour in here. Again, it's a functional building to grind grain into to flour. So let's see if we can actually find our way down into the functional part of this. I'm assuming there's probably a way in. Maybe not, but as you can see, there's a little water wheel in there. In fact, we're going to just go to spectator mode. But you can see that, again, it's one of those horizontal water wheels. What they'll do is, excuse me, what they'll do is they'll lift the this gate here, and then that will spill water down this this path, and then it would propel this wheel to turn, thus grinding the flour up here. So I do like this design. I haven't actually heard of a horizontal wheel like this before, but you know, if it's on Artcraft, they've done research, and it is a thing. And again, I want you guys to kind of realize, you know, the idea of spillways. You know, they have two paths. They have the path for the wheel, and then they have the path for the actual stream itself. So that way, when they don't want to utilize the water wheel, they always have the option to turn it off. So I always like stuff like this. You know, they don't just, you know, make a path. Sometimes you don't need bridges, you know, especially for a stream. So that's something that you guys can kind of think about. You know, sometimes it's cool to have a bridge, but, you know, especially for streams and things, you don't really need a bridge. There's a nice little cart. You know, in Conquest Reforged, you're always tempted to use the 3D carts that we have at our disposal, but, you know, I do like the occasional not using carts. So it looks like this is a threshing floor. This is where they would take wheat, and then they would thresh the stalks, and then it would loose the grain and the tops, the buds, so that then they can put that in wheelbarrows and bring it on down to the grinding wheel. So that's pretty cool. Up here, it looks like we got a little horse kind of mud lot. I do like this design here. This is really cool. It's one of those like sort of baskets that holds hay, and then the horse can just kind of eat it as they go. We got a little trough there. But yeah, that's actually a really cool design. Those little details like that really add to a build. So, you know, take inspiration from that. Find unique ways of doing these things on your own. So this is really cool. This is a tavern, it looks like. Well, probably not. It looks like the main hall. I'm assuming this is the main hall. But anyways, you got quite a wide open space. And again, here we are in the West Fold. We got these banners signifying that. You got plenty of space where people would sleep, and it would seem that this is where the horses would be. So they have a very personal relationship with their horses, you know, in a very innocent way. Don't take it the wrong way. But, you know, they literally allow the horses in the same space that they live. And that's what I would consider the Rohirrim. The Rohirrim truly are one with their horses. They are, in fact, the horse lords. So that, to me, that makes sense. So let's actually start back at the entrance of Fulgoldun, and we'll go ahead and do sort of like an atmospheric walk down. First of all, we start here. It's just a very ornamental entrance, you know, something like you would see in the Wild West. You got a lot of these little birdhouses. You know, there's one there, there's one there. Looks like a little wagon where they would throw prisoners in. I like that. That's kind of fun. Again, gardens all over the place. That's cool. You got wagons, and looks like another mud lot. Again, you know, they are the horse lords, so I do like seeing stuff like this. Having more, you know, paddocks like this where horses would be let out. And then like down there is great because that's all pasture land. Horses need a lot of space to be able to roam around and live in. Here's a nice little wagon design. I like this, using the birch railings and the birch stairs. That is a really good design. I think that is a solid inspiration for our own projects. I'm trying to get what this is right here. It looks like a stage, I'm assuming. It's probably something else, but or maybe it's just a table. I don't know. But anyways, I just find that's an interesting thing. Come inside here. Got a big wide open space again. Got a fire pit. Some cheese and random things. You know, it's also always kind of worth to check out back to see if there's any like craftsman type things going on. Little apple orchard in here, and as you can see, you got baskets. So they're mid-harvest right now. They're harvesting the apples, the crop. Gotta have apples. Apples are a great thing. You know what they say, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, or something like that. What's this? I'm curious what this is. Is this a... Oh, it's a chicken coop. Oh, that's cool. That's actually really cool. Here's another chicken coop design. You know, it's very quaint, very simple, but then again, you know, having different designs, that makes sense because, you know, everyone's a different, you know, does things differently, and it really adds to a nice overall look. Here's another chicken coop right here. I like that a lot. Again, a very unique design, and that's something I really like to see. Here's a great detail. You know, it's not uncommon to see a paper wasp nest in the eaves of your house. In fact, I just had one a couple years ago, and I had to tear that one down. So, you know, that's a very cool. I'll tell you a story. I remember there was a paper wasp nest at our friend's house, and we were big in airsoft back in the day. And man, it was like 6 of us, and we all had full automatic 400 FPS plus airsoft guns, and we shredded that thing. It was a hazard. It was right where the animals were, and there was people constantly walking underneath it, so it had to go. So anyways, we'll continue to walk down the path here and see what else there is to see. Lots of carts, and we're coming into a big open space, as you would expect to see in any village or town environment. Having open spaces like this is ideal for fairgrounds, events, carnivals, gatherings. You know, maybe you need to make a big speech to the town folk, and this is a place where they can all crowd together, and you can rally the troops and prepare for war if need be. So let's continue to walk down this way and see what else there is to see. This is a particularly interesting build to me. I'm assuming it's a brick maker, because you have bricks up here. Looks like they're drying. This looks like just a big vat of wet clay that they're maybe stirring the impurities out of, or mixing in certain materials to get the right consistencies. And then these look like the furnaces that you would stack bricks into and make the make the bricks that you are looking to do. So I find that really interesting. I do really like having unique makers throughout. Rohan is just full of makers and craftsmen and all sorts of things. So it's just really cool to explore through all of this environment. And that's why I specifically want to do this extra long. And finally, not a pig. That's awesome. It's like they've been slaughtering pigs all throughout Rohan, and now here's our rabbit. They're finally eating a rabbit. It's overexcited. But oh, look at this, another horse trough. This is another cool design. Again, it's something that horses could eat hay out of. But yeah, seeing the craftsmen all throughout Rohan and the ways that these builders do certain details and things, it's just really cool to see all of this. Again, we got another pen in here, probably a pigsty. I don't know. It's right next to the butcher, so if you're living in this and you're an animal, chances are your days are numbered. So here we have what you would, it was kind of like a turntable, and I'm sure what they would do is they would bring the animal up here, slaughter the animal, maybe on this table or something, and then they would hang the animal up, back feet first and then hanging down, and they'd probably kind of like turn it around, and so that it would allow the blood and whatever else's impurities to dry out a little bit before they actually start flaying. I know that's all very gruesome, but that's just a simple fact. If you eat meat, it's just part of the process, and being a butcher is just part of the part of the process. So that is a butcher. Very nice. I like the use of detail, and I like what they've done here. Very, very nice. Let's see what else there is to see around here. I got plenty of gardens and fields and all kinds of neat things. Gotta be able to grow your own food, as we have said many times before in other towns and villages that we've seen so far. So right here we have, looks like a blacksmith, and it looks like this is one of a higher class blacksmith. They have quite a bit more infrastructure than what we've seen in the other blacksmiths in the other villages. Of course, you got a very nice forge. I don't really see a smelter anywhere, but that's something that can be always kind of makeshift and put together. But looks like they got lots of tools. They got a... Of course, you got the anvil tools sitting there and some oil to what do you call it, douse the blade. But it looks like this blacksmith is more focused on swords and weaponry than tools. So I'm assuming that this is probably a well-known blacksmith. I'm assuming this is probably his house. Blacksmiths were a fairly well-to-do profession. Obviously, if you were skilled and at that craft, you would be able to afford a higher standard of living. So yeah, that's a nice house for the blacksmith. I'm not quite sure what these ropes here are for. Possibly a way to practice with your blade, with blades that he makes. But anyways, that's just a cool little detail to have. Place to dry clothes and wash clothes. Again, we got some more granaries. Gotta have those. Well, grain silos. You know, that's something I haven't actually seen, is a straight up granary around here. You know, granaries are not grain silos, but they are about the same design, but they put all sorts of different you know, vegetables and things inside. But I'm assuming maybe that's just not a thing in this culture. Here's another one of those chicken coops. It's about the same style as the one we had seen earlier in Fulgoldun, somewhere else, I forget where, but anyways, it's still a nice little detail. I do like the overall style of Fulgoldun. You'll notice that the houses seem a little bit more refined and a lot more detailed than some of these other villages that we've seen. The builder here has done an exceptional job of making everything feel unique and just has a really good touch. So whoever built Fulgoldun, you know, really good job. I mean, this is really well done. You got a great overall plan. I mean, the village just flows together. Everything works. Every building is unique and interesting. You got angled builds in here. Spaces are nice and wide, and you got plenty of great detailing. And so yeah, really good job with this build. Really like it. So now we're going to make our way back. We're actually going to be backtracking. We're going to be going back west, and then we're going to be going south. Sorry about that. We're going to be going south to Mearhdenu. So I'll see you guys there. Okay, well, here we are at Mearhdenu. I'm not quite sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I really have a soft spot for this village as well. In fact, I would say it's very likely that the builder of this village is the same as the one that we were just at, Fulgoldun. Because, again, they have very unique and very interesting builds, and they follows a very similar stylization. But, yeah, there is some really good stuff in here, so we're going to be checking it out and looking at some of the unique details that we're going to be able to find through this village. There is a lot, so let's start off by I want to specifically look at what that is. Looks like more brickmakers, but anyways, let's go ahead and start at the entrance yet again, and then we're going to start kind of walking around, and then we're going to kind of spot check different areas to see if we've gotten all the craftsmen. Because some of the craftsmen can be very inspirational. In fact, some of them can be very unique to each of these villages. So finding them can be very beneficial as an inspirational, you know, aspect. So I first kind of want to walk down through here. I kind of want to see some details in the back. And I saw this like sort of covered tent back here. It makes me think that it's something specific or like a special type of thing. So let's see what this is. So far I'm seeing meat. I'm seeing what looks like a carcass hanging up here. Is this another butcher? That's what I'm leading towards, that conclusion that this is another butcher, but a smaller scale. It seems like this one's a much more just a smaller, maybe not even a butcher. Maybe this is just the owner of this house is just, you know, skinning a carcass of an animal for his family. That is a more likely conclusion for that, because if it was a business, I would think that there would be a larger, you know, just more space and just a more infrastructure in general. So anyways, we'll continue our way this way to see what else there is to see. Looks like we got like something like a little garden kind of party going on here. Yeah, we got some flutes, got some music going on, a wedding. I'm going to say this is probably a wedding going on. That is my assumption, or it's just some kind of party in general. But that is what this looks like. Maybe it's just a party or just some sort of get-together gathering, but you know, generally weddings are the go-to explanation for things of that nature. So looks like this is a pretty substantial building, and just look at that roof. Look how organic that is. I can only imagine how much time it took to get that angle correct. Well, I mean, it's not overly complicated to do something like this, but it does take a sound mind to be able to understand and see the angles needing to be done. But I do really like this building. I think it adds just a really neat touch. I really like the space inside. Just a really cool overall feel to this build. Also, I want you guys to notice this here. You'll see that this pot is, you know, it's over the fire, and they would probably have it filled with some sort of stew or something. But you'll see that there's a chain that leads over here, which would be a leverage point to be able to lift and lower that to be able to use it. So you don't actually have to touch the pot, because it would become quite hot over the fire. So that's an interesting thing. Nice big doors there. Again, we'll see another one of those hay wagons here. So that's a pretty cool detail. And so let's continue our way this way. Now that building really stands out to me. I want to go see what that is. Has some really good detail on it, and not to mention the size and just the stylization is really cool. So this is one of the larger trees that we've seen so far through Artecraft, or not Artecraft, but Rohan. Rohan has a lot of smaller trees, but quite a large tree in the center of the town, an old oak, I would assume. But yeah, let's go check out what this building is. This looks like a really interesting exterior. And we head on inside, and looks like we got some sort of lore-wise picture, tapestry over here. I'm assuming that this is a wealthy owner of this house. Either that or it's a tavern. It's looking like it's a business, maybe a tavern, because, you know, you got a big vat of something right here. I'm supposing some sort of meat or something, maybe just a big thing of soup. But yeah, it's maybe along the lines. No, there's beds in here. So I don't really know. I can't really, I don't really have enough information on this to really say one way or the other, but it might just be a house. But I don't know for 100%. So we'll continue to kind of look around. Let's look in one more house here. Let's see what's in here. You got some barrels and food, and got another tapestry right there. Some really cool things throughout. There's always going to be some really cool things, but you know, we only have so much time. This is a spot where you would tether your horse. So this right here would be like a bar, and then you would tie the harness of your horse around it to keep it from, you know, running away. That wouldn't be good. We're still in the Westfold as per the banners that are represented there. Looks like we got a little bit of a party going on back here. So yeah, I'm leaning towards tavern or restaurant, because this is that building we were just in. Even though there's beds over there, but Yeah, I'm looking more towards tavern, or leaning more towards tavern. So yeah, that's probably what that is. Let's kind of continue following this down here. I want to go look at this again. Looks like we got another brick maker. We got all these bricks sort of lined up around here, and it looks like whatever this is actually the bricks themselves, and then they probably smother it all in mud, and then the fire on the inside while it's burning would actually cook the mud brick and harden it. So my assumption is that this mud brick is formed first as soft mud. It is stacked as if it were bricks. It's covered then in mud, and then they cook it from the inside, and the soft wet mud on the outside would be enough to hold in the heat and create enough whatever method is, like there's enough of a process to make that brick hard enough to be used for construction material. And as you can see, we got mud bricks in this shed here, and that really is a nice detail. Again, another large vat of clay, and I'm assuming there'd probably be a clay pit somewhere. Hey, look at that. There's a clay pit. So as you can see, it's in the wetlands here. And they have these, of course, boarded paths, because it would be very difficult to traverse over mud, especially with anything with wheels. So they would have these sort of wooden paths, and then they have these pits where the clay would be accessible, and then they would throw it into their carts and then bring it up to the clay pits. So I love stuff like that. They have a whole process in order to do little things like making the brick for your buildings. So like you can see right here, all that brick has to come from somewhere, and the representation of that process is quite apparent. So let's make our way up this way. One thing that I notice right off the bat is you got these grinding wheels. Now, something that you would usually see around this is like a donkey would be tethered to one end, and then they would kind of like just walk in circles, and it would be a analog grinding system. Same thing with over here, maybe two donkeys, and then it would be another analog grinding system. It's not wind powered, it's not water powered, but it is powered by your livestock, which is, a perfectly reasonable method. I'm curious to know what this mud is here. Probably gong. You got flies over it, got the pitchfork. I would expect that would be in a more, out of the way location, but still, this is technically out of the way. Just wouldn't really want to live here, especially if you are in the general direction as per. Anyways, so here's another smith. Looks like this smith is more focused on making tools and really kind of functional items for the people of Mearhdenu. I'm assuming I'm pronouncing that correctly. We'll walk through sort of like this area in here. You got plenty of stables in here for your horses, and here's some more stables. So there's a lot of horses located in this area here. It's looking like in general there's probably room for 40 plus horses in this area. And so we got a riding ring right here, and we got a nice little feasting location over here for, I'm assuming, the people that are interested in buying the horses. Because, it's typical if you will have money and you're looking to buy a horse, the tenants of the horses would bring them out, they'd ride them around, and then those sitting at the table that are interested in buying would watch and then decide on which horse that they want to buy. Because I'm sure buying a proper Rohirrim horse would be probably a pretty significant part of the Rohan style of life. So there is that. I really like this right here. Again, this is the entrance to Mearhdenu coming from the south. That is just really atmospheric. I like just the hills to the left, the apple trees to the right. It is a very, very atmospheric. Just the entire world is atmospheric. It's just so cool to be able to explore through this and see all of the unique details and things that just make this build and overall project so unique and interesting. So I'm going to do a quick little flyby and try to make sure that I've gotten all the functional items. Got a couple granaries here. Again, you guys have seen those many a time. Basically, I keep saying they're granaries, but they're grain silos. Let's go ahead and go inside one. And as you can see, there's only a little bit of grain in this one, and then there's a little bit of grain in this one. But as you can see, they have underneath would be the, well, never mind. So the grain would actually be accessed from these doors here, and then the grain would fall out, and then you would be able to utilize it. But it looks like there's also a cap up here. So when the grain silo is full, then you would be able to, you know, only access it from up here. Whereas where it's empty like this, you can access it from these doors. This is a really cool design using the, what is that called? The tripwire hook and a pitchfork, as if the pitchfork is attached to it. That's a pretty cool design there. Definitely point that out. That's pretty cool. So we'll see if there's anything else around Mearhdenu, and then we're going to make it to the next village, which is Helmham. But before that, I just kind of want to look around the surroundings and see if there's anything of particular interest. It looks like we got a lot of logging going on down here. Again, they're using that sort of splitting the trunks and you know, new shoots coming up, so that way they don't have to keep cutting down new trees. They can just cut down original trees, and then they would grow again, and they would cut it down again later on when it grows. So, but yeah, so that looks like the totality of Mearhdenu, and we're going to make our way now west, and again a little bit south, and we're going to go to Helmham. So I will see you guys. Alrighty guys, well here we are technically at Helmham, that's what that is over there, but there was this here that I want to show first. Again, it's another one of those sort of like horse training areas. I keep forgetting what the official name for it would be, but of course you would have this sort of mudlot to train the horses in, probably again something to train the horses with. But you'll see that there's plenty of space for horses to be. Either this is a place to train horses, or this is where already trained horses are stationed in the event of war, or they need a quick response. I'm assuming that it's likely that these are maybe designed so that warriors of each of these villages can easily just get over here and get on their horses and ride to battle. The reason why I say that is there is armor in here. There is shields already set up and ready to go. Maybe these are some sort of barrack buildings. Looks like we got like a little bit of a space in here for beds and things. I'm just kind of look around and see what there is. It doesn't seem like there's any weapons, so maybe it is sort of a training area. But then again, maybe the warriors have their weapons at their homes, and they bring them here when things get a little crazy out there. So anyways, here we are at Helmham. Actually, here's a blacksmith. Well, not a blacksmith. This is where they would make probably horseshoes and things too. You know, there's, for example, right there, horseshoes. Horseshoes are a very important thing. If you're the horse lords, you need horseshoes. So here we are entering into Helmham. You got a little bit of a stream right here going both ways. In fact, I think this might be the stream that leads into... That actually might be the stream that leads into Helm's Deep, which will be our next... Actually, no, this is the stream. That's probably it right there. We'll see. Anyways, we're at Helmham right now. Helm's Deep is next. So, Anyways, we got another large stable right here where you would be able to house a whole bunch of horses. Of course, having this many horses is definitely a full-time job. You gotta have a good amount of people to be willing to take care of all this. And I do really like all the representation of how much horses are throughout Rohan. I like all of these stables. It's very, very well done. So it looks like this might be the village armory. You kind of need one of these because it's a representative style. You know, the Rohirrim need to have weapons ready to go. So they have their armor ready to go. They have swords, they have bows, they have arrows, they have shields. Everything is just, and spears, of course, gotta have spears. Everything's prepped and ready to go. I'm sure that each village has one just like this. I just haven't seen them yet. So that's actually really cool that we've seen that. Here we have some kind of, you know, craftsman that is maybe making something to help fix up his house. You got a couple grain silos here on the edge of the town. And let's just continue to look around. Looks like we got an outhouse. I'm just kind of flying around to see if there's anything interesting to see. We have a smithy here. I'm looking for where the fire would be. Maybe there is not a fire. Interesting. Okay, well. All right. Apparently the smithy doesn't need fire. Aye, there it is, right here. And see, interesting, it's a double fire. You know, the fire is used for the exterior, and it also heats the interior. Very smart idea using that method. So yeah, there, there it is. I was like, this can't. I should have just been looking for the chimney there. But anyways, we got a chicken coop right here. Very neat design. You got the pedestals underneath, the stairs, and just very organic looking. Looks very nice. I do like the border of cobble around the village. That's a pretty cool touch. And also, it really adds a very bold outline to the village overall. I really think it's a cool thing. So we're gonna make our way this way. Looks like this is something of a manor. Maybe someone on the richer side owns this area. Looks like there's another building here. You know, the reason why I think it's a manor is because, you know, you got two houses in a cluster within a small little area. But maybe it's just two separate houses. I don't know. So we're going to kind of walk this road here. Leads us over this bridge. And then we head up this way. I do really like these sort of like archways. That's sort of like they make these entrances into certain areas. I think it's just a really cool design. So we have a smithy here again. I do like that. That's very nice. It's just a little open smithy. I feel very, you know, it's very immersive. We're not going to check these houses really. I just kind of want to look through for, well, I want to check this house. It's a big painting in here. Different stylization for the interior. I like it, honestly. This is pretty cool. Very nice. I like that. Looks like that's a stables over there. Got a well and some kind of craftsman over here. What is this? Ah, it's a smoker. Nice. This is where they would take meat. They would close the door. Obviously, they'd turn on the. They would throw some wood and coals in there, and then the smoke would make the meat have a very good flavor to it. I'm not sure if you guys have ever had smoked meat before. Oh, it's good. Anyways, that's pretty cool. I like that. Smoker. That's a good inspirational idea. Some kind of wash basin here. It looks like it's for the animals. Probably not a wash basin. Probably a just a spot for the animals to have water available. So that's pretty cool. I like that little sort of that little area there. We got another water wheel here. This one's just a very basic design. It's not meant to be very, you know, it's, you probably see the more refined stylizations of these things in Gondor, or even in you know, like the eastern, the far western territories where the elves are. But anyways, this is nice. A nice little grinding wheel there to grind the grain out. Very cool. And again, you got lots of gardens and all kinds of things around here. So let's go ahead and look at the main house. I actually want to check out this really quick. What is this? So, oh yeah, a potter. So here's his spinning wheel where he would shape the wet clay into pots, and then of course he needs a furnace to be able to cook that clay and harden it into being able to be usable. Not all that sure about having a wooden cauldron over the fire, but I'm sure there is reasons for that, just like I just walked over the fire. A little shed to park their wagon in. I like that. This looks maybe like a cooper because we got a bunch of empty barrels here. So let's go ahead and check inside. We got a lot of barrels, but where is the indication that it's a cooper? All right, not getting any indication that it's a cooper, but it looks like we got the village gong pits over here, right along the main road. Okay, got some got some grain silos, and looks like that is about it for unique details through here. I do want you guys to kind of notice this here. For those of you that don't know, this is actually the wicker or the wattle fence. It looks like here, let me find a spot to put it. It looks like this by default, but if you place it on a single spot, it'll look like that. And if you place it too high, it'll look like that. So it's a really neat detail, a block that you can use, and it just makes stuff like this just so interesting. And you can use it for, like, you know, tomato vine cages or something like that. So pretty cool detail. Just looking around if there's any like surrounding details to see before we go to Helm's Deep. Looks like we got another one of those horse paddocks over here. You got the riding ring here, a little bit of a mud lot, and some other little details. Again, one of those squares, and you know, just like living spaces for where the workers would be. So anyways, next stop, Helm's Deep. So let's go ahead and again, there's another one over there. Well, nope, never mind. I thought it was. But yeah, so let's go see what's up this way. Well, here we are at Helm's Deep, and one thing I want to point out first of all is that it is separated by a ditch. Before you even get to the fortress itself, there's a ditch along the exterior. That gives the first line of defense. I'm not sure if they would station soldiers along this ditch, but it just provides a little bit of something to give a first line of defense for the inhabitants of, well, Helm's Deep. So I'd imagine during wartime, this would probably be just one big camp where soldiers in the Rohirrim would probably camp out and maybe prepare for war if it's not already at the gates of the fortress. So here is the causeway leading up into the gates of Helm's Deep. Now, I'll be honest, I have never actually explored this build, so this is going to be quite fun and fascinating for me, very, you know, specifically, because I've never explored through this. Now, that's also a downside, saying as I don't know where everything is, so there is a possibility that I'm going to miss a few things. Ideally not, but we'll see what happens. So here is the wall going along here. I guess one thing we need to do first is let's just do a flyover. Now, one thing you guys will notice specifically is this is not what you see in the movie. The Helm's Deep of the true Helm's Deep is a lot different than what you see in the movie, because Artocraft follows the actual Tolkien lore versus what, you know, the movie took some artistic license in order to make things more fun and interesting in terms of, you know, making it epic, and you know how movies are. So one thing I really want to take note of around Helm's Deep is the mountains. I really do like these mountains and caves. Now, I'm not going to be going in here very far, but anyways, like, obviously you can't really see in here, so we're not even going to explore through there that much. But one thing I want to take a particular note of before we actually explore through Helm's Deep itself is this mountain range here. This is just absolutely stunning. This was handmade and really well done. I don't know by who, but whoever made this definitely knows their geography and their, you know, how to make proper terrain in Minecraft. And that is an absolute beautiful backdrop for this build. Anyways, let's head back this way, and I'm going to start at the causeway of Helm's Deep, and then we're going to make our way into the fortress and try to explore certain aspects of it so that we can really get a feel as to what the true Helm's Deep would have been. So coming in through the gate here, it looks like there is no gate. It looks like the the doors are actually under construction right now. It would seem that they are being worked on. Maybe they're just new doors. Maybe the old doors were rotted away. Who knows? So anyways, they have the doors under construction. That's pretty cool. So heading into here, I apologize, but my dynamic lighting causes a lot of lag with the shaders that I'm using. So there is going to be lag in these interior bits as we're exploring. But yeah, when I turn that dynamic lighting off, you know, then we can actually see. So ideally, let's hope that there is lighting in these interiors so that we don't have to deal with it. We could go up these stairs, but I'm not going to really focus on that right now. So as you can see, Helm's Deep is separated by a curtain wall, and then you got the main keep in the middle, and then the main tower in the center of that. Let's kind of like walk around the top of the ramparts really quick. You got some really thick fortifications. You know, it's a block and a half, so about 1.5 meters of stone between you and the enemy siege equipment down below. Got quite a nice vantage point. I feel like these walls are very defensible. I do like the overall design of them. So yeah, what you would have to do is you start down here and you have to walk all the way up and around through here. Looks like here has got some craftsmen. We'll make our way up there soon. Got some charcoal and some firewood. Got a Fletcher in here, I'm assuming. Obviously arrows are a big thing for defense. And then we got ourselves our blacksmith. Gotta have a blacksmith. Looks like well, maybe it is finished. Okay, yeah, it is finished. All right, and then you got the actual workshop for the smithy in there. And then if we make our way this way, it's the gate that leads into the outer ward where we got some tents, and then of course the stream. Got a bunch of tents and the camp of the Rohirrim here. Looks like we got a little bit of an archery range down there. Very nice, and lots of little details and things around. But yeah, just check out those mountains. Just look how imposing those are. Like, just, man, builders of Artecraft are just incredible. I love the research that they put into their builds. They really put in maximum effort. They don't skimp out. They don't cut corners. Artecraft has always been impressive in that regard. And as you guys have heard by just Fornad talking, how dedicated he is to making things as accurate as he can. So here we got stalls for plenty of horses. Got to have a pretty significant place for where your horses can be. Looks like some kennels. Got some spot for some dogs. Got to have dogs as well. Well, you don't got to have dogs, but it's nice to have dogs. So that's pretty cool. And now we're leading into the inner ward where the main tower is. And again, we have more stalls in here. So plenty of space for horses. And hopefully food to match. You need a lot of hay to feed that many horses. Got a butcher right here. Got to have meat. Got to be able to feed the many hungry soldiers that would be you know, in residence here. Let's see what this is right here, actually. Not quite sure what this is. I guess it's more or less a barracks. Again, we're still in the Westfold. I would have thought we'd be... no, we're still pretty significantly in the Westfold. So, but we're making our way to the Eastfold. There's still more to see. Much more to see. So, let's head this way. Well, no, what's down here? Looks like just some firewood and some cellars. I'm not going to explore through the darkness. It just is very impractical for the dynamic lighting that I have to deal with. So here's the entrance into the main tower of Helm's Deep. I do like this. I like the plastered interior. It feels very refined, and I really like that. Got a pretty communal type environment in here. A little bit of a feast hall. Sorry for walking over everybody's tables. Got a kitchen in here, of course. And they're back to slaughtering pigs. But we're going to now make our way up this stair, which is going to lead us to the next bit. What is this right here? Oh yeah, it's a little side arrow slit. That's cool. And then this is going to lead us up to the next level, which is again another feast hall. I guess this is where the nobility would be, and then the soldiers would be down below. And I really like this. This is pretty cool. And then this is the stair leading up to the next section. So let's see what's up here. We got a little bit of a rampart here, overlooking the causeway down below. Got to have those arrow slits. Definitely makes things more defensible. I feel like we've missed a level. Let's see. No, we have not. Okay. So we are where we're supposed to be. So here it looks like a barrack where soldiers can sleep. And then if we make our way up the stairs even more, we should be getting towards the top of the tower. So this is where the Lord of Helm Hammerhand, or not the Lord of Helm Hammerhand. This is where the Lord of Helm's Deep would be. And then of course now we're at the top of the tower. So anyways, that's just really cool. And check out that painting. Really cool painting there. So I'm assuming that they have probably a spot where Helm Hammerhand would be kind of like sticking out the window, blowing his horn. I'm going to say it would be probably right here where he's out the window blowing that horn. Because if you guys remember at the end of the last video, anyways, that's one of the details. But yeah, here's a chimney. I really like that. That's a great idea. You got another one over here. Generally, you know, you have your chimneys going all the way to the top, but you don't need to do that. Honestly, just little something like that is all you need. So very cool detailing, very cool overall shape and design. I do like this build a lot. They've done a really good job with it. There's a lot more to see, I'm sure. We can do a quick little game mode 3 really quick just to kind of look through and see if we've gotten everything. I'm pretty sure we have. If we haven't, then I apologize. But I'm pretty certain most areas, you know, anything that we've missed is probably just little storage rooms like this. We got like a little study down here. This is something that is fairly significant. Probably some sort of like, you know, jail cells in there. But that's not really worth looking through. But anyways, that is Helm's Deep. An absolutely gorgeous build. Really like the design. It's very defensible. I like the rock formation that it's built on. Very nice terraforming. We got a little tower right here. Does this tower go anywhere? No. Okay. But anyways, it's just a really cool, just details like that. Just the coolest little thing. Oh yeah, one thing I wanted to see. Do they have the postern gate? They got a little path right here. There it is, right there. So this is the postern gate right here. This is that little secret gate that Gimli and Aragorn used in order to... I don't think they did it in the movies, but that's where Gimli and Aragorn went around in order to attack from behind the Orthanc as they were busting into the gates of Helm's Deep. So, beautiful build. So, let's see. Our next build that we're going to be looking at is Folcmund, and that is to the east. Directly to the east, in fact, of Helm's Deep. Let me try to make our way to... Well, no, we're going to start here. And then we're going to make our way down the roads and make our way to Folcmund. So, I'll see you guys there. So here's something worth mentioning, actually. This is another really cool inspirational idea to put in your builds, is a burnt down house. You know, you even got a bone right there. Somebody died here. Somebody died, you know, there's bones. But anyways, that's a really good idea. You can have a burnt down house. Don't know why it got burnt down. Don't know when. Don't know how. But it's still a really cool idea to have, you know, burnt down things every so often. Just adds a neat little detail. I'm just going to check around these little builds around really quick, just to sort of get the idea of each of these structures and try to understand what they are. These just look like small little hamlets. Here we go, a granary. Here's this is a granary, finally. I was hoping to find one of these, but that's what a... I mean, that's not what a granary would, you know, look like. What do you call it? Not look like, you know, it's what a granary looks like, but it's not like what a, anyways, it's not, that did not come out how I expected it to, but it's a granary. It's a granary. Because usually when I think of a granary, it's like, you know, it's like those grain silos, just filled with vegetables and stuff, and just a little different shape. But it looks like this one, I'm curious what it looks like underneath. Oh, it's a living space. Okay. But yeah, that makes sense. You know, you want to have it way off the ground so that bugs and other, you know, rodents, for example, can't make their way up. Specifically rodents. You don't want rats getting up in there. It's a nice gate. A nice little barn in there. So anyways, yeah, there's a cool little snidbit of detail that you guys can take inspiration from. But here we are on our way to Folcmund. I'm going to make our way to the entrance. But anyways, actually, let's start here. So, yeah, Folcmund is one of my more favorite towns. I really like this one, particularly because it's so well defended. You got a very substantial ditch all the way around, and the wall is quite a bit more substantial. And defenses are quite a bit more substantial than other towns and villages of Rohan. Now, are there grain silos inside too? Interesting. But anyways, yeah, so Folcmund is a very substantial build. And like here again, you got construction going on. They're building a tower. I really like that. Very nice. But yeah, that ditch all the way around just adds such a neat outline. You know, you can definitely tell that this is a much more defensively capable village. Well, this is closer to a town. I would say that this is definitely along the lines of a town. You got enough houses in here, enough going on. We're going to categorize that as a town. So we're just going to kind of make our way in through the door here, and then we're going to see what there is to see inside Folcmund. And see if there's anything interesting that is particularly of note to talk about. So defensively, as you can see as you come in, there's two tiers of this. You know, this is the main entrance. You come in here, and then it's separated even by the second tier being that wall. So even if you break through the first tier, you're still going to get shot at and pretty majorly beat up as you're trying to make your way through this section. I really like stuff like this. That is just so cool to me. Those little, like, what do you call it? Those little archway entrances to get in. I like the little stockade wall all the way around here. Again, you got some more construction going on. as they're trying to build a house, it would seem. Very cool. But yeah, sometimes I just want to take particular, you know, atmospheric shots as we walk through these different builds and just look at what there is to see, because every single one of these builds has something interesting and unique about it. There's none that are the same, or you know, everything has something in it that makes it just stand out from the rest. I've noticed that is just how interesting each one of these towns and villages are, and it just gives a far more enjoyable experience as we explore through them. You don't want anything to be the same. You want everything to have something different about it. So I'm guessing this is where they burn leaves, maybe? You got gong pits down there. I guess this is where they burn gong. That's probably what it is. Well, you guys have been probably wondering what gong is. Gong is poop. Feces. Horse feces, human feces, doesn't matter. So yeah, we got a well there. So now we're going to make our way up into the second tier of Folcmund, and see what there is to see. So I do really like the fortification style. It's very simple, but at the same time, it just looks so good. Like, I really like it. I think that the fortification style of Folcmund is so well, it's well done. It's well done. I enjoy it. I like it. And it's very, very, very nice. So I really like the side of this house. Look at all that detail. Very, very cool. I actually now want to kind of explore through here. This is a fairly large building. Oh, wait, it's two buildings. Okay, so there's a house there. And then I'm assuming maybe we access it from the outside here. Here we go. Here's the entrance here. Very difficult to get in here, but I'm assuming that's a purposeful design. Very nice. I like that a lot. Very cool. Let's see. We got a tanner over here. Either a tanner or a butcher. One of the two. I'm not quite certain. I'm going to say probably a butcher. Yeah, a butcher. There's lots of meat hanging around, so that would make most sense to me. Let's make our way to the market square. So the market square looks pretty cool. I like this, and I like more color. I do like that. You'll notice that each of these market stalls has some canvas over them, and it just makes for a much more interesting sort of environment. You know, other market stalls that we've seen have, you know, pretty much wooden roofs, which is great. You know, it looks nice, but still, I do really like that introduction of more color. You know, you got the red, you got the greens, you got the yellow and the brown. It just makes it a little bit more interesting, especially the white and the normal canvas. So I like this interior. This is really well done. I really think that's a good interior here. Got a little bit of a little porch area back here. And man, I love all of this detail. It's just so much good stuff. Looks like another potter. Looks like he's making a vase right there. Got his potter's wheel. Got those jars and everything. So again, another craftsman to take particular note of. Just like I'm looking, oh, this is interesting. Okay, maybe this guy makes saddles, a saddle maker. You got some saddles up here, and I'm looking for leather. Supposing, well, it doesn't matter. Maybe there's leather in a box somewhere. Maybe that's supposed to be leather. But anyways, he's making saddles. Very nice. I think that's a really cool craftsman idea. That's like what I'm specifically looking for. Man, I really like the detail on these houses. Like this is really nice. The builder has quite the eye for depth and detail, and it's just really making, man, that's a lot of meat in here. That's a lot of meat. They better eat that pretty quick. Either that or it's like very salted meat. So what do we have here? Looks like this is a smith, another blacksmith. Now, this is quite a bit of infrastructure for a blacksmith, so I'm going to go out on the limb here and say this is probably a master smith Very well-to-do, very successful in his art. So that's actually really nice. Yeah, I really like this. That's a really cool interior. Really cool craftsman as well. There's just so much to see. Folcmund's a large town, so we got to kind of skip through certain things in order to try to just keep to the highlights of what is noticeable or what's worth mentioning. Got a lot of houses, and I like how it's sort of shaped around this larger hill. I like that Folcmund is sort of built on that hill. You see how tall it gets? You know, it gets pretty high. That's a pretty cool location to build this town. I think it's a really cool location. I don't know why, but I want to check out this interior. This is nice. I like this. It feels very medieval. It feels cleaner than what we typically have been seeing through. I need to get up here. There we go. Yeah, it feels cleaner than what we've typically been seeing throughout Rohan, but still very nice, very well done. I do like that sort of like wood shed there. I really like this side of the main hall. You got this sort of like stone border there. Looks like we got a pig pen right here, or a pigsty. Gotta have pigsties for all these pigs that they've been slaughtering. My. So yeah, I think that's the craftsman. I'm not quite sure. There's probably many more around, but you know, there's only so much that we're going to be able to explore. So right here is a couple more, or 3 more, should I say, grain silos. Very cool. And now let's go ahead and make our way up into the main hall. This is where the nobility of Folcmund would live. Again, we're in the Westfold still. So this is a very nice interior. It's very open. You got a lot of tables. It's very, very nice. I like how open, and it feels very inviting. Like, I feel like this would be just a really good location. And like every window is going to have a good view because it's pretty much over the town, you know? So if you look out any one of those windows, it's going to give you a really nice cinematic view of the surroundings. So looks like you got the lord, the lady, and the son or the daughter, who knows. But anyways, just a really, really good build here, and really well done. I like the detail, I like the design, and looks like we got some, you know, maybe there's an archery range. It's where they practice archery. Very nice. So yeah, there's just, you know, there's going to be things that I've missed. You know, this is a fairly large town, you know, and obviously we're going to miss more stuff when we get to Edoras and Aldburg for sure, but we're not quite there yet. So that is Folcmund. Well, let's first look at this right here. It looks like, what are they doing? Clay again? They're making bricks. Okay, yeah. It's a brickmaker. So they got their clay here. And of course, they kind of kiln their bricks over here. Obviously, you see the mud that they would pat around the bricks. And it would, there's the mud right there. Looks like maybe there's nothing cooking in there right now. But anyways, you guys got to look up what brickmaking actually looks like, you know, medieval brickmaking. And then you guys can have a better understanding of what they're trying to represent with that. Because I have a basic understanding, so I can see what that is. But I'm sure for some of you, you're like, what? That doesn't make any sense. But, you know, when you're a builder and you do enough research, you know, there's a lot of medieval technologies that just like, what? You know, how did they find that out? But anyways, now that we have seen Folcmund, now we're going to start making our way east yet again. Let me get into the right orientation. I'm pretty sure it's this road right here. And this is going to lead us to our next location, which is Minor Villages. Okay, so these are just some minor villages. I'm just going to change to spectator mode, and we're just going to kind of fly over them really quick so that you guys can see. Actually, maybe I was wrong. I thought this was just a minor village. Okay, well, this is actually a fort. I'm glad I came and checked this out. So anyways, here's a nice little stone fort here. And in fact, it looks like it's kind of like along the Gondorian style. It looks like Rohan, you know, maybe it was a ruined tower house at one time. And then Rohan came back and repaired it using, of course, wood to fill in the gaps. So that's actually pretty cool. I like that a lot. So pretty sure this is like Yppeton. 1 second, guys. Yeah, Yppeton. Yppeton. Probably pronouncing that right or wrong. But this looks like a Mott style fortress or fort here. Again, at the top of the hill. So I honestly have not pre-looked around. I've just kind of like looked at their Dine map, and I'm trying to follow a predetermined route to try to keep an organization in the video. But yeah, that's actually really cool that we found this. Here's another sort of water wheel type thing here. That's actually really cool, using the baskets and turning them as a water wheel design. That is really cool. Wow. I really like that. Very, very nice. But yeah, another sort of grinding wheel thing for wheat. So whenever I see a building over a stream like that, I always want to check that out. So, but anyways, got some beehives here. Got another apiary. It's pretty close to the houses. Feel a little worried about getting my kids getting stung. A threshing floor, I'm assuming. Thresh out all of the wheat. And got some more villages down here. Or not villages, but just have some houses and some things. So that's pretty interesting. Looks like this is another stable. Very nice. This is a very wide open stable. I like that. Lots of room for the horses. And you got a nice sized mud lot here. And then you got pastures over there. And of course, pastures back here. Plenty of space for the horses to make their rounds. Because horses like to have space, you know, that's a big thing. I guess we can just do a quick little kind of flyby thing. Got some kennels in here. Got some horses. Got a blacksmith. We make our way into the tower house. Very basic interior. Definitely a lot more refined. And as you can see, there's the use of those capitals. So that's definitely a refinement. So you can tell that this is an old Gondorian outpost. And then, of course, it crumbled on the top. And then Rohan just, like, used lumber to square it up a little bit. So that's pretty cool. But you got the inner motte, the outer motte, or the outer stockades. And then a little bit of a ditch going all the way around. So I like that a lot. So now we're going to make our way to the next town, which is Stanbrycg? Stanbrycg? I don't know. But again, it's another just a small village. Not quite as large as some of the villages that we've been seeing so far. Let's just check this out really quick. It's another silo or another grinder. So we got another one of those horizontal wheels here, and pretty cool design there. And it's actually walled in. Is the whole place is actually walled in. Very nice. I like that. We got a little bit of a stone wall around this side. Got some gardens and things, and looks like the market area. So lots of good details. I mean, this. Let's just walk through Stanbrycg. I don't know, but yeah, just taking this first-person walkthrough of a village is just. This is where you get the true atmospheric, feel of what the builders are trying to achieve. They're trying to build these in a way that people can just walk through and just feel immersed in the environment. And it's just absolutely beautiful. I mean, just check this place out. Automatically, I'm just looking over here and I see this. Got a little smithy. I like that this house is built on stilts. That's a really cool detail there. Again, you know, it makes sense if you have wood floors, you need to have your house lifted up off the ground. And then, of course, you got the main gate right here leading out of Stanbrycg. We're going to go ahead and close that so we don't let the hooligans inside. But anyways, that's very cool. I do like the design of this building. I think that's really cool. Not quite sure what kind of maker it is. I don't quite know what they're trying to represent here. You got tools, you got a scythe, and they're using the grain block, but I don't know what specifically that profession is looking to... Oh, I like this. Like a little general store cart, like, you know, come check out what I have. That's pretty cool. I like that. You know, they're selling some potion that's supposed to heal all your ailments, but it's really like, you know, donkey piss or something. I don't know. Just something stupid like that. But anyways, that's pretty cool. There's Stanbrycg. I'm glad we're checking these villages out. Again, we got another clay pit type thing, another brick maker. So I really like that. We'll go ahead and just take a quick little look. Just kind of see those little clay pits. So you can see around here. Very nice. And as you can see, the clay pits are always in the wetland environment, always near water, where the soil would be a little bit more, be a little bit wetter. So now we're going to make our way this way. We're going to go south, and we're going to go to Offerdun. So if I'm correct, south would be this way. And we're going to make our way down here, a little bit east. And Offerdun should be right here. Oh, I really like the shape of this. So yeah, this is Offerdun here. This is a really cool shaped structure here. Very unique and very interesting. I'm definitely a fan. So let's go ahead and just do a quick little explore through here and see what there is to see. I have my dynamic lights on. Or I have my torch in my hand. That's why I was lagging so much. So anyways, this is really cool. I like all these tapestries along the walls. It adds all that extra color. Definitely a fan of color. Got all these floor mats all the way along. This is really well done. I really like that. Very, very nice. This is actually probably one of my favorite halls right there. Very, very nice. And it's built up. You got it sort of on a little bit of a hill here. So it is pretty defensive. Fairly defensive. Doesn't have to be like, you know, a fortress or anything. But, you know, enough to keep the wolves and bears and things out. Just kind of like looking around the village. You got a couple grinding wheels right there. Got a couple chicken coops, I'm assuming. Or maybe they're just... Oh, they're just grain silos. They're just grain silos. And just a bunch of houses. I'm sure there is a mixture of cobblers and coopers and other miscellaneous craftsmen around, tanners, tailors, lots of things, I'm sure. But there's only so much that we can explore. There's so many houses. I mean, already in this video, we've probably crossed over no less than 1,000 buildings. So there's so much on Artecraft. To be able to explore it all in one go would just be absolutely an insane feat, which we are not going to be doing. But yeah, our next explore is going to be going to Ealdsele. It's not necessarily a minor village, but it is this way. So we're going to go check that out and see what there is to see. So let's go. Okay, so here we are at Ealdsele, and as you can see, Ealdsele is a much more sprawling location than what we've seen in other towns and villages throughout Rohan. It is much more spaced out. So, you know, we've seen, for example, Folcmund was much more condensed, Grimslade, Aldorstowe, Stipel, but as you can see with this build particularly, it's very spread out. There's a lot more grass and open terrain in it. Before we actually go in there, I want to go over here and check this out. Looks like it's a fairly large location being built. I'm guessing they're probably building a stables and just constructing a new manor out here. And as you can see, there's lots of tents and makers. Here's this is the cook to feed all of the workers. Got some farming going on to, again, feed everyone. Lots of tents and things where the workers would be able to sleep. And, you know, they're just kind of setting up their build, their home, I guess. So you got, I'm supposing these are sort of like papers to coordinate things. You got lumber being processed into boards and items that they can use for construction. Got saws and tools, lots of details to overall just make this a really good location. So I'm guessing this is probably mortar to help keep the bricks together. And then of course you got some of that stone there, and then they're plastering it over with the mud, I'm sure. So very nice. I like all that detail. So you'll see that Ealdsele is actually surrounded by a ditch and a dirt mound. So I think that's a pretty cool thing there. Kind of curious what this is. Oh yeah, this is a main road. Well, not a main road, but it's a road leading in to the town. Got a little bit of a settlement over there. There's settlements everywhere, so it's, you know, I can't say it's not worth to go see it, but it's just, we've seen so many settlements. But here's another threshing floor for their grain and wheat. Looks like we got a little bit of a well right there. A lot of open fields around here. I'm guessing these are probably like pastures or something for where their horses and livestock can kind of roam within the barrier fence to try to keep predators outside so that their livestock stays safe. Let's see what these are. These are granaries. I like this. These are dug into the earth. It keeps the food cold, or cooler, should I say. I would assume, they probably have it pretty tight so that rodents and other varmints can't get in here and mess with their food. So I do like that. It's a good design. So this house looks of particular interest. It's painted. It looks like a higher class individual here lives here. Looks like a warrior. You know, you got shields and you got the axe. He looks very well to do. Looks like he's definitely made a life for himself here in Ealdsele. But yeah, just check it out. Just an absolutely beautiful build. Every one of these builds is beautiful. But yeah, each one has its own unique characteristics to it that make it worth mentioning. So anyways, this is the Ealdsele Longhouse, or the Chieftain's House. I don't know what it's the special name for it would be, but this is where the nobility of Ealdsele would live. So you got a sort of a open area here where they would all get together. This is neat. I like this underneath. You got plenty of space to store items and things underneath. I'm assuming that this thatch is maybe used for insulation, possibly, to help keep it warmer. You got some fires in here to keep everything warm. Obviously, it's quite a space, so it's going to be hard to keep such a large space warm. You got a bunch of beds in this area, so... But really cool. I really like this. This is very well done longhouse. I just love the open spaces of Rohan. I mean, even in their structures, it's all about open spaces, like Fornad was saying. So, well, anyways, our next stop is actually going to be Edoras. So, we're going to start making our way there and do some exploring. So, I'll see you guys then. It's like deja vu, but here we are again, right where we started in the last video, where Fornad and I started and introduced the video. But anyways, if you follow that road there, it'll lead us right back to where we came, and if you follow this road, it'll lead us back to Helm's Deep, and then to the Fords of Isen, and eventually to Isengard, and so on. But we are headed east right now, and we're going to head down towards Edoras, which is right down this way. So I guess we can go ahead and fly a little bit, but one thing I want you guys to take note of is as we come up on the walls of Edoras, just look at these fields. I know it's not really that much different from what we've been seeing throughout the rest of the server and the rest of the villages and towns, but just the scenery around Edoras is just especially beautiful. I really enjoy looking through it, and it's just a really cool atmosphere that they produced here. I do like these sort of like dead trees. I think that's a pretty cool effect. I like it that, you know, not all of the trees are alive. You know, some of them are dead, which, you know, it makes sense. There's some trees that are just, you know, that just suffering, and as you can see, generally they're in the fields. That's where the animals, you know, they would chew off the bark down lower, and then due to that, it would eventually kill the tree. So that is why, I'm assuming, why these trees are dead. Also, here's the barrow field. This is where all of the kings of Rohan are laid to rest. As you can see, there are mounds of, well, I mean, they're sod now, but they'd be mounds of dirt. I'm sure that there's probably some sort of significant sort of maybe a chamber inside or something. I'm not sure if they would actually represent that, but no, it doesn't look like there's any representation of chambers inside or anything. So they're probably just mounds of dirt with some sort of fancy coffin or something. Great, now I got this to deal with. Okay, I'm glad that's figured out. If you guys could see, I had the grid lines like this, and I just realized you had to press F4 a few times. Anyways, back to the video. So we are going to be looking around the surroundings of Edoras, as there is a lot to see for sure. I don't want to just show the city and then skip all of the incredible stuff that there is to see out here. So first thing I noticed, and something I was trying to kind of show in the first video, was this sort of like trough that's cut in by this stream here. As you can see, you know, we got this, you know, it could have just been a flat hill with a stream, but the hill just sort of makes this deep trough right here, and it just really is quite interesting, especially since the road sort of dips down, and then it's just like, you know, this stream through there. It just, something about that's just really awesome. I know for you viewers, it's just like, it's just a stream, but it's just a neat little detail. Also, guys, I want you to notice the road specifically. You'll notice that there's sort of like a path of dry dirt, and you can kind of like, from up above, you can see it a lot better, but that's where the wagon trail would be. So it's like all the wagons would follow sort of that dry earth, and you can see like, and then it would be like gravel on the inside, but that's a purposeful placement, so they don't just randomly splatter materials all over the place and then that's their road. All the roads are purposely designed. Also, guys, I want you to notice that there's these like gutters almost where all of the rainwater would kind of flow, from the side of the roads, because you'll see like this one over here, and you'll see that it kind of plows into the ground, which is actually a really good way of doing that. I really like that. And you can see it's done again over there, where rainwater would dig a nice deep plow down the side of the road. So, and then it follows down to the stream, which again leads out to the creek, and that creek leads up to Dunharrow. So yeah, it's just really cool to see the surroundings of this, of Edoras, of Rohan in general. I don't really want to skip any of it. I know we got to skip some of it, but anyways, let's just kind of look through this little homestead. This is where we ended, and then this is where we transitioned over to the gate. But we got a couple of chicken coops here. That's pretty cool. I like that. And looks like this is some sort of granary. Yes. It's a little granary, a little storehouse for where they would put their food. I'm assuming this is something where they store their crops. I'm assuming hops. It looks like this is maybe a wagon full of finished goods that they're going to be taking somewhere to sell. Yep, that's hops. And I'm not quite familiar with the process of how they process hops and how they make it into a refined item, but I'm sure for those of you who do understand what's going on here, it makes sense. So, but I can't really say much on it because I haven't done the research. So in here we have a living space for where the tenants would probably live. Got a little weaver's thingamagummy right here. I forget what that's called specifically, but you know, maybe one of their hobbies is to make clothes or quilts or blankets or things. So that's neat. I like that detail. Details are great. Looks like we got a baker's oven in here, a place where they would make bread. I like that a lot. I'm assuming that's probably a shed, a spot where they chop wood. So yeah, that's actually really nice. I like that homestead. We'll head over here. Kind of curious what this is. It's a spot where they let water in to this building. So what is this building? So we got a grinding wheel in here. Okay, so let's go underneath and see what it looks like. Okay, so apparently if you open this, well, okay, yeah, I can see how the cycling could create enough force for that. Interesting. So yeah, you would open this gate here, the water would rush in, and then it would flow around and then back out. So and then there would be enough force to turn this wheel, thus propelling the grinding wheel, and then it'd be able to grind all this flour. So that's pretty cool. I like that. This whole horizontal water wheel thing is a new thing for me. I've never seen that before. So it's just really neat to see it throughout Rohan. Here we got a threshing floor to kind of get all that grain out. Looks like this is a spot where they're drying some, you know, some wheat. So like you got wet wheat over here, and then they're drying it in the sun. Got a couple hog pens over here. It's good to see those because, of course, as Rohan is slaughtering so many hogs, it's probably a good idea to represent that you got a lot of hogs to spare. Supply and demand, right? But anyways, this is the living space, and this is really annoying. Can't have really crazy hitboxes, and it makes it really difficult to walk around them. Hopefully that'll be fixed at some point. Over here we got another living space, I'm assuming. Yeah, got a place for where they live, and it looks like a spot where they would maybe put their horse or something along that nature, something along those lines. Some kind of animal, maybe an oxen. I don't know. Okay, there's cow patties, so maybe an oxen. Got a place where they dry some fish as well. I'm assuming that creek is probably populated by quite a few fish, so that makes sense. I like that. So anyways, that is that homestead. Very nice. Very nice. They're mid-harvest of some, oh, what are these? Radishes, I think? Turnips. Same thing. Anyways, they're harvesting turnips, so that's a really nice thing. Looks like they've already harvested whatever that field would have been. I'm really kind of scrutinizing, trying to find Like, what are they harvesting here? What is all this? They're harvesting all this grass, but why? Like, what is significant about this grass that they are harvesting it? Maybe it's like extra like tasty for the animals. I don't know, and they're making it into hay for their animals. Yeah, I have no idea, but that's a neat detail. You got a hay wagon over here. No idea how that hay wagon gets out of here without running over all the crops. I guess up through there. But anyways, there's a hay wagon here. You got lots of hay bales and things. I really like that. I always love seeing these fields. Just these fields are amazing. Very tempted to go check that out. So let's see what this little settlement here is. I like this. Again, you have the indication of where runoff would flow. So, like, for example, this is a hill, and along the side of the road, there's a spot where there would be runoff, and then, of course, it would flow down here and into the creek. So you got these wooden boards that sort of cross over the mud, and then leads into the structures. So it looks like we got a little bit of wheat storage in here, or hay storage. Come over to this side, and just like a little living space. Man, I just love checking out these interiors because usually they're always something different. Got a bakery in there, and a little tool shed, I'm assuming. I'm assuming that's a tool shed in here. We'll just check this out as our last interior. Another living space. Got some beds in here and things, so that's pretty cool. Got a little apple orchard. Gotta love your apples. Okay, so yeah, here is another one of those horse corrals. Now, my conclusion is that these, as we've been seeing throughout Rohan, my assumption is that this is where the war horses are kept. So when the warriors need their horses, the horses are ready to go. The tenants here, it's their full-time job to take care of the horses and keep them on their hooves, if you know what I'm saying. But anyways, this is where the horses that are specifically bred for war would be kept trained and exercised so that they can be prepared for battle at a moment's notice. Because, you know, if you're a farmer, you know, your full-time job is to your farm. You can't be all day training your horse to be ready for war, you know. So these locations, you know, farmers would probably pay something of a fee, or either that or the king or the earls would maybe, you know, pay the tenants to keep the horses ready to go. So anyways, just thought that's a neat detail, and that's my conclusion. I may be wrong, but that's what I think. So there's a lot of detail up through here, so we're just going to kind of go breeze through it. Got a lot of construction going on. As you can see, got like a couple little sheds being made. Got a house being made right here. I really like how they represent the houses being made. This is using those stair blocks, and it just really looks cool. I like that a lot. And you got another diagonal house being built here. And, you know, like dirt that's being displaced, being moved around. But yeah, it looks like there's just some people moving in, and they wanted to take that location. So, got some more houses and things around here. Let's just go ahead and walk along this road and just kind of check out, you know, the first-person view of this location, because I honestly really like how all this looks, the spacing of it, you know, that is beautiful. And look at it, you know, it has all the banners. It has the royal banner, it has the west fold, east fold, and then like the nomadic banner. I forget what the nomadic banner is, but anyways, I do like that. Lots of color, very, very nice. But yeah, there's just so much detail around here. What is this over here? It's very muddy. I see clothes. I see leather. I am going to assume that this is a place where you wash your clothes. Either that, or it's a place where you wash hides of animals that you've caught. there's really not too much represented to, but you know, the reason why I'm thinking hides is because you got leather right there, and you got some leather right here, and you know, it's like fur, so maybe they're just washing off the, you know, all the gunk, you know, all the cartilage and blood or whatever that's on, or dirt or any impurities on the skins, and they're just washing it off. I don't know, but anyways, let's see if there's any representation of the craft in any of these buildings nearby. Here's the door. Let's see, got a baker's oven in here, so nothing really represented in there. So, I mean, I don't know quite what this is, but, you know, maybe you guys in the comments can figure it out. But as you can see, there's a lot of like little gates and things. It looks very purposeful. It looks, you know, it's interesting. It's a unique designed area, and it just makes a location of interest. Looks like this is maybe like a grave site. This is where they've buried some people. Looks like they're about to bury someone right there as well. So that's a neat little detail to have as well. It's just these little details that we're checking out, that we're looking at and looking for specifically. Also, one thing I want you guys to realize is another thing is when you have 3 roads combined, you know, you wouldn't just have, you know, them just connect. There would be this sort of like flowing kind of route so that wagons wouldn't have to do sharp turns, but there's more of a flowing curve to each of these turns so that it's not so crazy. So let's see what this is, actually. This is probably another one of those grindstones. Yeah, it's a double grindstone. Okay. Well, there we go. That's pretty cool. I do like that design. Let's head up inside and see what it looks like. So this is where they would grind wheat or whatever else needs to be done. Like, and it wouldn't always just be wheat, you know. I think that they would also, like, I remember seeing something about, you know, they used it for other reasons too, but I don't quite remember what those reasons were. But anyways, back to the video. So here's another little homestead here. Ooh, look at this. This is pretty cool. This is unique, not something that we've seen. These are like little granaries that are built into the hillside, and I really like that. You got cheese and rabbits and all kinds of stuff in there. So that's pretty cool. Very, very nice. We got a blacksmith in here. So that leads me to assume that there is a forge nearby. Or maybe this is the forge. Okay, yeah. All right, so they would just have the fire right there or something. Maybe that's a stone table or something. Very, very nice. A birdhouse. You know, and there's also all these little carts and things. Those are always worth mentioning, but I know I haven't really been mentioning them much. A little bit of a barn in here. A little pen for an animal. A few pens, actually. Probably for pigs, I'm assuming. Probably for pigs. But yeah, that is the surroundings of Edoras, and I think our next section is we're going to be talking about specifically about the walls, because the walls themselves are quite a detail and quite an interesting, you know, quite an interesting part of Edoras, and something definitely worth looking at and at more detail. So let's do that. Alrighty, so the walls of Edoras. As you can see, we got a ditch all the way around. I'm kind of like trying to take an up-close look to see if there's any like unique details around the outside. Like, you know, maybe there's a sally port or something that there's like a secret way to get out. As you can see, there's some spots where it's a little bit more, you know, there's some, you know, where the water collects or something. I'm just looking if there's any sally ports in the wall. As I think, you know, it could make sense to have something like that along the outside. But it doesn't look like there is. Yeah, I'm not seeing any, so. But anyways, the wall ends here. I suppose that this hill here is just really steep, so it just, you know, wouldn't really make, you know, it would be very difficult for an invading army to be able to climb up this hill. And even if they did, you know, the soldiers that are defending could fairly, you could pick them off pretty easy, because it's really hard to climb a hill while at the same time holding a shield and defending yourself against arrows and spears and rocks and things. So, but anyways, we got a few of these towers throughout the walls, so we're just going to kind of walk down the walls a little bit and just kind of see the little details throughout. A little bit of a watchtower. You can kind of like stand here. I'm sure that they'd have sentries posted at these watchtowers 24/7 to keep tabs on the surroundings, because I'm sure that there are many hostile cultures and people throughout the land of Middle Earth that would want to take Edoras if it were not defended, for example, you know, if there weren't sentries. So anyways, that's that. So we're going to continue to make our way down the wall here. As you can see, it's just a very rustic defense. You know, there's not much of fortifications. It's just very thin. Obviously, you know, Minecraft doesn't really represent it well. It would not be that thin, but, you know, it's just kind of like little boards, little thin boards at the top there. And then each of these towers, you have like arrows and weaponry just to have something to be able to quickly grab and utilize when need be. So that is that. We'll continue to kind of follow these walls along, and because I really want to just kind of highlight the walls, because the walls are just a very interesting feature. So here is the east gate of Edoras. So if we follow this road, it'll lead us to Aldburg and eventually to Minas Tirith and Osgiliath and Mordor. But those are not, well, Aldburg is finished, but obviously Minas Tirith, which is in mid-production right now, actually, while we are doing this video. Minas Tirith is underway. Really excited about that, because they have they have an absolutely incredible task ahead of them, but they are plowing through it, man. So much progress already. So this is inside the gatehouse here. I got a couple murder holes overlooking the gate there. But if we go down underneath, as you can see, the gate is sort of inset, so you know, you got to kind of go in and underneath. So this gate is just very rudimentary, you know. It's not really like multiple tiers of defense. It's pretty much just a single door. But then again, Edoras is not meant to be a fortress city. It is simply a walled city where the capital is. Because again, as what Fornad was saying, is the Rohirrim do not like to fight on the defensive. Their style of battle is offensive. Their style of battle is charging into the field of battle upon cavalry, upon horseback. That is their way of fighting. And we know, at least by the movies, and I'm sure some of you have, some of you have probably read the books, the Rohirrim are quite a substantial fighting force. So, yeah, pretty cool. So, yeah, I really like these walls. Like, honestly, it's a very kind of unique style of wall. Like, just a little bit of wooden fortifications on the top. And plus, like, they're sort of, like, held up by, you know, it has sort of a dirt embankment on the back. Like, as you can see, the wall is pretty tall here, but the city, the weight of the sod and dirt on the back would really kind of, you know, create a solid backing for this wall. Because some walls are just really tall, and then they overlook the town, so they don't have quite the structural security of that what, you know, dirt. You know, dirt really provides a really good backer to walls to make them a little more solid. And also, if you do end up, you know, breaking through this wall, then you got an avalanche of dirt to get past, and, you know, loose dirt is not easy to climb, not to mention loose rubble. So here's another tower. You got a couple of weapons in here and some things to look at. There's also a way down to another, like a lower section there. Got a little kind of window set in there. I just really like exploring through each one of these towers. Just You know, each one is they're you know, they're very much the same, but still, it's just neat to be able to look through them. So here is actually something really interesting, and we'll look at it later on. But it actually comes from a spring right next to Meduseld at the top of the hill. There is where this stream is sourced from, and there's this pool here where I'm sure people would bathe, wash their clothes, and collect water from. But I really like this pool. It's really cool. And then, of course, this is back to that stream we were talking about earlier that sort of cuts this this trough through the terrain there. But I really like that. I think that's a really cool design feature there. So here's another tower. Pretty cool. I like that. You know, they don't really have to shove a whole bunch of crazy amounts of detail. You know, it's a tower. It doesn't need to have crazy amounts of detail in there. So it looks like the wall sort of stops here, and then you kind of you know, dismount and come around. But here is one of the sides of the northern gatehouse. This is actually the gatehouse that me and Fornad entered the city through, and this is the one with that really neat plugin. So if you touch the end of the door, the plugin recognizes that as a switch, and then it will go through a series of animations and make it look like it's opening and closing, and that is so cool. I really like that. I do really like these. This specific design here is so iconic of the culture of Rohan, and it makes this gatehouse really stand out. I really like that. It's so neat. And also how it's sort of inset into the wall. Just everything about this gatehouse is so nice. I really, really, really like it. And then you got, of course, this one's a little bit more defensible than the eastern one. But as you can see, you got arrow slits even on the sides. And then, of course, you got murder holes at the top to pour oil through, shoot crossbow bolts or anything down on the enemies down below. So... But really cool. And I'm guessing these are probably pots of oil or something right there. So really, really nice. Yeah, I love this. So continue our way along the walls here. We got another tower here. Probably nothing too substantial here, but yeah, just some more weapons and things. It looks like a way down to sort of like a little spot. This looks copy pasted. But then again, it's just a tower. So, you know, it doesn't have to be unique or interesting. We're definitely that's cool. And there's a nice little blacksmith. I didn't actually see this on my the first time I explored Edoras. So there is another blacksmith over on the eastern side, but yeah, this one's actually pretty cool. I like this one a lot. Very nice. I like that sort of like little shed thing that covers the working area. So again, we follow the wall along here. And then it culminates into a tower that is built into the hillside here. So that's pretty nice. I do really like this and how this is sort of, it transitions. Let's see what's down here. Another little like sort of barracks area. Very cool. But as you can see, it's just, I just love the defenses. And then like you can see the terrain sort of transitions into being very rocky. Also, one thing I want you guys to see, and we're going to go ahead and travel up it. I'm trying to remember where it is. Okay, it's right here. So there's a path right here that actually leads up the hill. And I specifically spotlighted this sort of sally port in the first video when we were doing the sort of mid portion exploration type thing. Okay, we got to go this way. But there is this little path that you can follow, and it heads up to this little gate up here. Obviously, you know, maybe if you're on the heavier side, you need a little break and a drink halfway up. Either that or it's where a sentry sits, but that would be a very, wouldn't make much sense to have a sentry there. But you continue to make your way up through here, and then here is the gate right there, which is on the side. I really like that. You know, it adds a really neat detail. Yeah, I just think that's so cool, having that sort of like little back path, the little the secret entrance into Edoras. You know, it's not, you know, technically secret, but, you know, it is just a neat little way to get in. So we'll just continue to kind of look around the back here, because I know I didn't really spotlight this particular portion of Edoras in the video that much, but as you can see, the terrain is just very rocky. Not necessarily impassable terrain, but it would be very difficult to traverse this and get up into Edoras from this side. Considering how steep it is, it would be very difficult. So we'll continue to make our way around. Of course, now we're on the foothills of Meadowseld, and as you can see, now we are seeing some real proper cliffs in here. I'm actually really kind of trying to look for if there's any like caves or anything. It's just like those are always neat little details that I kind of look out for, but doesn't seem like there is any in here. So either that, or maybe I'm just not seeing. Okay, I thought that was something. But yeah, anyways, that is the defenses of Edoras, and absolutely incredible. You know, I just love exploring this build. I mean, just check out the size of it. There is so many houses. There's probably no less than, I'm going to guess 300 to 400 individual structures in Edoras. And then you got to kind of account there's maybe 5 beds average per structure. So you can kind of do the math there. I'm not going to even attempt to do the math. You can do the math, and then that's kind of an estimate of how many people live in Edoras itself. And it's only Minecraft, you know. You know, even in the actual live action version, you can imagine how many people live in here. So we're going to go ahead and just do a walkthrough now. We're just going to go through the city and just kind of like check out little things here and there. You guys have seen a lot of like up above shots. So what we're going to do specifically for this portion of the video is just kind of do a first person walkthrough, because that's really what Edoras is meant to be seen as, is seeing it from first person view. So it looks like this is actually a plow. I like the use of the beams and everything in there. That's pretty cool. I've seen some pretty cool some pretty cool plow designs in Conquest Reforged, and yeah, that's another neat one. Not quite sure what this is. Maybe shelves, some sort of furniture. Got some sort of merchant here selling something. So we'll continue to make our way up. Got a nice little house here. I like that. And then this looks like, you know, this almost looks like a merchant that sells like, you know, specialty items, because you got like something gold, some coins, and something bronze. So I'm assuming like sort of like, you know, specialty type items. Now down here, if I remember correctly, if this is the right spot. Yep, here we go. There is a stone cutter down here. That would be a fairly refined type craft to have, to be able to hewn stone and make it into proper, you know, carvings and statues and things. I'm assuming that's probably what this is. It's either something architectural, or maybe it's a statue that's been commissioned. But it's represented pretty well. He has some stone down here and everything. And again, we got gardens and all kinds of cool stuff around, an outhouse. So that's what this looks like. And we're going to make our way back up. Got a little bit of a bakery right there. Lots of bakeries in Rohan, and understandably. I mean, there's a lot of people to feed here. So definitely need to have plenty of food available at all times. I feel like we've already been in there. So this is actually pretty cool, something that you guys can take inspiration from. You know, we've been talking about where water would run off, and as you can see, even in the city environment, they do not skimp on that detail. There is a spot where rainwater would be able to flow, and they have like these little bridges where it would cross the street, and then that rainwater would continue down, and as you can see, it continues, And I'm assuming it would... Okay, I was thinking that there would be like an outlet somewhere, but I guess it kind of just drains right here. Or something in this area. Maybe this ground is just, large enough where it would just pull up or something. But, they always have something to represent where the rainwater would go. And that's a very subtle detail, but using that detail and using it correctly in our builds just really makes for a really cool effect. So here we got another craftsman, just like we have a stone cutter over there. We got a wood carver over here, a woodworker, and it looks like he's a little bit more higher class than your typical carpenter. It would seem like he is much more refined, and he's making a very refined looking, piece of woodworking. So that's actually really nice. You guys would be surprised how hard it is to make proper woodworking. There's a lot that goes into it. So got a place to wash some clothes there, and yeah, so that's pretty neat. I like that. I was just thinking if there was anything else up there, but I think we're gonna make our way back down this path and see what else. Oh yeah, this is where his raw materials would be. He has firewood and logs, everything he needs in order to produce his craft. Excuse me. So again, we got another one of those little bridges that crosses over where the flow path is, and of course that continues up the hill there. A little spot to store some firewood, and a nice little longhouse in here. I like this. A lot of beds around. Got another one of those places to make some blankets and things there. A fire pit in the middle of the room. Maybe they're just out and about working through the day, and they don't need the fire going. So obviously we're going to be missing some parts of Edoras. We're not going to be seeing every little bit, but as an explorer, and the purpose of this video is to explore and try to see as much as we can. So I'm going to try to do just that. So it looks like a potter, but maybe he doesn't need a spin wheel. Perhaps this is like just clay and he shapes it by hand, and he makes pots, and somehow this fire is representative of how he hardens the clay. Usually there's like an oven where they place the pots or the unfinished pots in, and then the fire would harden the clay, but maybe there's just a different method there. So yeah, let's just kind of explore around. Let's just see what there is. Got another like a little storage area there. Another longhouse. This looks interesting here. These are grain silos, I'm assuming. Yeah, these are grain silos. Got to have those. This is excuse me. This is probably where people would they would pay like a quartermaster or someone that's in charge, and then they would be given an allotment of what they can go collect. Here's a couple little granaries here. You got some cheese, you got some jellies and some apples and fruit, and then we got some like lettuce and different kind of greenery herbs and things. Got a grinding wheel here. That's nice. I like that. I always really like these little archways. They're so atmospheric. Like I feel like I'm entering a new checkpoint each time. So here's an interesting bit. I don't quite know what it is. Maybe it's a grave site, perhaps a monument of some sort, something that is indicative of some type of lore. Maybe it's a grave site. Is there anything underneath? Okay, there's a head. I don't know whose head that is, so it's making me think that this is actually a grave site. So anyways, that's pretty fun. But yeah, that's maybe some significant individual died, and that's their grave. So we'll continue up this way. We're not going to quite make our way to Mearhdenu yet. There's still a lot to be seen before then. I'm just trying to showcase as much as I can. We're not going to get into all of it. Here's a butcher. This is another neat little craftsman. Looks like this is a smoker right here. That's where the coals would be. And then you got the meat that is in here. You could close that door. And then that's how you would smoke your meat. So that's pretty cool. I like that. A little table there to cut the meat up. I love seeing all these different craftsmen and everything, because you know there's always different ways of representing these craftsmen and making each thing unique, because you never know what the builders of Art of Craft are going to do to represent each individual craft. So, and then we have quite an open area back here. I'm sure that you know, at some point in Art of Craft's future, or not Art of Crafts, but Edoras' future. Not saying Art of Craft will do it, but you know, maybe that's just like that space to expand. So, you know, as more people move in, they can always build more houses and have more space, and that's how that would work. So, got another house in here, just simple interior. So we're gonna go ahead and just kind of skip our way back down. I think we've pretty much explored all of this. I'm very tempted to check out what this is. We got a bellows. Okay, it looks like another smithy. Okay, so this is actually the third smithy that I've seen in Edoras. I have not seen this one before, so this is a third. So that's cool. Gotta have smithies, because you know, obviously there's a lot of stuff to be done. But yeah, that's pretty cool. The third smithy is actually over here. If I can find it quickly. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Where was it? Where is it? Here it is. This is where the smithy is. I actually showcased this in the video. This is a much larger smithy. This smithy is far more... I would assume that this smithy is a little bit more on the master side, considering he has such a large building dedicated to his craft. You know, the larger the building, the more money you have, and I'm sure that you know, there's quite a bit of infrastructure there, so I like it. Very nice, very nice. So we're going to, I think we're just going to continue back this road here, and I think we're going to make our way this way and just kind of see what there is to see as we walk around towards the north of Edoras. And then we're going to be walking east. I really am tempted to see what this is. Looks like a barn. Okay. But that's... I don't know. Just something about that. I looked over there and there's that large entrance and it had all that ornate kind of feature around it. I wanted to go check it out. So we make our way through here. Lots of cool things to see. Always. Every interior is filled. You know, that's another thing I really kind of take, you know, it's kind of fun. Like, you know, you just kind of expect every interior is filled with something. Another bakery in here. Looks like we got a construction site. They're building another house or a shed or something. You never know what it might be. I'm guessing this is a shed, considering how large these entrances are. Some sort of storehouse. We got another house there. And now we're going to kind of make our way along the wall here. As you can see, we are on the north side of Edoras. So if you go straight that direction, it would lead us to Lothlorien. But, you know, quite a ways. In fact, they actually have some pretty significant progress on Lothlorien. And my eventual goal is to make videos like I've done for Rohan. For, you know, for example, the western dwarves, you know, like Thorns, Halls, Barret Ether, and then I would do like the western elves, and that would be like the Grey Havens, Harland, and, you know, Forlond, and then there would be the eastern elves, which would be Lothlorien, Rivendell, and then, you know, for example, I would like to do a video on the ruins of Arnor. There's a lot of video ideas that I want to do, and see, I'm constantly in like this sort of, you know, considering how much time I have to kind of like force myself to not do certain things, because because there's so much that I want to do, but I'm really trying to change the style of how I do things to make it a little bit more viewable. Obviously, this video is not technically designed by that by that purpose, but this is for those of you that really want to view in detail the lands of Rohan, and I'm going to be doing this for each of the upcoming. I really like the color in here. I'm going to be doing that for each of the upcoming videos. When I make an Artocraft video, the first video will of course be a quick overview, and then the second one will be a organized walkthrough showing as much as I can to demonstrate the true detail and quality that Artocraft provides. I mean, you would not be able to see this in a 17-minute video. It's just not possible. All of this is only possible to be seen by a long video. Looks like this is actually like a blacksmith compound. You know, you got 2 blacksmiths here, so that's 5 blacksmiths. That's awesome. Looks like we got another potter in here. That's cool. I like that. Got to have clay pots and urns and all kinds of things to be able to store items in. I think we're going to make our way through this house and make our way back to the main road. But yeah, oh look, another wood carver here. Very nice. But yeah, I like seeing all these craftsmen. How many times can I say that in this video? The craftsmen are just the most interesting thing to see, because you know, those are purposeful placed details that create atmosphere and life in your build. Now, obviously, it depends on what your build is. You know, maybe you're making something high fantasy, you know. But even in high fantasy, there still is a good thing. You know, it's still good to purpose your builds around realism in some fashion. So it looks like we got something of a craftsman here. I don't see anything refined, so I'm assuming that maybe what they're doing here is a little bit more rough. I'm not quite sure what exactly they're making here, but it's some sort of stonemason. I just don't know what exactly they're making. Maybe they just don't have anything produced yet. So another house right there. Very cool. And a baker right there. Love it. And there's just so much to see. So much to see. Head up here, check out this house. I really like the interior of this one. This is really cool. I like all the little partitions. Like this feels like a Skellige house almost. I don't know why I feel that way, but I really like that a lot. Very nice. So we're gonna kind of, oh, another butcher. All right. And of course you got a smoker. Got to have them smokers. And another craftsman. This is a carpenter in here. So you can see the difference between a carpenter and a woodworker. Well, I mean, woodwork, they're both the same. But anyways, a carpenter is more designed around making structural stuff, whereas a woodworker, or mill worker, should I say, is more designated around making refined woodworking. For example, that is millwork, whereas, you know, that is carpentry. Structural versus, you know, ornate. Like, for example, that's millwork. Anyways, you guys get the idea, I'm sure. So, yeah, that is this side of Edoras. I'm still trying to look around and see if there's anything interesting. We got a little bit of a market square here. This is the central market of Edoras itself. We got, what's his face? Schephurst walking around. But anyways, got a lot of different items being used and sold in this area, so that's pretty cool. I really like this, the separation. You got this deep trough where the stream is running down. I mean, just look at that. Look how atmospheric this is. Like, it's a this is so nice. I really like that. Like, and plus you can kind of hear the stream flowing next to us as we're walking up the hill, and it just feels so right. Really like that. So let's see what's up this way. I'm sure there's some things. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff and a lot of stuff that we're going to miss for sure. But one way or the other, I'm gonna try my best to try and how many times can I say try? We're just going to do our best to show as much as we can. Got some little patch of grass right there, some gardens, and I'm always tempted to go in these red houses because I really like the colors in here. I like that red color. I'm a very vibrant builder. I really like vibrant colors, and man, just look at that view. We're gonna have to go check that out. In fact, we're gonna go check that out right now. Man, all those stones are hand placed too. Oh wow, that's just amazing. There's actually some terrain back there towards Dunharrow that I'm really excited to show you guys. There's just so much neat details to be seen. So we are now on the eastern side. So there's Meadowseld right there. And right now we're just kind of exploring this section here. And I'm just kind of curious what there's to see. What is back here? You know, what craftsmen are there? So it seems that we have a house here, and it looks like we got some sort of granary. No, another baker's oven. Man, there's so many bakers in here, and they got bakers everywhere. Like for every 10 houses, there's a baker's oven. It's pretty cool, honestly. Yeah, because again, you know, you gotta have food. You gotta have enough makers to produce food for this many people, because I'm gonna guess, you know, on this scale of Edoras, there's probably, I'm gonna guess, room for 800 to 1,000 maybe in Edoras itself. I mean, just think like this house here. This has 1, 2, I'm guessing 2 there, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's just 7 in this one house. You know, maybe not all of those beds are taken, but I mean, there's probably room for guests, but still, you know, they're all very, this environment is all very filled up. Hey, there's another baker's oven. I love it. But yeah, this actually looks, oh yeah, this is actually one of the interiors that I showcased in the video. I really like this one as well. It's just very, very, very nice. I like it. Very atmospheric. So we'll continue our way back to this road here, and I love it. Another baker's oven. So we'll continue our way up the hill here and see what else there is to see. I kind of want to see what's in this house. Oh yeah, I've seen this one. This is or have I seen this one? I don't think I have, actually. Never mind. This is a larger communal hall here, as you can see. Unfortunately, due to those hitboxes, it's really hard to traverse that, but it's just really cool to see each of these interiors. Oh, it looks like here's another mill worker right here, working on another architectural type thing. I like that. Very nice. Very, very nice. I really like the roof of this. That's actually really neat. Using those railings to create that sort of like that flicky stuff on the top of the roof. That's neat. Very nice. It looks like these are supposed to be horse heads coming out the edges of the roof here, using those stair blocks, and obviously those railings and everything to create sort of that. And then you got that. What is that called? The small rack there. So, well, this is quite a larger hall here, so let's go check out what this. Oh yeah, and these are heads. I love these. I've seen builders throughout Conquest use these types of heads. It's so funny. But yeah, there's a chicken coop right there. I love it. So yeah, Minecraft is just a silly game, just full of silly, silly representations. Like, that's a chicken. So in here we have a larger communal hall. I'm assuming this is probably where Theoden lives. Theoden. This is probably his home. where, yeah, I mean, I'm just going to assume that this is probably, because Fornad was talking about how he kind of lives in a community type area, and this is the largest of the longhouses in Edoras. Obviously, there's Meadowseld, but there's no beds up in there, so I'm going to just kind of say this is probably where he lives. Got a nice little garden out here, and got some beehives, and then some sort of monument here. I'm not sure what, but again, there's a detail, something to take note of. And we got another baker's oven. What is this even? I'm guessing this is a small grinder. It looks like a small stone, and it's something like a hand grinder to grind grain down even further. So that's cool. This looks like a little horse pasture. It looks like this hall, you have spaces for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 horses. 10 actually in this hall. So this would be a little kind of like a paddock for them to be. So this is what I specifically really wanted to point out. I was talking about how there's that stream that flows all the way down, and there's that pool all the way down there, and then makes that trough into the creek. Anyways, this is where it's sourced. There's an aquifer at the top of the hill here underneath Meadowseld, and they utilize, or they've made this really neat horse head as a representative feature. And then there's just like this little pool. I'm sure that a bunch of kids come around here and play in the water and stuff. And then, as you can see, it goes down underneath, and there's this. I really like these bridges. You guys saw this in the last video too, crossing that bridge there. I really like that. And this bridge here, I really like this. And they've done a really good job. As you can see, they use those beams in a really neat way to create that support structure to hold it up. I think that's really cool. And yeah, they did a really good job with this. But I really like this sort of horse head thing. That's awesome. So that is pretty much the gist of Edoras. Obviously, we've not really explored much of this up here. I guess we can do a little bit of exploring. Again, we got more houses. Just a bunch of houses around. Not too much of note to see. I mean, I'm specifically looking for any makers. Hey, look, another baker's oven. I gotta laugh. Every time I see a baker's oven, it just makes me laugh. A tailor? Or... Not quite sure. Not quite sure. Some sort of craftsman in here. Paper maker? Maybe they're making paper? I'm not quite sure. I have no idea. Some kind of market tent down here selling tools, and so yeah, that's that. I do like this watchtower. That's a pretty cool watchtower design. They made it look very organic and like it's tilted upwards. And then they got the bell of Edoras. Gotta have a bell. Probably have a sentry up here at all times, so if there's ever a something going on, one of the sentries at the walls would alert the sentry here, and then they would start ringing that bell and alerting the troops. Looks like we have a potter right here, or maybe this is the mint. You got a bunch of gold coins here. So the assumption is that this is where the coins of Rohan are made, because you got raw gold and then you got coins in their big barrels of them. So I'm just thinking that it's possible that this is where they actually make the coins. We got some pottery here. Not quite sure what that's all about. And then got a house. You guys have seen this in the video as well. But I really like this house. Very, very neat and well done. We got a little bit of a privy back in the back there. And there was something of special note that I want you guys to see. I'm just trying to remember where it is. Oh, this is a nice hall. That's cool. I like that. Very colorful, very nice. And when I say mint, if you guys don't know, oh yeah, actually I already touched on that point. They make coins. Oh yeah, it's up there. Never mind. I'm getting ahead of myself. There was another part of the build that I want to show you guys. Here's something interesting. It looks like a little, obviously it's not a fountain. And interesting, they're actually using elven blocks here. I'm not sure if that has any significance, but I'm sure that maybe it's just an ornamental, unrelated detail. But anyways, it's like a little pool of water here. I'm sure it signifies something significant that we are unaware of. So that is very nice, very nice, very nice. I want to see what this is. Okay, just a clothes washer. They're just washing some clothes there. You know, we've yet to see really any proper tailors, but I'm sure there are some in here. But we don't have time to check every single house and try to find it. So yeah, let's go up here. Here's Helm Hammerhand. You guys have seen this in the video. There's a lot of lore behind him. Here's an archery range to practice your bow shooting skills. I'm sure Jamsy Boy would be here quite often if he lived here. Another baker's oven. Yeah, so that's that, and that's that. What is this right here? It looks like a little tent. Oh, it's another granary, another cellar, another whatever it's called. So we're gonna make our way up the hill here, and this is the building that I wanted to show you guys. This is the armory. Now, obviously, this would not be the full-on armory of Rohan. They would require quite a few more weapons than what we see here. But you can see there's a lot of spears and shields and swords, just weapons and halberds and just you name it. Everything that you would need in order to properly defend the city. And then here's the treasury, apparently. So that's pretty nice. So you got chests of stuff, very, very artistic items and a lot of neat stuff in here. So yeah, there's the treasury. So you got the armory and the treasury. So you'd probably have sentries stationed outside of this building at all times to keep the items within protected from any would-be thieves. So that's pretty cool. And then, of course, you guys know what we're going to go check out next. I'm just making sure I've seen everything of note. Here is Meduseld. And we're just going to kind of like look at the architecture closer. You got a horse head type thing on the top here. Now, of course, that horse head is much more detailed than what we saw down there. But yeah, you can definitely tell that's supposed to be a horse head. I really like these support structure columns kind of holding up the side of the building. That adds a really neat detail. You got all of these windows along the top. I like that sort of like two-layer roof type thing going on. Plus there's a lot of detail up here using all the different railings and then using the acacia block actually for the color. Really makes it stand out. Very, very well done. Not to mention the curvature of the roof. The builder just did a phenomenal job making this, and absolutely amazing. I don't know if I can say that enough. But on the inside, there is just a lot more detail to be seen. You got lots of tables around, lots of spaces for the people of Edoras and Rohan to sit. I'm sure delegations of foreign entities would come, and they would definitely dine and partake of Rohan's hospitality for sure. But basically all of the big audiences, so say you have an ambassador from Gondor, or if the elves send an ambassador or anything, they would typically come to about here, and Theoden would be sitting there, and or the king, whoever the current king of Rohan is, would be sitting here and listening and deciding on what to do from that point. But I really like this up here, and as you guys again saw in the first video, there was a lot of lore with this. But yeah, it's really cool. This is where the war room would be. I'm assuming this is where the generals of Rohan would probably sit around the table and decide on battle plans, or you know, decide on what they want to do for different things. So, but man, just look at all this detail, just absolutely beautiful. And not to mention, you know, the rafters, for example. Look at these trusses. The trusses are just absolutely epic. I'm turning on my my torch right now. I know it's really laggy, but that's just a fact of the dynamic lighting. But it looks like we got a boar there. We got lots of neat tapestries. And each one of these tapestries has history to it. It looks like that is a very large animal right there, but I'm not quite sure what it is. Got horses and stuff going on there. But anyways, that is Meduseld. Beautiful build. Absolutely incredible, and fine craftsmanship, man. I also really like how the pillars look round. Like they have that, they look round simply because the builder used those beams to sort of create that illusion of being round. So that was a really good technique and really works well in the builder's favor. But yeah, let's close these doors. I just love that. I gotta do that one more time. It's so cool. Amazing plugin. But anyways, yep, that is Edoras. Beautiful build. And we're going to now actually make our way to Dunharrow, which is behind Edoras. So no sense to time-lapse that, but that is back here. And we're gonna go check this out. So if you guys remember in the movie, Dunharrow was where Theoden and his army went to, you know, in the Return of the King, is where they went to with the Rohirrim army just before they marched towards to Minas Tirith to help. But anyways, the actual lore is Dunharrow is right behind Minas Tirith, so it's not like it was miles and miles away, as you know, demonstrated in the movie. But anyways, so you got that sort of twisty, zigzaggy path leading up. In fact, we're gonna go ahead and climb this in person because, you know, why not? It's there. It's very unique. It's interesting. Also, it leads to the Demholt, so you got a whole bunch of these sort of like very scary kind of statues saying, "Turn back, don't come this way." If you guys remember in the movie, the Dead Army that Aragorn recruits in order to come help in the last battle, they live up this way. Now, the Demholt is actually not completed, so I'll show you the entrance that will lead into that city at some point. But yeah, they just haven't had time yet to actually get in there and build it. Right now, they are focusing their efforts on dwarven cities. Moria, for example, that's a big one that's underway currently. They have Thorin's Halls completed. That's a huge dwarven city, and I hope at some point I'll be able to actually showcase that to you guys so you can see it for yourselves. But anyways, but yeah, this is Dunharrow. This is where the dead city goes in. So as you can see, it starts getting really foggy and kind of spooky as we lead back in here. And then it switches to, you know, normal. But I'm sure that when the builders actually come here and come to finish it, that they'll make a proper, you know, way up. It'll be very foggy and spooky. But I'm not going to go actually much farther because that's more of a prank in there or a joke than anything. So it's not really worth showing right now. But yeah, so that's Dunharrow. We'll go ahead and look around these mountains because the mountains are just phenomenal. In fact, I'm going to switch to spectator and just show you guys really quick. There's this mountain here, which was handmade. Just look at that. Look at how beautiful that is. This is actually the edge of the map, so there's nothing more to see right now. But, you know, eventually there's going to be more mountains, and then the other side of the mountain, which will be, I think it's Gondorian lands. Gondorian lands on the other side there. But anyways, just really cool details. Man, detail and the just how much effort that they put in. I mean, just look at this. Look at the terraced mountains. I mean, it's so nice. It's so beautiful. So inspirational, to say the least. You got all these little streams leading down. Like, for example, this stream here is sourced from this little pond. I'm sure that there'd be lots of water being collected there. Okay, I'm in spectator mode. I was thinking, why am I lagging? I thought I had my torch in my hand. So one particular area that I wanted to show you guys is this right here. I don't know what it is. I just love this valley here. I couldn't get a really epic shot in the valley though, so it didn't really make sense for me to showcase it in the video. But it's just so nice. Just look how, man, just how natural and nice this looks. It's just so well done. I'm just amazed. And see, this is all pretty much done by hand. Like, they put so much effort into their builds. Like, it's not just thrown together. It's pretty, it's consistent quality throughout Artcraft. And then that's where it's sourced, in that little aquifer right there. And then this is another mountain range that was handmade. I mean, just check that out. Amazing. If I remember right, there's a quarry down here somewhere. I thought I saw a quarry at some point. Looks like we got a little logging camp right here. Well, what's this right here? Got a little camp in the woods here. I'm not quite sure what the purpose of the camp. Maybe they're nomadic or nomads. Not quite sure. But there's a road here. Ah, that's the quarry I was talking about. Okay, so this is actually a really awesome detail and inspirational section of this video. Definitely worth checking out. But anyways, you got these furnaces, and then I'll be honest, I'm not even quite sure why there's furnaces in here. Like, what are they doing? Cooking stone? I don't know. Anyways, let's just start from the top. So, say if they're getting stone from up here, they'll take it over to next to this crane, and then the crane will lower it down. They'll take it over to the next crane, which is right. Okay, apparently there's no crane for this tier, so they would just put it down. They bring it down to this crane, and then to that crane, and then it's down here. And of course, you got all these carts and things all around in order to transport the items to where they need to go. I'm gonna switch over to first person again, but we can head in here, and this is where I'm sure that the workers would be paid. Then we got a tent right here. Let's see what this tent is. So this is just where some workers would sleep. And that's where they would camp out. But yeah, this is really cool, and I really like the scaffolding everywhere. And you know, you got that very tiered look, you know, going all the way up. It's just so nice. I really like how they did this, and like the crane designs. Just check out how good that is. That is a really well done crane. Absolutely no question about it. Really good crane. I guess this might be their dynamite back here. I'm just kidding. Yeah. But yeah, I'm actually really curious. Why are they cooking the cobblestone? Like, by somehow cooking it, does it like stick together more? I don't know. Okay, so, and then it would be a very laborious process bringing the stones down the hill, I'm sure. But anyways, yeah, that is a quarry. Very cool. I'm glad we came this way. So let's kind of head down this road. I'm just going to kind of follow it from the sky. Well, I guess we can follow it down from the ground. That way we get a more atmospheric sort of forest look. But like, just look how overgrown it is. How like immersed it feels. Like, I feel like I'm actually in a real environment. Just it's so overgrown. It feels natural. Really like that. So I'm sure that road goes somewhere, but we're not going to really follow that. Here's an unfinished road, but at some point it will be finished. But I'm sure there's going to be more villages and stuff around. It's so cool seeing. Let's change to spectator mode and get over to Dunharrow quicker. Okay, what is this? Okay, this is a logging camp. I'm sorry for the lag. It's just the fact that there's so many trees around. But yeah, you got a little bit of a logging camp here, it would seem. And they're making charcoal, maybe? Yeah, it looks like they're making charcoal here. Okay, that makes sense. What's this right here? They got a couple, I guess these are smelters. Maybe they're smelters. I don't know what they're cooking. Maybe they're cooking clay. We got quite a road right here. Ah, all right. Well, this is probably worth checking out. So it looks like this is a mine. And it looks like they're mining limestone in here. So let's kind of see how far this goes in and what there is to see. So there's a lot of little tunnels all over the place. In fact, we're just going to switch to game mode 3 and just... So as you can see, they have quite a nexus of tunnels throughout this. So here's a little breakthrough right here. That's actually pretty neat. I like that. So you got all these little these tunnels, and they actually lead out. That's cool. Yeah, that's the cool thing about having access to game mode 3 is we can actually check out all these different entrances that have been mined out. And as you can see, there's some supports built in. I'm not sure if there's any details in these mines. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I don't know. But okay, so now that makes sense. There's a road leading up to there, and I'm guessing this is where they would bring whatever ore or whatever they find, they would bring down to there. And this is actually a really good example. This is where they take all of the extra stone and rubble that they get out of that mine, and they bring it down here and dump it. So that's what all this is. This is all excess rubble and gravel and pieces of rock that they've mined away. So very nice, very nice. Details, details. Gotta check for the details. So we're gonna head this way back to Dunharrow and see what else there is to see. It's just a small village back here. I want you guys to take particular note of this creek. It all starts from that little pond at the top of the mountain that we had seen earlier. But as you can see, it's just, look at all that silt and that gravel. Like, it just looks like a proper creek. Man, just look at that. It looks legitimate. Actually, no, this does not start from that pond. This actually starts from up here somewhere. Apparently from somewhere around here. Right here. This is where it starts. Very cool. Man. And like, look at this. Look at this. This is a really neat rock feature. Man, just look at all the unique details and things to see. There's no end. There is absolutely no end to it. But yeah, we just got a couple houses through here. I'm not really going to take the time to explore through them. Got a couple grain reseller things, some chicken coops and things of that nature. This looks interesting. Oh, it's another house. Okay. I just noticed on the outside it had that blue, sort of painting on the outside. So anyways, that is Edoras and Dunharrow. So now we're going to head east, and I think our next stop is Aldburg, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see. Well, here we're at Aldburg. Now, this is definitely my favorite build of Rohan. I just love the defensive nature of it. Aldburg is just such a well-positioned town. Not to mention it has quite a substantial fortress situated at the top of the hill here. Overall, I just really like the defensive aspects of Aldburg. You know, I'm a big castle fan. I love castles, and I know Rohan doesn't really have they don't have castles really. They got Helm's Deep, but it would seem that they just, you know, they don't really focus on the whole castle theme. But this is an old Gondorian outpost, and then of course when it was gifted to them, they basically took it over and Rohanified it by, instead of fixing the masonry, they just went ahead and put, wooden scaffolding over it and whatnot. And so anyways, Aldburg, it is a beautiful build. The builders of this just really did a fine job in creating a truly magnificent, the stylization of it, the planning of it, it just feels so natural. It feels like it's supposed to be there. I mean, you just look at the hillsides. Look how well terraformed it is. Like those the hills and the ditches, everything that's surrounding, it just feels so right. I'm a big fan of this build, so I am honestly super excited to show you guys through this and walk through it and see all of the details and things, because honestly I've only ever really seen Aldburg from a distance. This is actually the first time that I've really looked at it closer, so I'm trying to figure out why I'm getting such bad FPS right now. It's really tanking on me. But anyways, very strange. But yeah, there's just so much to see, and it's super exciting to see the development. Because I remember when this was being started. I think this is when I took my break. I think is when they were just starting this section up here. They hadn't even gotten to the castle or anything. So. And then, that was about 3 years ago when they started this section, at least that I remember. I might be wrong, but I just seem to remember that this was started when I took a break from my channel. But yeah, so let's get in there. There was one thing that I wanted to see. It was on our way here. There was something like some sort of settlement or something over here to the right while we were walking. It looks like some sort of, it's a logging camp. Okay, so here's another logging camp. You got some tents for some workers. It looks like baker's ovens. These are probably, no, they're not baker's ovens. I don't know what they're doing here. Maybe they're making charcoal. That's probably what that is right there. They're probably making charcoal. But as you can see, they have a whole bunch of lumber cut down, and got a couple homes here, a couple houses. Very, very nice. I really like this, by the way, how they have the really slanted roof on the gabled ends. It just adds a neat little detail, and it covers the side there. They have it on this one too, but it's just a neat detail. Here we got where they actually saw something. What is this? Oh, this is another saw. Okay, so this is like a bandsaw. Okay, that's pretty cool. So I'm not quite sure what the orientation of that is. Maybe it's just to strip the bark off the log. That's my assumption, is this is where they would strip the bark off fresh logs or whatever. So looks like we have something of a something to hold back the hillside from collapsing down on the working area down here. Looks like this would be another spot for another saw if they need one. Obviously it's analog, it's not powered by anything, so I'm sure they'd probably have I'm sure it'd be someone holding the handle here, and he'd be going up and down with it, and somebody would probably be like pushing the log through or something right there. So that's pretty cool. I really like seeing mechanisms and, you know, different ways of doing things. It's just really cool to see how the builders design these different details and create all of these great things. You know, Artcraft is just beautiful, and it's all thanks to the detail the builders put into it. So anyways, back to Aldburg. It is a beautiful build. As you can see, there are 3 sections of Aldburg. First, you have the lower bailey, you have the upper bailey, and then you have the upper bailey, and then you got the castle itself. It's a small castle, nothing substantial, but it definitely would be enough to defend against. You know, you could defend a fairly large force against a fairly large force. How Aldburg is situated, it is a very nicely defendable position, and there's a lot of ways to defend it. You know, there would probably be a significant population here to be able to cover all of the angles. So, but anyways, let's start at the base. I don't know why it is, but Aldburg specifically, I always get some pretty significant lag spikes here, so I apologize for the choppy footage, but I don't really think there's a way for me to get past that. So we start here at the gate that goes through the dirt wall. As you can see, there's a pretty significant hill that has a ditch surrounding on the outside, and then of course you have a little gate that leads into oh, you can actually close it. That is awesome. That is just so cool. I love that. But anyways, so we got working gates here at Aldburg. That's really awesome. So when you come into through the gate, immediately you are welcomed by this statue of this horse. That is just amazing. I love that. It's just like from this position, it doesn't really look like much, but when you look at it from the side, that is just really, really awesome. Plus that the body is sort of like hinted at by how the dirt is raised there. That's really neat. So we'll make our way this way and see what there is to see. We got a chicken coop and other little details around, I'm sure. Looks like we got just a little house in here, place for the owners to sleep. But yeah, it's really awesome, really awesome. So before we go that way, let's go left and just see what's down this way. And while we're walking, we can kind of like take in the sights, because obviously as that fortress is rendering in, we'll be able to see unique angles from that. So over here, looks like we got another one of those, yeah, a little granary, food storage for whoever lives here. Looks like some sort of workshop back here. Okay, it's another smithy. That's awesome. I really like this, how the use of those fence pieces. Those are actually fence gates for the rustic fence gate. Really, really nice, and it really fits. I just really like how Conquest Reforged just gives us so many options. And of course, the derp chickens. I love that. Back here, we got a couple sawhorses, and looks like someone's doing a little bit of woodworking, making some construction materials for something. Come over here, we got another chicken coop with a chicken inside. It's very nice. We'll just take a quick look around that chicken coop. I'm always very interested in chicken coop designs. I want to see what this is specifically. Okay, so this looks like a hog pen, or maybe even for oxen. I'm not sure. You got some water there, fresh water for them to drink. So yeah, we're probably going to be spending a fairly significant amount of time here at Aldburg. There is just a lot to see, and I'm really going to try to take it all in. Like, I really like Edoras, and I love Helm's Deep, and I love Isengard. I love it all, but something about Aldburg just really stands out to me. This town is just absolutely stunning. Everything about it just really stands out to me as being a very unique and interesting location to explore on Artcraft. The builders just did a amazing job. So, like I said, I'm just super excited about it. You know, some of you are going to probably misjudge my excitement or something like that, and you go, you're going a little crazy, getting a little crazy there, Ducon. But you know, it's just, I love it. So we'll just see if there's anything interesting. So far, I'm seeing. Oh, here's an apiary. So we got some wax and honey. It's definitely an important resource. But also the fact that there's bees here. It's a natural pollen. You know, they're pollinators. They help plants grow, and obviously, Rohan being a very agricultural culture. I mean, you kind of have to be to eat, but one way or the other, they got to have bees in order to pollinate their food products. So this is actually a really neat house. I really like these supports coming down to the ground. That is such a neat idea. I'm a big fan of that. Plus the shape of the gable and everything about it is just really nice. I really do like this particular entrance into the house, so this makes me really want to kind of go inside and explore. FPS is going to tank, so be prepared. But yeah, I really like this interior. This house is just really well done. That's really awesome. Very nice. Also, I want you guys to kind of notice that there is a gradient also on the thatch. So you kind of have wetter thatch here. You'll see that there's also a gradient between like really light and sort of like a darker. So like if you see from farther away, you'll see that there's a very specific gradient on the thatch. And in fact, if you go to pretty much any of these roofs across Artcraft, they're going to have that gradient, which just adds a really neat weathering effect to the builds overall. Again, another chicken coop. It's really cool. It looks like we got another craftsman here. At least I'm assuming this is a craftsman. Let's go check it out and see what it is. A baker. No, a potter. Looks like he has clay. He shapes it into pots, and I'm assuming this is a potter. But I don't see any other pots around, so maybe it is a baker. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe somebody in the comments will correct me. Here we have a Fletcher. Looks like someone that's making arrows. Gotta have those. And got a fire going over here, probably to try to make those arrowheads or something. A random bow thrown on the ground. And yeah, so that's that. Again, I really like these arches. Like this one's just very simple and small, but that does add a neat effect. Here's another really nice house, you know, and I like these like sort of modular additions, you know, just adding that little woodshed on the front adds a neat little touch. It just, you know, gives the structure a little bit more shape. We come inside and there's a fire pit, got a lot of beds around, a table. Let's go ahead and go out the back and see. Oh, look at that. There is a, I'm trying to understand what this is. Is that supposed to be, okay, yeah, it's another apiary. Okay, so this guy is probably harvesting honey, maybe wax, and he is, you know, that would be the product that he sells through Aldburg. Again, we got some more beehives there, and looks like a little shed built out back. Very cool. And some hay. Looks like that's where they would, again, thresh the hay and, you know, prepare it to be produced into grain. So I do want to take attention to the cliffs back here. Notice that they're just plain stone. You know, a lot of us on Conquest Reforged like to mix in a lot of crazy textures and stuff into our cliffs and stuff, but honestly, just plain stone. That's really all you need. Obviously with moss at the base and different, you know, grass and, you know, maybe some gravel here and there, but, you know, ultimately that plain stone is all you need. So yeah, and that's one thing that's very special about Artcraft is they are very they're very specific about their geography. There are professional, like, you know, their life profession is, you know, different, very specific things, you know, like botany, geography, not geography, topography. There's, you know, just knowledge about these things. That's, you know, translate from their professional lives. And so then they utilize that knowledge and then add it into the game. And, well, you get to enjoy the product of that research that they have done. And it's just really, really cool. So there's like a cellar down here. That's interesting. A cellar for a woodworker, it would seem. That's very interesting. So that's pretty cool. Got a little like woodworking profession going on there. And another house. So that is this side. We've checked all that out. Let's kind of make our way around. Let's kind of just fly around a little bit. I don't think we need to walk through all of this. Looks like we have another blacksmith here. I'm guessing we got pots and pans. No, it's another potter. Okay, so this guy is, again, making pots. He forms the clay there. And then it looks like he's making pots again. So, again, pots are a big deal. You got to have pots to store long-term items. You know, also, you know, not all pots were in, or not all, like, beer and stuff was in barrels. Well, I guess it is in barrels, but, you know, like wine usually would go in, you know, urns and stuff. So here's a rope maker. It's really actually neat, the rope making process. Now, this is actually, you know, realistically, you know, this is a great representation of it. But sometimes, and a lot of times, the ropes would actually be, like, way longer. And then they would be able to create ropes for, like, rigging on ships and whatnot. Because some of those ropes are, like, you know, 100 feet long or something. It's just crazy. But yeah, so let's just keep exploring around and see what there is. Got a little shed in here for some horses, I'm assuming. Got a couple gardens and things around, and some more chicken coops and sheds. A hog pen, very nice. And it would seem that that's that. Here is the south entrance to Aldburg. Again, it's kind of the same thing, but it's just a little bit different. You'll notice that this one doesn't have quite as significant a top to it as the one over here. Like if we go over to this one, it's a little bit thicker. You know, you feel like you're walking through a tunnel. So like there's actually quite a significant walkway up here and quite a bit of sod. But if you come over to this one, it's quite a bit thinner. And there's just a walkway pretty much going over top. But very nice, and I like that not everything's the same. You know, I like unique parts. So you also notice that now we've switched to sandstone. So this is where geography, sort of like, you know, sedimentary layers and whatnot. But it's really cool to see that transition from stone to sandstone. I know that there's a reason for that. It's really cool to see the different stone types, and everything is utilized in a really cool way. So anyways, that is the lower Bailey of Aldburg. Maybe not. So this looks like a market. Oh, this is a market. Very cool. So this looks like a just one large market sort of building where different merchants and peddlers would come to sell their items. So looks like there's a couple empty spaces here at the end. But that's really cool. It's really cool to see stuff like this. So, but anyways, let's head up to the next section. So coming out from the market building, let's just take a quick look at the market building actually before we move on. I really just think that it's a notable construction, a notable structure that's really worth us just checking out really quick. Just the way how they did things and how it truly represents the Rohan style. It's just that very Anglo-Saxon fantasy, you know, like Fornad said, turned up to 11. style. It just really works out. It looks so nice. Very, very fine. So the way into the second bailey, I'm not even sure if it can be considered a bailey. Second part of the town, the second level. We'll just go with that. You got to head up this causeway. This is the only way in. There's one gate, but it's a stockade wall that goes along. Now, the reason why they did this is it creates a somewhat of a kill box. So you have two. You got two areas to attack from. You got archers up here shooting down, and you have, of course, archers all the way up along this wall shooting down on any enemies trying to make their way in. And then on top of that, they're sort of trapped by this hill here. It would be very difficult to come up this hill, and of course that little bit of a wall on the top would also be used as another line of defense. There would be soldiers up here as well, ready to defend when needed. So that is that's what that is. So this here is the gate leading into this second section. I really like it. I think this is really cool. Let's see if, yep, it closes as well. Man, I just love that plugin. Best plugin ever. But as you can see, it is a tower that is over the gate this time. It's not supported by earth on the back, as you can see. Basically, this is all wooden stockade walls, and then they fill in the center with, well, whatever negative space is left. They fill with dirt and gravel to make it a solid wall. But it's primarily, you see, it's just like vertical logs that are placed. Well, not logs, but like smaller trees that are used to make the wall. So that's really cool. So let's head on in. Oh yeah, and look at that, we're in the east of Rohan. What is that called? The Eastfold? Yeah, the Eastfold. It's about time. And whatever that banner is right there, I'm not quite sure what that is. Oh wait, no, that's the royal banner, and that's the Eastfold. Okay, now we got that right. So now that we're inside, let's just kind of walk around a little bit and just take in the atmosphere before we actually start heading into the sky to get a farther, a more grand look at what we're seeing. So this is a well here. Very interesting. They got this big old crane type thing. Now, the way that this would work is you would basically, at least I'm assuming the way that this would work, is you would kind of jump up and grab onto it and it would lift up or something like that. So that's kind of fun. But yeah, that's a way. And I think that it would probably make sense to have a rope here to grab. I don't know. But it's a leverage system, kind of like a sawhorse, if you guys know what that is. That's kind of what that, so like you have the fulcrum there in the middle, and you have two sides, and of course the weight would be the water in the bucket. Oh, excuse me. So anyways, let's keep walking. Let's see what there is. Of course, there's more gardens and lots of greenery. There's bushes, all kinds of details, flowers. Whatever this is, a little paddock for something. I'm assuming pigs, maybe? Maybe not. Probably a horse. Looks like we got a baker's oven out in the open here. That's nice. We got a little spot to put some hay and some other things. And looks like a house. But this is where they would keep their horse. I really like that sort of communal lifestyle where you live with the horse. Like, to us it seems so uncivilized, but in a culture that depends on horses, I'm sure that it, it's a very meaningful thing. So yeah, it looks like these are ropes where you would tie your horse off to, stick around instead of running off somewhere. I really like the view of the the third tier of Aldburg. That's really nice. Very, very well done. It looks very intimidating, which is exactly what they're trying to go for. You want it to be intimidating. So here, this is actually a really good representation of a candle maker. So the way that they would do this is this bucket here would be full of wax. And so there would be threads that the candle maker would dip into the wax hundreds of times to make it the thickness of this. So it's like, you know, layers of paint. Like you dip it in, you bring it out, let it dry, dip it in, bring it out, let it dry, and repeat, 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 up until you have a candle. And then that's kind of what we have represented there. So actually here's a good representation. You got the wax there, you got the thread there, and then this is where the candles are drying after they are waxed. So that's really cool. And of course you got to have a fire to melt the wax so that you can actually use it. So I really like the unique professions that we're seeing. Here's where he's storing his candles. So they are ready to be sold at a moment's notice and bring down into the market that's down below. Oh, looks like a basement. It's very rare to see basements and cellars in buildings of Rohan. It's interesting that some of these houses have them, because we saw one down the shed down below, and of course we just saw one in that house. So anyways, let's keep walking around. It looks like this is the main road. Yeah, this is the main road here that leads through this portion. So we'll just kind of walk down through here and just see if there's anything interesting. Of course, there's going to be, you know, it's usually the craftsmen are more. Oh, I really like this building. Look at that curve of that roof. Of course, you got the horse heads and everything, and I like this little gable here. It's nice. But we make our way in. Of course, it's another house and another basement. Okay. I always want to check out the basements because you never know what's in here. Trying to figure out what that is. I don't quite know. But obviously, this is like blankets and quilts and things kind of laid out on the table there. So, really nice. Love the detail. Let's try to make it this way so that we can see what do we have in here. Another little shed barn thing. Big old doors to this guy. Okay, so we got another spot for some animals. I'm assuming probably for horses. Let's make it into this house and see what there is. Okay, it's just a house there. Very nice. Again, very specifically, we're looking for craftsmen and unique details that would really stand out to us and be worth showcasing. So, okay, this is interesting. There's some meat that's on the ground here. Ah, there we go. So it's a butcher. There's a butcher right here. As you can see, he's cutting up some meat. You got some meat ready to go, hanging, and of course he just flayed the rabbit. And so you definitely need to have some meat in a city environment. People like protein. So looks like this is an outhouse here. Yep, that's an outhouse. And got a couple sheds, and of course the doomed animals would of course live in this pen here. Oh, such a sad life. But yeah, so that's that. And over here, it looks like we got another bakery. Very nice. Another place to store some hay in there, it looks like. And again, I want to touch on the subject. I have yet to seen a tailor in Rohan. This is actually a really neat detail here. This isn't something that we've actually seen yet. Is like an overhang on the house here. You see that? That's really kind of neat. Let's actually see if that space is utilized. Yep, see, it's utilized as sort of like a little bit of a loft space. They store some food up there. That's a good idea. I like that a lot. So yeah, so that looks like this stage of Aldburg. This is the second level. Let's just kind of take a quick look around the walls and the ditch and just kind of check out the overall defensive capabilities. Also, you guys will notice that, you know, they don't have secondary ditches going all the way around. As you can see, you know, it's like the ditch, it's all very organic. You know, it's not static. You don't have 3 perfect mounds surrounding the whole build. It is all, here, this is a great view, actually. You can see that those, the hills are all very organic, and they come in, they come out, they start and they stop in very organic ways. So I just find that interesting, and I think that's worth mentioning. A lot of us would be very compelled to just kind of build very static. So like, you know, I want 3 earthen mounds all the way around my town, you know, and then you would just completely surround your town with 3 earthen mounds. Whereas what they've done with Aldburg is they've alternated it to where it makes sense, and, you know, sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it doesn't. So I really find it cool. They've just done such a magnificent job. So that is stage 2. Let's check out the moat that's in between the 2 sections, between the second and third. So you can see that number 1, it's walled off here. And then we make our way through here, and you see just like rocks and rubble, and there's some dirt and things. Here's the bridge that crosses the 2 sections. As you can see, it just kind of is a wooden bridge. Now, of course, if need be during the attack, they could just pour some oil down from the gate and burn the bridge. But then again, of course, if you start burning the bridge, you're probably going to burn your own gate. So maybe that wouldn't be the best idea. But just saying, you know, there's ways to make this less traversable for enemy combatants to siege, well, you know, to attack the gate at least. So anyways, that is stage 2. We're just gonna, ooh, there's something back here. I see some craftsman type buildings. Looks like we got another smithy back here. Kind of built in the back, and I'm assuming this is probably another craftsman right here. It's just a storage. Oh, it's a pen. It's an animal pen. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. But yeah, this is actually, looking from this view is actually a good idea. That way we don't miss anything, because, you know, like this one was just kind of in the middle of everything, so it would be hard to see that otherwise. Something's telling me to go check in this building here, so let's see what's in here. It looks like something's being made in here. Something's being made. Are they making a net? No. It looks like a weaver. I'm assuming probably another weaver. That's my guess. Okay. But yeah, I'm glad we checked in there. You know, there's always a chance that we're going to stumble on another craft. And I know I'm probably missing many. Alright, so yeah, on to this the third section. We're going to go ahead and take a quick little bird's eye view first, and then we're going to head up in here and check it out. So you can see the overall design of it as it wraps around the fortress itself. Not all the way, of course, but it wraps itself around on just the east, north, and south sides, leaving the west side just basically a barren cliff overlooking the first layer. So let's head in through here and then see what there is to see. First of all, we got to check the gates. Hey, they work. But yeah, that's actually a really cool thing to see right as you walk in. I don't know, just something about that view just really is awesome. I like that. So we have, you know, you come into the gate there. There's probably some details in here and things. We'll go check really quick. Murder hole, I'm assuming. Yep, a murder hole right there. Very nice. And of course, you got arrow slits looking down over the entryway, and then a stairway that leads up to the third level. So very nice. I like that. We're gonna make our way back down. I also really like that they sort of like used logs for that. Looks very nice. So let's head in here and see what there is to see. First of all, we got this like open space, and it looks like that they have lots of room for Rohirrim, or not Rohirrim, horses. They got lots of room for horses in here. Some horse stalls, and then looks like maybe a hayloft up here. Yep, very nice. And another hayloft right there. Gotta have hay readily available for the horses, as they would be a very resource demanding creature. I actually grew up with horses, so I have a pretty good idea about how much hay and things that it takes to keep horses happy. But anyways, and water. Oh my goodness, they drink so much water. Mainly, they didn't drink it. It's just they made a mess of it everywhere. Okay, so we got shears here. That leads me to assume something with wool, maybe? Either that or tools. I'm not quite certain. We come in here and there's like, This is a very uniquely designed house. This is really interesting. This house is all has these little separators all throughout. So I'm trying to figure out what exactly it is. That shears there leads me to assume that it's like a what is it? What are they doing here? What is the purpose and design of this? Because there's a barrel of mead, there's a seat in the middle, there's some clothes and things, or not clothes, but some tools and things here, like a little workstation. I don't really know what exactly the builder is trying to represent here. And there's some blood. Maybe they bring sheep in here and they shear the sheep, but they wouldn't bring sheep into a building. There's no place for sheep anyways. I don't know what that is. They're trying to represent something. I just don't really know what. So we got another sort of craftsman down here. Looks like a wheel maker, I'm assuming. Yep, looks like this guy makes wheels. That would be a very, that's a very helpful craft. You know, the wheel was a very significant advancement in technology. So that's a pretty cool craftsman to have. Come over here, we got another smithy. As you can see, smithies are a very popular type of, very popular profession. Smithies were one of the most vital professions, actually. Because if you don't have smithies to make your nails, you're not going to well, I mean, there is construction techniques that don't require any iron. For example, if you look up, like, you know, different types of Asian architecture. Well, even like Viking architecture, sometimes you don't even need to use nails or anything. And, you know, because if you use the right, you know, types of joints, like, you know, dovetail joints and, you know, maybe different types of glue and rope and, you know, fasteners. There are ways of doing really solid constructions without actually using nails throughout the construction. So there is definitely possibility, but still, nails make things so much easier. And yeah, so another house in here. Looks like we got another hog pen. Or no, this is actually a kennel. This is a kennel. Oh, very nice. Look, these are all kennels. So a bunch of dogs can live in here. That's really cool. Yep. Looks like a bunch of dogs live in this. This is a kennel here. You could probably close the gate. This is where the big boss dog lives. We're gonna call him what's that dog on that the Sandlot movie called? Monster? I forget. I'm not sure if you guys remember the movie Sandlot, but for some reason I'm just immediately thinking of that big Saint Bernard dog. Anyways, keep making our way through here, see what there is. Got a little garden down there, little shed. Very cool. It's just every single bit of this build is filled up. You know, and that's what this video is kind of proving, is the attention to detail. Like, look even between this house. Look, there's grass there. You know, the attention to detail is just phenomenal. Artcraft really goes all out to make sure everything is taken care of. So again, we got shears here. So I'm assuming this is maybe a place where they shear sheep. And looks like right on the other side is where they butcher the sheep. That's kind of funny. So while they're over here getting sheared to, you know, all the while they're hearing their friend Mike over there getting stabbed through the neck or something. It's pretty gruesome. Anyways, make our way in here. It's interesting. Looks like nets or something. Very cool. And what else is there to see? I really like this, how the road sort of goes down, and there's this Oh man, there's a technical term for that. It's holding back the soil there. I'm so terrible with remembering all these different words and terms for different things. But you guys know what I'm saying. So we'll make our way this way and see if there's anything else left to look at. Okay, there's a name tag there. What is done in here? We got lapis. What product do they make in here? I have no idea. They have a name tag here. Maybe they make harnesses, maybe? Harnesses for horses? I mean, that's the only thing that I can... That's the only thing that I can think with that. Is maybe they make harnesses. I don't know. We're just making wild guesses, guys, so, you know. Don't get too bent out of shape if I'm wrong. So there's that. Alrighty, we got a cobbler here, a guy that would make shoes. That's definitely a necessary profession. We've seen a few other of those throughout our exploration through Rohan, so that's very cool. Another smithy. Very nice, like that. And I really like this. I love, again, I just love these little like things. Again, we got something here. Looks like a tanner. Yeah, it looks like a tanner right there. And then that's sort of the backside here. So that is the 3rd tier of Aldburg. Is this just a house here, or is this something different? This is a house with a little pen over here. And then this is how the animals would get out right there. Okay. Very cool. That's actually kind of unique and interesting. I do like that. We're going to go ahead and switch to spectator so we don't have to deal with all the hitboxes. It is quite annoying. So they prefer their privacy in here, apparently. Looks like mom and dad like a little privacy from the kids. Understandable. It is a thing. So now that we've explored tier number 3, we're now going to look at tier number 4, which is the fortress. I'm just going to go ahead and do a quick little fly around of the exterior so that we can kind of get an idea for what the overall design is. As you can see, we got a few bastions, we got some buildings, got a nice large tower situated there, got some walls, and I want you guys to particularly notice the layout. The layout is a 3-part system. Well, 2-part technically, but, you know, 3-part with the donjon there. So you come up through here, you got this section, which is then separated by this wall, which leads into this section, and then the 3rd part being the donjon, which is the last stand of this castle. Because believe it or not, it could be very difficult to get through that door there, as the defenders would probably have it blocked off, and then all the while getting shot from those arrow slits. So technically a 3-layer system. So coming around this side, we got a little gatehouse there. Also, I want you guys to notice particularly this, it's called Roman brick. The reason why they did that is masonry tends to be very loose. Roman brick was more of a large flat rock. Well, I mean, it was a produced brick, but this is the Gondorian style. The old Gondorian style is very classical. So when we do following videos, you guys are going to see more Gondorian cities. Which the idea with the whole layout of Gondor cities is very classical, very very Roman, very not Greek technically. There is some Greek influences, but anyways, what I'm trying to say is this Roman brick is meant to tie the masonry together. It makes for a much stronger. It basically makes for a much stronger structure. Because it's basically a tie piece to hold everything together. And it would, and like, for example, a really good example of this type of construction is the walls of Constantinople, which I believe is in Turkey. But those walls are still standing because they are so well built after thousands of years, 1,000+ years after they were built. So anyways, looks like we got a little vent or a little drain hole for rainwater to escape out. So that's a very sensible thing to do. I like that. Probably would flood this house, but we won't, so that's okay. So anyways, we've made our way around the outside, so let's just go ahead and switch to back to first person and actually explore it from the ground. So heading on inside, I want to check and make sure the gate works. Look at that. Absolutely amazing. But we come inside the gate, and there's a gate here, of course. You got a little bit of a bell up there. Very nice. Also, I want you guys to notice the alternating fortifications. You got some wooden fortifications, and stone fortifications. And the reason for that is obviously the wooden fortifications represent where the stone fortifications have fallen away over the course of time because, of course, you know, rain, wind, maybe even the fortress was attacked. Because you'll notice, like, even this tower is significantly repurposed using lumber and stuff. You know, at one time it would have been all stone, but they've had to build it back using lumber. So, but I really like that. It's a very rustic look, and it looks very Rohan. So, you know, that's very good. So here is the smithy of the Aldburg castle. Very nice. I like this design for a spear. That's cool. Got a little fighting ring in here, a little practice area for the soldiers of Rohan to practice and keep themselves ready to go. I do like these spears. That's again a painting. And then you got plenty of space for horses up here. And I just noticed the apples. Got to have apples with your horses. So that's very nice. Another little bastion situated up there. And I'm assuming this is probably a barrack. Well, it looks like this is where the captain would be. And then if we make our way down this way, yeah, here's the barrack right here. There's some soldiers, or some space for some soldiers there. Looks like we got a little bit of a garden here. I'm assuming that the noble that lives here, maybe he has a family, a wife, a daughter, who knows, and they like flowers. So this is a really nice little garden for them to just be able to, you know, enjoy a little bit of beauty, and I'm sure a very dark lifestyle, because, you know, this would be very muddy, very, you know, very, you know, purposeful. You know, there'd be a lot of stuff going on. It would feel very dark at times, I'm sure, living in this environment. But anyways, looks like this is the kitchen. This is where they would cook some food for the, you know, everyone that needs to eat. Got a little bit of a hall in here. I'm assuming this is where the Lord would sit and where the audiences would be taken. So instead of in the actual donjon, which I'm sure there's probably not much room in here. We got a little bit of a feast hall in here, very small, but you know, that's pretty much everything, you know, all you need. Looks like that is the only way. Oh, here we go. Here's another way to go around. Also, I want you to notice how it's plastered on the inside. I really like the plastered look. Very, very nice. So yeah, this looks like a barrack in here. And then we're going to kind of make our way down a little bit and see what we can see. I apologize again for the lag, but there's really nothing I can do about it. The dynamic lighting creates issues. So anyways, that's that. And we're going to make our way up the stairs and see what we can find. So we got a planning room. I'm assuming a telescope to, you know, maybe search the surroundings or look at the stars. Who knows? Some paintings of some significant events. A more personalized dining room and area here. It's very nice. I also really like how this is built on a angle. Here's a garter rope right there. It's pretty cool. And I'm pretty sure that's all there is on this level, if I'm not mistaken. Probably that's it. So we're going to make our way now up to the next level. I'm assuming we're probably going to get pretty close to the main chambers. So here is the chambers where the nobility would live. Got lots of beds all over the place. Again, a very communal environment. I do like the stylization in here. I like the colors. Very nice. And then we're going to continue up, and I'm assuming this is going to be the roof. Yep, there we go. So there's a roof. So I'm just going to go skip to game mode 1, or 3, should I say, and see if I missed anything. It doesn't look like I missed anything. Like, not even in the cellars. Looks like we pretty much got to everything we needed to see. Oh, look at that. Now, that's definitely worth mentioning. There's a cistern right here. So they would have a rope. They would throw down the bucket, and then they would be able to get some fresh water. I mean, as fresh as you're going to get. The cistern is fed by... I'm trying to find where the vent to get the water in here would be from. Okay, so okay, this is what I'm assuming is rainwater would be seeping down through the gravel, and then it would sift out through, looks like gravel right here, and then that sifting process would produce then clean water, and then that's what falls here into the cistern. So that's a pretty good idea. I really like that cistern. Very nice. Now let's just do game mode 3 just to see if there's any other underground bits that we've missed. I don't think there's not really much underground in Rohan. Rohan is not known for its underground stuff, other than a few little. Oh, this is definitely worth mentioning. Okay, well, let's see what this is. This is a longhouse here. I want you guys to see this. I'm trying to remember what this is specifically designed to be for. Looks like we got a little bit of a cellar right here, but this I think is for either insulation to try to keep the floor warm, or something. There's a reasoning why they would throw thatch underneath the floors here, but my assumption is probably insulation to try to keep it warmer, on the warmer side. So anyways, this is a really cool longhouse right here. Probably some sort of higher class individual owns this, but that's on the lower end of Aldburg. But so now let's go ahead and check around the surroundings really quick and see if there's anything worth mentioning. We got another logging camp over here. Looks like, again, they're making some charcoal. We got a tent here. Just some mats and things in there. I mean, maybe it's worth going in here. Okay, the road does not continue. Unfortunately, this all these leaves just create so much lag, and I'm assuming that's why I'm lagging so much, is because of all the leaves. But there's really no way around it. If you want to make your environments look good, you got to have some pretty clustered leaves every now and then. So here we have a camp for someone. I don't know who. Probably some sort of, maybe they're here to do business in Aldburg, and they're setting up camp here temporarily. So it's pretty neat. What do we got over here? I'm guessing this is another mill. Let's see what this is. Yep, that's another mill, and it's actually about the same design as we've seen before. Yep. It's about the same design that we've seen before. I do like all of this. Like, this is really good detail here. Sort of little canals dug around. I'm assuming this is where the mill owner would live, right there. And, oh, this is actually worth mentioning. Look at these bridges. That's cool. I like that. Got a clay pit over here. I'm assuming this is probably another brick maker. Or no, I'm sorry. Another potter. This guy is making pots. So as you can see, there's pots on the inside, And it looks like he hand makes each of these. Yeah, it looks like he hand makes each of these furnaces each time he makes the pots, because it seems like he's broken this one to get out the cooked pots. So that's pretty neat. I really like these details, like the clay pits, place to stir out the impurities. You know, there's always details like that are worth looking at and mentioning. Again, there's more pottery type detailing going on back here. So that's really cool. So here's another little house back here. Not quite sure what if they have a craft or anything. Looks like nobody's home. I'm just gonna do a quick little looky around Aldburg and see if there's anything else worth mentioning. We're getting into the unfinished sections of Rohan now, so there's going to be some unfinished stuff that we're going to be seeing now. But obviously, there are still a few more builds to check out before we finish this video. But for the most part, that is Aldburg. An amazing build by an incredible group of people. And it's just really cool. Really, really cool to see the development of this and see how everything has just come together into this product that we get to walk through and enjoy. So now we're going to be moving to, we're going to be going a little bit north. We're going to be going northeast a little bit. And we're going to go to, let me see if I can pronounce this correctly, Schephurst. Schephurst. And I'm pretty certain we're going to be following this road right here. And then this will lead us to Schephurst, which is another town. Well, a village. I'd say Aldburg is a town, so we're heading to a village. So I'll see you guys there. Okay, so here we're at Schephurst. It's not a smaller village, but it is a village nonetheless. It is a little bit more sprawling, kind of like I'm trying to think of that other village that we saw that was more Ealdsele, I think it was. Ealdsele, yeah, Ealdsele was a more sprawling type of village that we've seen. But anyways, you can see that it's just it's very well laid out. I do like the overall design. And as another thing that's worth mentioning is this one does not actually have a wall around it. You know, most of our other villages have a very noticeable wall going around it. So that leads me to assume that this is a very protected region. So basically the people that live here are not really that worried about being attacked. And, you know, they don't need to have any type of defensive structure. Also, they're quite close to Aldburg, so maybe that's another thing is, you know, they can quickly and easily retreat to Aldburg in the event of an attack. So we're not going to actually really explore much in here. I'm just trying to look around the outside. I do like this little camp here, for example. Got some carts. But mainly what I would just want to show you is the overall town itself and just give you guys an idea for what Schephurst has to offer. Looks like we got a little mill here. Again, a very simple grinding wheel. You got the canal system set up. We'll go inside here real quick just to check out what the mill itself looks like. There's, well, where's your grinding wheel? Okay, there's your grinding wheel right there, apparently. Interesting. So it goes underneath and in. Okay, I don't know how that works, but that's pretty cool. I do like the overall design there. and that's how you would make grain into flour. Here's another one of those little bridges. Very cool. Just looking for any other specific, what do you call them? Craftsmen. Here's an interesting building, actually. This one's a little bit different than what we've been seeing. It even has roof tiles, those little wooden shingles there. It looks like it's just a barn, but still, it's a very interesting design. I do really like that, especially with, you know, it has the roof shingles, so that's an interesting incorporation there, and it definitely stands out from the rest. So what do we got here? We got another stables. We got ourselves a smithy in here, and got some lumber. Maybe it's not a smithy. Maybe this is some sort of just maybe a carpenter, because there's lots of lumber out here. Looks like he's actually making boards or something, so that's just my assumption. Let's see what this is. Food storage, and that looks like about it. Let's go check out the main building really quick. I always like to check out these. The overall design of it, using that tan plaster and a little bit of that the carved pillars there, makes for a really neat effect. But yeah, that's it's a beautiful building. So we'll go inside, check it out. This is where the nobility would sit, and then of course you got lots of space to feast and have meetings and all that, and then a place for everybody to sleep right there. So very, very, very cool. I always love yeah, the style of Rohan. And like, one thing I can't wait for is the style of Gondor. I mean, we've already been seeing sneak peeks of it and everything, but man, Gondor is exciting. So anyways, guys, that is Schephurst. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but we're going to be moving on now to Eamund. So I'll see you guys there. Alrighty, well, here we are at Eamund, which is another fortified village that is just east of Edoras and just north of Aldburg. And it follows a very Aldburg style. You see it has ditches, and it has those dirt earthen mounds, and it has, looks like 2 tiers to it. Actually, it looks like 3 tiers. The first tier being down here, second tier, third tier. So very, very nice. I really do like villages situated like this. It's a very defensive town, as you can see, or village, very defensive village. It's really cool to see how it is designed. Man, I love little things. I always got to say that. I always love those little arches. But let's just go ahead and take a little look-see around, see what there is. We got some sheds. Got a little longhouse in here. Got lots of beds and things. I do like how simple and rustic things are. You know, like you don't have an over amount or overabundance of details. It is all very simple, and sometimes simple is better. So yeah, let's keep looking through here and see what there is to see. Got a little house in there. Well, not a house. That's a shed. Here's a house over here and a shed in there. And then we head up to the second level, which is right here. I'm assuming that these gates work. No. Okay. These gates have not been programmed. But then again, this is a very minor settlement. I'm sure that making those animations can be very annoying. Not annoying, just time-consuming and not really worth it. So, but yeah, this is the second layer. It looks like we got a baker's oven. You can see the bread sitting in the oven there. And looks like some people sitting around the campfire. Unfortunately, my shader makes fog blocks look really strange. It's just something you got to deal with. I'm just going to do a quick little fly around through here. There's a smoker. They're smoking some meat, which leads me to assume this is probably a butcher, at least somewhere nearby. I do like these little, like, they're not necessarily... Well, this is a gate here. Okay. This is sort of like a postern gate. There's no main road to it. But this is where, like, farmers can easily access their fields around the town. The village. What is this? Is this some sort of, like, monument or statue? Maybe it's just a place to draw water from. You know, maybe they just fill it with water, and then you could just come up here with your mug and... Anyways, that's my... Oh, wait, no. This is a distillery. So that's probably what that is, you know, you can just come along and get a drink of mead or whatever. I don't know. So that is Eamund. There looks like to be a blacksmith over here. Yep, there's a blacksmith. Wait, no. There's no anvil. Okay, perhaps just a carpenter. Yeah, it looks like a carpenter. Okay. I thought it was a smithy. That's the first deck of cards I've actually seen as I've been exploring through Rohan. So that's a neat little extra detail. So yeah, that leads us into the second area, and now we're going to go up into the third. I do like this kill box here. This feels very defensible. I do really like that. And then it leads up into the third tier. So this looks like a craftsman of some sort in here. Looks like a hog pen. I do like, again, we see that technique of the stilt, or not the stilts, the supports holding up the sides of the house, and then you got this sort of like, you know, this, not cellars, but it's like, you know, the area underneath. Whatever that's called. Oh man, vocabulary is not my it's not my thing. So here's another baker's oven, some horses, and a house, and it looks like these are two wells right next to each other. I'm curious as to why you have two wells right next to each other, but I'm sure there is a reason for that. Maybe it's a his and hers. But yeah, so that is Eamund. It's a more defensible village than what we've seen earlier. It has tiers of earthen walls, and has definitely a pretty significant gate system in order to actually access the main area. So that's actually really neat, and it's quite unique from the rest. So our next settlement that we're going to go check out is Grenewaet. Grenewaet. Anyways, I'll see you guys there. So here we are at Grenewaet, and you guys will notice immediately as we start flying over this, it's a much more elongated town. Instead of being clustered in one big, you know, lump, it's all very spread out, and it follows all the way around whatever this is right here. My assumption is that this is not finished, or is it? I'm not sure. Maybe this is just a large... Okay, no, never mind. This is a pasture here. Okay. But yeah, my assumption is that they're still going to be adding in a bunch of fields around Grenewaet. It still feels like there's, you know, it feels like there's still going to be some more fields. So I'm sure that in due time that they will be adding those in. Like, for example, well, this is pasture land over here. So maybe that's the focus of Grenewaet is... pasture land for horses and whatnot, so that does make sense. So let's just go ahead and take a quick little look around and see what there is. Got a little paddock back here for something, lots of gardens, you got lots of chicken coops, and again some more gardens everywhere. I mean, a lot of the detail is of course repeated because it's just, you know, it's just a fact. Here's a turf house. I think it's probably worth coming in and checking this out. So when you come on the inside, it feels very civilized. I do really like it. I think that this is a really neat house, or not a house. I think this is actually the longhouse. This is where the nobility of Grenewaet would actually live. Let's see. Is that the biggest one? Yes. Yeah, that's where the nobility would live. And it seems like they have like a little outdoor dining area here. I think that's a pretty unique and interesting detail. We haven't seen many of those around. Got lots of open spaces for gardens. Again, another chicken coop sitting there. And this is an interesting structure here. It looks like this is sort of like a little bit of a... This is like a barn, I guess. And then they got a place for the animals to be in there. Maybe this is for oxen. That's what I'm thinking. It's just interesting that they make their barn out of sod. You know, it's interesting because, you know, they have some sod buildings. Here's another one over here. It's a sod shed for food. So you got a lot of food storage in there. And then here's another sod building. So I do like the incorporation of the sod roofs. I think the sod roofs is a really neat, you know, diversity. It switches up the style because, you know, we've seen a lot of these just thatch roofs everywhere. So having a little bit of that sod roof is neat. Also, I want you guys to notice that we're getting into sort of a wetlands region. And so you'll notice that the backs of these houses are actually on stilts, which is a very sensible thing because, you know, if the water rises, you know, and also it would be very muddy and stuff. So some of these houses are sort of built on stilts to overcome that challenge. And I'm sure during flood season, the water would get pretty high, but that's just the way of life, I suppose. But yeah, so Grenewaet, I don't know. However you pronounce it, that's what this place is. So now we're going to make our way north, and we're going to go to some of our last locations that we're going to actually explore in... Yeah, we'll start at the end of the town. Yeah, these are going to be some of our last locations we're actually going to explore. So let's get going. Alrighty, well here we are at Entwade, and as you can clearly see, it is a far larger settlement than what we've been seeing around Rohan. I would say this would probably qualify as town size. It is quite large. There's a lot of houses. I'd probably say 200 people live here. So, you know, in medieval terms, I'd say this is probably a town. But you'll see that the back portion here, especially towards the wetlands, is houses built on stilts again. I really do like these stilt houses. I think that that's just such a really good idea. And it looks really unique and interesting. It has that sort of, obviously it's a swamp, but, it feels just very interesting. I really like it. Very, very natural. Feels like it's, built over wetlands. Like the style just has its own distinct kind of feel to it. I don't know if there's a way to say it better than that. But yeah, it is a unique thing. Also, you'll notice that there is sort of like a raised path leading over. And then obviously if you want to cross the river, you'd have to wait for when the river's low. And then you could, wade across and stuff. So you're definitely going to get wet. But like say if you are the Rohirrim and you have an army of horses to get over, that's easy. But say if you have women and children, that would be a little more difficult, especially if you're getting wagons over. And let's see, yeah, it's probably muddy soil underneath, so probably get the wagon stuck. But anyways, that doesn't matter. There is a little bridge there. That's cool. And let's see if there's any other unique details worth mentioning around. We got a house under construction. That's neat. A little construction site. Looks like they're getting mortar, or not mortar, but just like they're going to be filling in the gaps with mud. I forget what that's called. Here's another one here. But you see like they got mud here, and they fill it in with mud to keep the elements out. But yeah, I really like Entwade. I think it's a really neat location. I like this. This is a little bit higher up on stilts, as you can see. Instead of just one block, it's 2 blocks high. So it makes me want to explore on the inside of this. A very quaint interior. You can tell the people of Entwade are not very well-to-do. It seems like they're very poor, very lowly people. Very simple lives. So I'm not quite sure what their professions would be out here. Like what do they do? That's kind of what I want to know. So we have a little camp set up here. Looks like a market area. Tools, herbs and stuff, pots, apples and produce, bread, drinks and sort of tavern type place, fish, meat. So it looks like some sort of market, traveling market. Either that or it's a town market. I don't know. But there's a lot of possibilities there. Got lots of little details. Got a smoker right here again. Let's see what's in here. Nothing much, just a little house. But for me, it's really cool to check not every interior. We're not checking every interior. But whenever I walk into an interior, like before you even enter, you already know it's filled. You already know that they've done it, It's just it's something that you can trust about Artcraft is they don't skip any corners. One thing I'm interested in knowing is maybe they're still mid-construction. Ah, yes, they are. Okay. That's actually a really cool detail. This looks like the construction team here. And they are in mid-construction of putting up stockades around Entwade. So you got lumber sitting over here. And I'm guessing this is the camp that they are building the wall or the stockade around Entwade. So that's really cool. I just love details like that. I love little unique things. So over here is the main area. This is where the mayor and earl, the noble, would live. Got a little. Okay, this is a craftsman of some sort. Looks like a net maker, maybe. Tailor? Is this a tailor? Is this finally a tailor? This may be a tailor, guys. I think we finally found a tailor. I don't know. But I see lots of colorful claws and stuff around, so that's which leads me to assume to that conclusion. In here we have the longhouse, of course. I do really like this. Comes up to the, you know, where the Earl would sit there. And let's make our way down to the other end, see what's down here. Looks like a kitchen of sorts, or a washroom. Looks like it's a multi-functional room for whatever it needs to be. Multi-purpose. And a little attic space to put some food and things. So, anyways, that is Entwade. And I'm not even going to time-lapse between because the other build is just this way, which is Faraholt. Just follow the roads this way, and then this is the last village that we're actually going to be checking out. But this is Faraholt. It's just, of course, you know, to the west of Entwade. Again, it's a very kind of sprawling village, not defended like Entwade is. But as you can see, the majority of it is actually built on stilts in this wetlands area. I do want to take particular note of the wetlands, just how well done they are. You know, from up here, it doesn't look, you know, all that impressive, I suppose. But yeah, from down here, it's really nice. I know it's not finished yet. I know that there's going to be a lot of hand detailing in here. This is just World Painter. And as we've been seeing, there's been a lot of... you know, they literally come through all of the terrain by hand and hand do everything. And it's just, it just makes the map absolutely insanely detailed. So we got a stables in here for, I'm assuming, either oxen or horses. Let's go ahead and check out what this looks like on the inside. This is the longhouse for Faraholt. So got a pig roasting. And quite the communal area. And then we have a partition and a place where everybody sleeps in there. So, but yeah, there's just so much to be seen, so much going on. Oh, this is actually something worth mentioning. Got a little bit of a canal, a drainage ditch. Kind of, I want to follow that. Okay, never mind. I was assuming that they was going up, but it just is a kind of like a... It's kind of like a moat, almost, around that section there. Interesting. I do like that, though. It's a neat little detail. And then, looks like we got a large communal garden up here. Looks like it's just a bunch of patches of a bunch of different stuff that people would need. And I'm assuming that the community of Faraholt would get together and, you know, each pitch in where needed in order to keep it lively, you know, to keep it going. Got to take care of the crops. So yeah, that's Faraholt. And then just east of Entwade, actually there's a little village up here. I guess we can go check this out. Not a village, just a little hamlet. Not quite sure what. Got some stables, a house. Yep, just a little house here, and I'm sure that's a house there too. But anyways, that's another little settlement. Not quite sure what this is. Is that supposed to be a road? I'm really quite curious. What is this supposed to be? Maybe that's the beginnings of a road there. I don't know. So here's Entwade again over here, just to the west of where we just were. And we're going to cross over the river, and then it's going to lead us to a little fort, which is in the Eastemnet. This is the far east of Rohan. Well, not the far east. There's still more to see. But anyways, just like at the fords of Isen, which we saw at pretty close to the beginning of this video, this is a larger version of one of those frontier forts. And this is to kind of protect the Eastemnet, or the north side, the northeastern side of Rohan from would-be attackers, because, you know, if you go straight north, there's, you know, I'm not sure who lives up there, but there are, you know, different tribes and things up that way. And I'm sure that they would find plundering Rohan to be beneficial, so. But yeah, you guys just kind of get the idea. It's a little fort. You got a little archery range in there. Of course, the barracks type area would be in the tower itself here. It's a very rudimentary, very basic, very Rohan style. You know, there's really no other way to define it. You know, Rohan is just a very, you know, very, yeah, anyways. Got a bunch of weapons and arrows and supplies to hold the fort over in the event of an attack. Obviously, an attack would just be a kind of a temporary thing up until Rohan can send its, you know, its Rohirrim in the defense of the frontier. So this is sort of like a little practice area for the Rohirrim. So this area is actually something really interesting to check out. There's a bunch of these little camps all over the place. These are Rohirrim camps. I'm supposing that these are nomads. Either that or they're military traveling around out here on practice or something. But my assumption is that they are actually that these are actually the nomads of Rohan, and they are traveling around, you know, and that's just their lifestyle. And there's like 12 or like, I don't know. There's at least a dozen of these camps across these plains. I'm trying to take you guys to the next one. Just give me a second. Okay, so if we make our way this way, there we go. Here's another camp over here, and they all are very unique. You know, you get a lot of repetitive tents, but colors are different, details are different, design is different, layouts are different. Everything is just very unique and interesting, but there's so much to see. I do want to kind of show you through the unfinished parts of Rohan really quick as well. There is still other parts to see. We're heading actually now back down towards the main area of Rohan. So this is the river. If you continue following this river all the way up, it would take us to Entwade, and if you follow this river all the way down, it takes us to Minas Tirith. But right now we're heading to the mountain range where this is all sort of unfinished fields and stuff. There's a little town over here that is still unfinished. Well, at least the surroundings aren't finished, so I didn't think it's necessary to really showcase it too much. But as you can see, there's a little ruined fort in the middle. And again, Rohan has kind of repurposed it for their own needs. So that is a old Gondorian fort. In fact, I'm going to put my render distance up because it would be nice to be able to see some more. But anyways, there's another settlement there. There's a few others around. You know, for example, there's this settlement here. There's just a lot of things. So as we're kind of flying around, you guys will sort of see little details here and there. Little stone fort set up here. I'm sure it's going to have some more details around it at some point. But you can kind of see the process of how Rohan is being constructed by how they plan. Like, this is actually a very educational portion of this video because you can kind of see and understand what methods they use in order to achieve the finished product of which we've been, you know, watching for so long. Here is a ruined fort. As you can see, this area was just full of Gondorian forts at one time, but after hundreds of years, they've been left to ruin. And yeah, so I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of those. In fact, we are actually heading towards a very interesting build. I wish it was finished so that I could show you guys what it looks like when it's finished. But anyways, where we're just going to go check out now is, yeah, here it is. So this is actually, as you can see, it's surrounded in walls. So this is a very substantial town of Rohan, and it's actually built in the ruins of an old Gondorian town. You can see the very distinct outlines of the ruins, and not to mention the walls. And you can see that it's a very classical design. Like, I see a lot of Roman influences with this. It feels very Roman, honestly. But yeah, this is just, it's really neat to see. Like, here's an amphitheater, for example, like very classical, very stylish there. It's really neat to see the stylizations and, you know, what do you call it? The process of time. There's so much indication of time elapsing. A lot of us builders like to just build, you know, whereas what Artocraft is doing is trying to represent the history of Middle-earth, and they are doing that in such an incredible way by incorporating all these ruins and just making it, you know, just doing such a great job. So there is still more to see, so we're going to go kind of check out little bits as we can. Looks like there's a little village over here as well. Again, there's just so much to see. But we are slowly making our way down south. We're going to be kind of skipping over a good bit here because I want to show you guys something big that's going on. And it's something to look forward to in a future video. But again, here's more. Here's another village. It's not finished, but there's just look at the immensity of this project. I mean, let's just follow this road. Just how huge it is, and all of this space is going to be filled up. Like, just imagine that. Like, here's another village that's going to be built. Just imagine how. I think this is now into the lands of Gondor. So at this point, I'm pretty sure we're going to start seeing some Gondorian styled builds. But we're actually heading down towards Minas Tirith now, which is, you know, for me personally, that's one of the most exciting projects of Artocraft is Minas Tirith. It's one of the most iconic, I'd say the most iconic. Like, you know, I said an Edoras is one of the most iconic locations, but man, Minas Tirith, it's exciting because this is going to be one heck of a project. I mean, just check this out. That is going to be one big city. Yeah, that's an understatement. Unfortunately, my shaders are really having a rough time with it, but there it is, Minas Tirith. So we can just kind of stand down here. Now, this is not actually the current progress of Minas Tirith. They are actually building this currently on the updated, on their updated server and on the updated version of the mod. But you can just kind of just look at the immensity of this city. It's just going to be absolutely amazing. I can't wait for that to be finished and for us to be able to make a really good video about this project. So, but anyways, that being said, I hope you guys at least found this video to be informational or educational in some way. The whole purpose of this was that you guys can see the progress of Artocraft in a more detailed fashion, because I know that those little quick cinematic videos that I've been doing, in really any other way, you just can't showcase the true immensity of Artocraft or servers in general, or builds in general, without properly showcasing them in a much longer and more detailed format, and that's what we did here. But anyways, I'm just super excited for the progress of Artocraft. I'm excited to make some more videos in the future, and then we will be seeing a lot of really cool stuff to come, because yeah, this is Artocraft, and they don't cut corners. But yeah, this is Osgiliath, by the way. So another very iconic build. So yeah, guys, have a great day, have a great night, and I'll see you on the next one. Till then, bye-bye.